Now, Mr. Klug, you're no longer a stockbroker, right?
That's correct.
You're now working in real estate?
I'm a realtor, yes.
And while you were a stockbroker, there are times that you would make trades without a
I'm
client's.
objecting, Judge. We addressed this in a pretrial motion.
Sustained when we did, so we're not going to go into it.
Your Honor, I'm not going into those
You're
things.
going into it.
From 2013 to 2015, you worked with a woman named Shelley Burnt.
I'm objecting to the relevance of this testimony. If some other witness is going to be called, then that's relevant. But in terms of what Mr. Klug has to say about that, that's not relevant.
Petconomics Savings Lesson 58. At Petco, you can shower your pet in care while showering yourself in savings. Vital Care.
What sort of relevance are we trying to establish?
This is prior acts of untruthful conduct.
Judge, this was the subject of a pretrial
On the
motion.
back, folks.
All right, here we go. We might see crotchety Judge Anthony Milasowskis lose his beep on this attorney. We've been waiting for this. This is going to be interesting. This is where you see Milasowskis get very, very stern with attorneys.
Jury is outside of the courtroom. I thought we had a motion hearing and I said nothing's coming in, and suddenly it's all coming in.
Your Honor, that was about the FINRA documents and the 2016 criminal case, with neither of which I have asked about at this point. What I am planning to ask about is what I have a good faith basis to believe that Mr. Klug would make illegal trades where he needed a signature to make those trades, and he would do those without a signature or have his secretary forge signatures.
Sounds like another act.
So
You don't say anything. Sounds like another act, should have been brought up, so we
Your
could have discussed it.
I believe this is it's not an other act. It is a instance of prior untruthful conduct for which I do have to accept Mr. Klug's answer. I do not get to impeach upon it.
Sounds like another act.
So, Judge, I believe that Ms. Burnt was mentioned in their pretrial motions, and this is part of what the court denied. Am I incorrect about that? I
Thought
remember.
I signed an order to that effect.
I don't believe there was anything about Shelley Burnt's testimony.
Yes,
in
there
that.
was. Shelley Burnt was in the pretrial motion. I looked at it this morning. She's listed in the pretrial motion.
We're going, we're not supposed to.
I understand the court's ruling.
Well, we had a hearing about this. We discussed it. I signed an order, and I'm always amazed when we get in a trial, people still try to get in evidence that's been denied.
Judge, Attorney Krause, my concern is that this is specifically about the untruthful conduct of a witness, which
Should have
is
been
not,
brought up prior to all this.
it's not specifically an other act.
You're trying to get it in a back door.
We're not trying to get it in a back door. This is information that the prosecution has. This is not.
All right, what is up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. So, playing just a little clip there. I like when Judge Milasowskis starts screaming at everybody. So, we are at day 4 of the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. It is scheduled to start at 8:30 a.m. this morning. We went live a little bit early because we wanted to play some old footage real quick. For those of you that weren't live with us over the weekend, we were doing marathon streams, and we played a walkthrough of the Jensen residence. This is the actual crime scene from the day of Julie Jensen's death.
the Prairie Police Department.
It is a graphic,
Sergeant
folks.
Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley. of
So
Pleasant
viewer
Prairie Police
discretion
Department.
advised.
We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm here in the hallway, showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey. Painted around, we painted on the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We will call the staff to move for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. The phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. In the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You look at my acrobatics here haven't been that well. Adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. To focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it's just as one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Both without turn on the light, give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however we have yet to examine it in great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet and bedroom. Other items that were around. I'm now under the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the clock, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the clock here by me, Paul Ritzberg, is damp. This one here is feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, the screen was attached, I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. We leave the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child room. Now I'm going a shot down the hallway for your kitchen and Dan will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of description items in them. We will be taking all of them. Also located this here. Inside the, it was open this up, there was one that found that you were missing on this. And my apologies for the shaking that's here. I try to do 3 or 4 things at once. And try to get it in control here. You notice there's macaroni and cheese in the bedroom. Go on here with the garbage can here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, but there's garbage on top of it, you notice, along with the orange. Case there, the police department camera here. Other than that, everything else is pretty much found where we found it. Here's where we found it. This is some meal addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Coles department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. To be going over towards the den, over every items in there. You turn it off the light, now we're saving some juice here. The briefcase there is located in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some material that you laid out on the desk, which we'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. Yeah, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. And I'll leave the den and into the bathroom. The towel, it's kind of damp, no distinct letters to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be now going to the garage area. So, some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, for the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the doors still open, and that's what I believe to be Mr. Jensen's automobile. There's some other resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. So further note that I had a conversation with Officer Cosman, myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with this officer in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her, when he last spoke with her, that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will know. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, in the garage area. I'm turning on the light again just to a little more. Garbage cans are going out. Appears to be in the garbage. I've gone through it, checked with some type of case. some mailings for light, looks like the garage door opening, which looks familiar. And it fits up there. The recycle bin, parts of the garage door, which is obviously I'll try to focus in on that. You can see that the vehicles, of course, is plate NY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. Kind of looking at the garbage, I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Now I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home and found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now the entry to the basement. Just gonna get this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. Let me turn off the light down there. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, all this, and back here by the stairs. You just kind of do a general pane with lights that are on. And looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement. Generally photographing or videotaping a property and items. Registered very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer.
All right, so folks, the court stream is not up yet. I'm sure it'll be up here very, very shortly. So stay tuned. We're just showing some 2008 footage in the meantime while we're waiting for this.
And it's like when you get a little low, but it's over here in the basement, you get a fire. Turn on the light here. Pretty much headed to the basement. One folks around here to the workbench. Yeah, just a pan of things where it just went through. Kids' items there, too big. Exercise machine.
All right, here we go. Day 4, ladies and gentlemen, of the Mark Jensen antifreeze
out.
murder trial. Make sure you guys share the stream out. So on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed already. Facebook, spam the chat with likes and hearts today. That helps the algorithm. It pushes our stream out, helps bring new viewers to the stream. Share it out to your personal pages, whatever groups you're allowed to share to. Let's try to get as many eyes over on our stream supporting independent media. It was a long weekend. If you guys are tuning in for the first time, we did marathon streams of the 2008 trial, playing old testimony. Like you just saw there, we did play a walkthrough of the Jensen house. Those are up on our YouTube channel under the playlist Mark Jensen trial. We also have other streams on the playlist there of tons and tons and tons of background, case history. We dissect the overturning of the conviction, why that happened, how the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause.
All right, we're going to go back on the record. We are here on Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. The matter is Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for coming back. It's a beautiful sight to see all 16 of you again back here. Just one comment, and obviously the attorneys want to put in their case the way they think they should. I think it would be beneficial for the court and the jury if we don't have a lot of videos in the afternoon. I think everybody, if I asked for a raise of hands, I think I would get 16 votes. That's just a statement.
We only have short videos left.
Beautiful.
There's 48 minutes left of Brian Cosman, but after that, all the video testimony is very short.
That's good news. Okay, we're going to continue then. I believe Ms. McNeil, it is Exhibit 15, and we're going to start it, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So at this point in the video, there are 2 question and answers that do not appear in the audio. So by agreements, I am reading those into the record. This is still the testimony of Officer Cosman.
Is that correct from the defense? Yes? Yes. All right, go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So the question to Officer Cosman was, quote, Officer Cosman, your department produced in this case the records relating to prior complaints regarding the Jensen home, correct? End quote. Officer Cosman's answer was, quote, I'm sorry, end quote. The following question was, quote, your department produced records relating to prior complaints, police complaints at the Jensen home, right? End quote. Officer Cosman's answer was, quote, yes, end quote. And now the video will resume.
All right, so that's part of the testimony. With that, we can start the video again.
All right, so we left off with this video on Friday. There's 48 minutes left. It's going to be a little cringy. And then after that, we should get to some live witnesses. We did go through the state's witness list on our streams. We do have the list up on our Patreon if you guys want to see it. We learned who was actually deceased on the state's witness list, and we went through the defense's witness list as well. And I believe, if I'm correct, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ron Kosman was one of the witnesses that was deceased. Comment in the chat where you're tuning in from. Be sure to like and share the streams out. Just waiting for them to play the sound here, and then I'll shut up. Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate you guys being here. For those of you that missed it, we did play Kelly Labante's testimony over the weekend from the 2008 trial. And man, folks, it was spicy. It was spicy. And then they really, at the end of that, they really humiliated that woman. A lot of us were getting really upset by that. It's going to be interesting to see her live in this trial, how she testifies, what happens, how the defense attacks her. Even Jamboy, it was his witness, and Jamboy treated her like a hostile witness and just disgustingly humiliated her. We were getting so angry over here on Never Stop. Chat was getting angry. I was pacing around. It was gross, folks. It was gross. UK, welcome. I love the screen name. Sexy ass boo. Kenosha.
Back in, is that what happened?
Of course, Kenosha court
Okay.
tech
Well, I think the sound
difficulties.
came back on, so.
That's how it is in Kenosha, folks. Georgia, welcome.
Back on, so I will now resume where we left off.
All right, here we go. I think they're ready. Finally.
I have with Mr. Jensen.
With Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Jensen.
You think they would have had this set and ready to go when they walked in? It's how it is in Kenosha courthouses, folks. They're a little goofy when it comes to tech. We saw that the other day when they accidentally showed a pretty lewd photograph that went live, broadcasted everywhere on everybody's streams. We do have a clip of that. We kind of blurred out the picture. It's up on our page
To show you
for members
Defendant's
only.
Exhibit 198.
But even with the blurring of the picture,
Do you recognize that as a Pleasant Prairie Police Department contact report?
Yes, correct.
A contact history report, correct?
Yes.
And that records official business that was recorded between the Jensen home and the Pleasant Prairie Police Department up to the time of Julie Jensen's death, correct?
Correct.
Let me, I'm going to leave 199 with you and I'll come back to those. And that's a list of that's the contact history report. That's Defendant's Exhibit, 198, is that right?
That is correct. 198.
And we begin with November 30th, 1990, and that's an animal complaint.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea what that was about?
No, I do not.
Then we have
So when they, just in case you guys aren't aware, so when they're referring to exhibits from the 2008 trial, they stop the video and then they show those exhibits. It seems they're having a little bit of difficulties today. I will play a clip from the lewd picture incident. It took a lot of clever editing. It's quick.
Before the state is displaying the exhibit that is being testified to, which is 198.
Thank you.
And now resuming the video.
On April 6th, 1991, a false alarm. Would it be your understanding that that would relate to some sort of like false burglary alarm or something like that?
That's what I would assume, yes.
On August 13th, 1991, we have the first report of harassment, correct?
Correct.
And Mrs. Jensen reported that she believed that that was committed by her former lover, Perry Tarica. True?
It may have. I'm not familiar with that call.
Okay. You would not have been handling a call in 1991, correct?
That's correct.
You are aware from reviewing your department's reports, however, that in January of 1992, Mr. Tarica was cited for harassment, correct?
Yes, I do.
And that was a case investigated by Officer Hunter, who I think is now Lieutenant Hunter.
That is correct.
And is it your understanding that that was January 1992 that Mr. Tarica was cited for harassment?
I believe it was.
Now, Exhibit 199 that you have in front of you is a series of incident reports that are clipped together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And beginning with this incident on January 27th, 1992, that incident that was investigated by Officer Hunter, correct?
Sergeant Mark Hunter, that is correct.
And that simply indicates that there was a request about suspicious activity, correct?
It just says suspicious of it.
So I believe at this point that Exhibit 199 is being displayed. So I will display that.
And they're really going through these exhibits fast. Can't even read this. So this appears to be a lot of incidents at the Jensen residence back then.
And now resuming the video.
The offense code is suspicious of it.
Well, if you look at, I'm asking you to take a look at 199, which has the incident report.
Yes, as 121, which would be Sergeant Hunter's badge number, reports this incident for suspicious activity.
Okay. And there's nothing else that you know about that January 27th, 1992 contact?
No, there's none.
The next report relates to January 29th, 1992, correct?
That's correct.
And just 2 days later, and all that report says is complainant requests to see responding officer about a suspicious problem. True?
Yeah, that's correct.
January 30, the Jensens contact, January 30, 1992, someone in the Jensen household had another contact with the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the subject of that contact was that the department was contacted to be told that the Jensens would be gone for the weekend, January 31st until February 2nd, and that Lori Coster would have the key to the home, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So there wasn't any incident reported. They just wanted to let the police department know that they would be out of town.
Yes, we do vacation home checks.
Then February 20th, 1992, that's another report that the Jensens were going to be on vacation for a couple days, correct?
That's correct.
The next contact by Julie Jensen was on June 16th, 1992.
That's correct.
And on that date, Julie Jensen reported that a vehicle had been parked across the street from her residence for over a month and had not been moved, correct?
That's correct.
And it appears from the first page of that report that that vehicle may have belonged to a Melvin Ashley, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware of the Ashleys living across the street from the Jensens?
No, I'm not.
You don't know anyone named Ashley?
No.
The next contact is May 8th, 1993. And what was reported on that day is that the complainants, the Jensens, state they believe someone is entering their residence and moving items, correct?
Correct.
Do you know anything further about that incident on May 8th, 1993?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether any fingerprints were taken at that time?
I don't know.
And also on that,
So I'm going to pause again and display for the jury that exhibit 198. And now resuming the video.
there's a request for extra patrol that would appear to relate to the suspicious activity about the items moved in the house, correct?
That would be correct.
Do you know whether items were actually moved in the house?
No, I do not.
The next contact on November 4th, 1993, that's your first contact with Julie Jensen, is that right?
That is correct.
And all that was reported at that time was that there were some annoying phone calls, hang-ups, and harassment, correct?
That is correct.
On October 21st, 1994, Julie Jensen called because two black males were selling magazines in her neighborhood. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the next incident on October 22nd, 1994, Julie Jensen again called the Pleasant Prairie Police Department because there were two black males in her neighborhood selling magazines, correct?
That is correct.
And that was investigated and they were told that they needed to obtain a permit, correct?
That is correct.
On December 25th, 1994, Julie Jensen called requesting extra patrol because her Christmas lights had been damaged.
That is correct.
I take it that it's not unusual that kids vandalize Christmas decorations in Pleasant Prairie? Or
Unfortunately, it's not. It seems to be a problem all over.
On January 19th, 1995, there was a request for extra patrol. Is that right?
Yes.
And the report doesn't contain any information concerning what that was all about, correct?
No, it does not.
It does not even indicate who the investigating officer there was, correct?
That is correct. This has basically for all shifts.
Just 2 days later, on January 21st, there was a complaint about a trespass to land, correct?
That's correct.
And it looks like a Christopher Martin was cited for trespass to land, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall what that was about?
No, I do not. I know Sergeant Becker investigated it.
All right, I just received a report. Let me show it to you.
And I believe I wrote a short supplement on it, but I'm not 100% positive.
Oh, it's trespassing. 21st, 1995. Let me show you Exhibit 200, Officer Cosman. And if you could just go to the second page, that fax cover page, isn't really necessary. And is it correct that the January 21st contact relates to a young man who is driving recklessly over people's lawns and knocking down mailboxes and that kind of thing?
That's correct.
So that was the January 21st trespass to land.
Right. And basically what happened in this particular complaint and why my name is on it, Julie Jensen had contacted me the following day, at which point I didn't know anything about this particular report. I went back and researched it, found the report, and contacted her and basically told her that she was not singled out. It was not damage done just to theirs, that it was a neighborhood, that several other residences in the neighborhood had also experienced some vandalism, so it was not specifically targeted toward them.
Okay. And was that the case with the Christmas lights and the parked car and the black males selling magazines? Those didn't appear to be specific contacts related to the Jensens, right?
Which ones?
The Christmas lights, the black males selling magazines, and the car parked across the street.
Well, those were reported by her. That's correct. But as basically, it was just to her of a suspicious nature.
Okay. I'm just, those other incidents didn't appear to be targeted at the Jensens for harassment.
Definitely not.
Then we have an incident on May 27th, 1995, boat road. There's two of them there. Harassment and extra patrol. We don't have any information. There's no report concerning what happened that day.
I don't believe so.
Then we move to August 25th, 1995. And there is a report that you wrote regarding activities of that date, correct?
That is correct.
On direct examination, you were shown a photograph, correct? By the prosecution, a pornographic photograph.
Yes, it was.
That relates to this August 24th, 1995 report, correct?
The August 25th, yes.
August 24th? Just to be clear, I think it's August 24th.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is 24th.
Oh, well,
I have written on the 24th.
okay. So there's a little bit of discrepancy between the face sheet and the narrative report that you wrote.
Well, I think what happened here is because there was actually a lapse of a couple of days when this occurred and when I was called.
Okay. And you first received a telephone call from Julie Jensen on August 24th, correct?
Correct.
And what she reported on that date is that she and her husband left their home together at about 7:30 on August 23rd, 1995, correct?
That's correct.
And she said that when they returned home together 45 minutes later, the garage door was open, right?
Correct.
And she was positive that the door had been closed when they both left together, correct?
Correct.
And at this time, she stated that they had been receiving some recent harassing telephone calls, correct?
Correct.
On this occasion, the Jensens turned over several photocopies of pornographic pictures that they had found inside the boat, right?
Yes.
And the photograph that had been found on July 3rd, 1995 in Mr. Jensen's truck, correct?
Correct.
And that was on that, it's on Kodak paper, correct?
The one is correct.
I'm sorry,
Which would be the state exhibit?
Exhibit 197, correct?
Correct.
That appears to be a developed photograph
It appears to be.
as opposed to being clipped from a magazine or being downloaded or printed from a computer or anything else. It looks like it's a developed photograph.
Correct.
That photograph, no one would mistake the woman in that photograph for Julie Jensen, right?
No.
And there was no claim that that was Julie Jensen in that photograph.
In
by
that,
anyone.
in that photograph, no.
You indicated on direct examination, Officer Cosman, that that was the only photograph that had been received that wasn't a photocopy?
That is correct.
Well, do you recall an instance in which Mrs. Jensen called you because some photographs had been left that she was confident depicted her?
That's correct.
There were photographs that depicted her engaged in oral sex?
They were not pictures of her, but she felt that they were of her.
She reported to you that somebody had left photographs of her engaging in oral sex, correct?
Engaged in having sex.
Oh, it was sexual intercourse, not oral sex.
I believe so, yes.
Weren't those photographs?
They were the same as all the other in black and white and appeared to have been photocopied.
Now, when you say they were the same, you mean they were the same
Same black
picture
and
or
white,
just the same type?
same type.
Julie Jensen called you and she said, "This is a picture of me engaged in sexual intercourse," right?
She said she had photographs of that. That is correct.
Did she show you those photographs?
She had them sealed in an envelope.
Did she show you them?
No, she did not.
You never saw those
I
photographs?
did see them. I advised her. She was very embarrassed about handing the pictures over. And when I got back to the department, I opened up the envelope and I looked at the pictures and determined it was not Julie Jensen engaging in any kind of sex, that they appeared to be pornographic pictures of the same content in black and white being on regular paper.
When you say regular paper, you mean?
Well, meaning
regular
like
this.
correct, not something you would see on a back of a developed film as in the state exhibit.
So Julie Jensen asked you not to look at these photographs, is that right?
I advised her that I would have to look at them and see if it was indeed her that was in the photographs.
Let me back up and make sure I have this straight. Julie Jensen called you on the phone, first of all, right?
Correct.
Did she tell you what she wanted when she talked to you on the phone?
She asked me if I could stop by and pick up some pictures that she had, apparently of her engaged in having sexual intercourse, and wanted to turn them over to us.
When was this?
I don't recall the exact date.
Is there any report regarding this incident?
No, there is not.
When you responded to her telephone call, she told you that the photographs were of her engaged in sexual intercourse, correct?
As she believed were her, correct?
She said that she had looked at these photographs and she thought they were her, right?
I don't recall if she said she had looked at them or not.
Was
I
there-
would assume that she had looked at them, but when she handed them to me, they were in a sealed envelope.
And she gave you the sealed envelope, and her initial instructions were, I don't want you to look at these, correct?
Well, I advised her, she asked me if I had to look at them. She did not request that I not look at them.
Didn't you just tell me that she requested that you not look at them, Officer Cosmo?
If I did, I'm sorry, I mistakenly said that because she basically wanted to know actually if they were of her or not. She thought they were. She was embarrassed by the whole situation.
Do you know why it is that Julie Jensen could not determine whether it was a photograph of herself engaged in sexual intercourse and that she'd have to ask you?
I can't offer you an explanation on that.
And at least initially, she was trying to give it to you in a sealed envelope so you wouldn't look at them, so you wouldn't be able to confirm it, right?
Well, I think I don't know what her logic would have been for first. Basically, what she told me is they were photographs given to her by Mark. Now, whether she had viewed them or not, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if she actually put them in the envelope or they were given to her that way and she did not look at them.
Well, she told you that she thought they were her, right?
Yes, she did.
And she told you it wasn't as though Mark told her that he had made those, right?
Correct.
She didn't believe that they were photos of her having sex with her husband, right?
Right.
She believed that they were her having sex with her former lover, right?
With someone.
Did she tell you that she had more than one affair?
She told me of just the one affair.
And that was with Perry Tarika, correct?
That is correct.
You did not look at these photographs with Mrs. Jensen?
No, I did not. She asked that I not look at them in her presence. She was very embarrassed over her.
Well, after you looked at them and concluded that they were not her, didn't you go back to her and show her and say, these aren't you?
I called her on the phone. I did not go back.
How is it you determined that it was not her when she herself thought that it was her depicted in the photos?
Because the very first picture that I saw depicted a man on top of a woman engaged in sex. Both basically from the middle of the back up to the head of the male were visible. His arms were straight, like on the bed, and a woman was underneath him looking directly up. So there would have had to have been someone standing above them taking a picture in a downward motion. And with the way she was looking, she would have had to have noticed that someone was there taking a picture of her.
So you did not conclude that, let me try this again. Your conclusion that this was not Julie Jensen was not based on your view of the woman's face.
It was based on that as well.
But what you just told me is that your conclusion was based on the camera angle,
Well,
right?
on the camera angle and the fact that in the rest of, looking at the rest of the photographs, they appeared to be close, but they were not all the same woman. So they were not in the other photographs that were depicted, they were definitely not Julie Jensen.
Well, Julie Jensen had these photographs in her possession, true?
Objection has been asked and answered several times.
It's foundation.
Well, it's pretty clear that she did. Ask a question.
Julie Jensen believed it was her.
Objection
Right?
asked and answered. Several times it's been asked and answered.
It does seem to be abundantly clear for the record.
Did you save these photographs so anybody else could determine whether this is Julie Jensen like she thought it was?
No, I did not.
A camera could have been set up at that angle in her home when she was having sex with her lover, true?
It would have had to have been hung from the ceiling.
Well, there would be other ways to have that camera above them, correct?
I'm not sure what you're driving at, Constance.
You don't know whether her former lover set up such a camera, correct?
No, I don't know that for a fact.
You weren't there, right?
That's correct.
And Julie Jensen would have seen the same camera angle as you, right? Right?
I'm sorry?
Julie Jensen would have seen that the photograph was from the same camera angle as you did, correct?
Correct.
And she was a smart woman, right?
I felt she was.
And she didn't figure out on her own.
And again, I'm not 100% positive that she viewed these pictures.
In 2002, the defense counsel requested that you provide any photographs that you have relating to any of the harassment, correct?
That is correct.
And the first time any photograph was produced was the photograph that's is Exhibit 197. That's the only photograph that's been produced, correct?
That's correct.
And that was not produced until August of 2007.
That's correct.
So it took over 5 years to find that photograph,
Yes.
and no other photographs exist?
No. They were entered into evidence because there are indications. This one as well, with the report I did, the bottom line reads off my report, all photos were placed in evidence under PR number 2008. And apparently that's the only photograph that was kept for whatever reason.
October 7th, 1995. There's another report involving your department from Julie Jensen. Is that correct?
October
7th of 95.
One I have is August 25th, and the next one after that is October 6th.
You have August 25th, that was relating to the last.
That was the one, right?
And then we have October 7th, 1995. True?
I don't have a copy of that report here. This is the last one I had, which is August 25th. And then the next one after that is October 8th. Or October 6th.
Yeah, October 6th. That's what I'm asking you about.
Okay.
Well, you can see that on the exhibit behind you, it says October 7th. I guess it says involvement October 7th, 1995 on the one-page report that you have associated with that.
Yes.
And that was investigated by Officer Paul of your department?
Yes. That's the officer that was assigned.
Okay, and that's just a house property check?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that was regarding?
Yeah, it may have, I don't know. It may have just been that he called out on, that he was on an extra patrol and at that particular time.
Now, the next incident reported was on February 13th, 1996, correct?
Correct.
And that was investigated by yourself and Sergeant Ratsberg, true?
Correct.
And on that occasion, Julie Jensen called Ameritech, right? I'm sorry, it looks
I
like-
believe at that point that Detective Rasberg had called Ameritech.
Okay. And what had happened was there was a trace on the phone at that time, correct?
I'm not aware if it was a trace or at that particular point, if we were able to contact Ameritech and have them look up a particular call that occurred on whatever date at whatever time.
Julie Jensen had reported that their home had received a harassing phone call, correct?
A prank call, correct?
And they reported the phone number from that harassing phone call, correct?
Ameritech did currently.
Okay. And there was a phone number associated with that, correct?
That's correct.
It established that somebody had made a telephone call to their number at that time, correct?
Correct.
Someone from the residence of Tina Thomas, correct?
It appears that way.
And then there was an investigation and nothing happened as a result of that investigation, correct?
That appears so.
And certainly there was no connection to Mr. Jensen making that phone call in that instance, right?
That is correct.
There was actually another telephone number that was established as being the source of that phone call, right?
Correct.
On February 16th, there's a request for extra patrol rather. That could be just for vacation.
Vacation home check, or may have been more photographs that had been found. It could have been for anything.
August 12th, 1996, we have another request for extra patrol. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that again may have just been for vacation type thing, right?
I'm sorry?
That again may have been just for a vacation type situation.
That's correct.
And then these last two contacts are the contacts that you've testified about that relate to your going to Mrs. Jensen's house after she left the voicemail, right?
Correct.
And December 3rd, 1998, which is the date that Mrs. Jensen passed away.
I don't have those here, but I would assume that is correct.
You know that December 3rd, 1998
Yes.
was the day she
That was
passed
the
away.
last.
Are you aware, Officer Cosman, that during the search of the Jensen home, that Julie Jensen had logs indicating that she reported phone calls during the period of that tracing equipment was put on the telephone line?
I was advised that she had kept notes.
Are you aware of whether those notes reflect that telephone calls were made during the time tracing equipment was on the phone?
I don't believe that. Basically, the log that she kept indicated all calls. And I think there may have been gaps in there where she had traces put on where she didn't receive any calls. Most of the calls that she did receive, that she did log, in my belief were either hangups or something of a nature where she didn't know the person she was talking to or the person who had actually called.
That is, she logged a number of instances in which she picked up the phone and there was dead air or somebody hung up, something like that.
Correct.
in your experience, that isn't unusual that any of us might get calls where there's dead air or hang up, correct?
Correct.
But she logged all those over a period of time.
Correct.
But did you examine that information?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if calls were received during the time tracing equipment was on?
No, I do not.
Did you ever get local telephone records from Ameritech to show, to try to establish whether calls had been made?
No, I did not.
Do you know whether at that time Ameritech or whoever was it your understanding that Ameritech was the local
I believe it
telephone
was
provider?
at that time.
Did you know whether Ameritech as the local phone provider could obtain phone records that originated in some other area code or state?
No, it would have to be within the same. That was my understanding. It would have to be within the same state.
So if she was receiving harassing telephone calls from Illinois, they wouldn't be able to get those records of those calls.
It would be, I believe my understanding was it would be stated like something out of area or something similar to that, to where they wouldn't be able to trace where it originated from.
So your understanding was an out of area call would relate to some call from a different state or a different area code or either one?
I would assume it would be a different state.
At any time, did you try to take any fingerprints from any of these photographs that had been placed at the Jensens?
No, I did not.
Did you ever actually try to install a wiretap to record calls that came in?
No, we did not.
Did you ever try to stake out Mr. Jensen's place of employment to see if someone came and left a photograph on the truck?
No, I did not.
It's fair to say that any leaving of photos was pretty sporadic, right?
Correct.
It wasn't a daily thing by any means, right?
No, it was not.
I presume your office would not have had the resources to maybe wait a month to see if somebody left a photograph on his vehicle.
No, we wouldn't.
It also, you're aware that it would be pretty expensive to hire a private investigator to do the same thing, correct?
That's correct, though we did suggest that to them.
You can understand how the expense would really roll up if they had to wait 30 days or something before a photograph showed up on the truck.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Did you never talk to the neighbors after having this conversation with Julie Jensen?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk to Perry Tarika, Julie Jensen's former lover, in person?
No, I have not up until knowing that he was here. Other than that, this is the first time I talked to him was yesterday. I'd never talked to him beforehand.
Whether on the phone, in person, anything else until yesterday?
That is correct.
That's more than 10 years since the last time something had been reported in the nature of harassment at the Jensen home, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever check with the people who worked at Mark's office to see if they had seen anything?
No, I did not.
Did you ever check phone records from Mark at his office?
No, we did not. Our understanding was there were numerous lines from that office that would have been very hard to get the records out.
Well, did you try at all?
I believe someone did. I'm not exactly sure who, but I recall being told that.
At any rate, you're not aware of any records ever being obtained for the phones, correct?
That is correct.
I take it that Exhibit 197, you don't have any evidence that Mr. Jensen obtained this photograph, right?
No, I do not, other than the fact that it was given to me on that date by Julie Jensen.
And they told you that this had been left on his truck, right?
That is correct.
Did you ever, at that time in 1998, there were several stores that specialize in selling pornographic items in the Kenosha area,
There were stores,
in Kenosha County,
yes,
on I-94 and on Highway 32?
yes.
And did you check with any of those stores to see if they had any materials like this or like any of the other materials that you had?
No, I did not.
And out of all these particular acts of harassment that were reported to you, can you identify one single incident that you have proof that Mark Jensen committed?
No. All I have is suspicion. Based, the only fact, if you want to call it a fact, would be that whenever we put a trace on the line, the phone calls would mysteriously stop. And it was only three people that knew that a trace was being put on the phone. That was my own, that's what basically gave me a suspicion. But as far as proof, no.
And as to the photographs, you have absolutely nothing, right?
Correct.
Your only source of information as to whether Julie Jensen told Mark Jensen was Julie Jensen, right?
Correct.
You didn't ask Mark if Julie told him, right?
That is correct.
You didn't check to see whether her reports indicate that some calls were received during the trace, correct?
Correct.
As you've acknowledged, many of these telephone calls were nothing more than hang-up calls, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an out-of-area call, whether there was a trace or not, there was no way to determine where it came from, correct?
Correct.
So that was an additional problem in terms of your being able to track source of calls, correct?
Correct.
You are aware that when she logged these things, there was a substantial number of out-of-area calls, true?
Correct.
Did you ever try to contact Illinois authorities to see whether they'd be able to assist in determining whether the calls originated there?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
For direct.
I forgot to give it, did you have, these forwarded reports?
Pardon?
What was the different reports?
Oh, I think 198, 199. Do you still have those?
Well, yeah, I have those that you in front of you, the, all reports, the packet reports.
Yes.
Turn to the one, for August 25th, 1985, please.
Which one?
August 25th, 1995, date and time reported.
Okay.
Now, and in that report, you're the reporting officer, correct?
Yes, Sam.
And you prepared this report when it was still fresh in your mind, correct?
That's correct.
And it was Julie Jensen that spoke to you?
I received a call from Julie Jensen, correct?
Well, when she was speaking to you and you responded,
Yes.
she didn't say we found the photograph.
No,
did
she said Mark had phoned him.
She said her husband had found the photographs.
That is correct.
Tell us what, well, do you remember what she said to you without looking at the report?
Is it basically marking phone photographs?
At the time that you prepared this report, was the matter still fresh in your mind?
Yeah, it was at that point, yes.
Okay, read it now, please, to yourself.
Where is it in?
Well, start at the second paragraph, though, one begins, RO did respond.
Okay, she basically advised me that her husband had gone out to the garage to work on a boat and found photos in the boat. And she also gave me one that appeared to be developed that her husband had found on his truck.
On his truck or in his truck?
In his truck.
On July 3rd, 1995.
That is correct.
And that's this photograph that has been marked as Exhibit 197.
That is correct.
And the handwriting on the back there says 7385, found 7385 in truck. That's, whose handwriting is that?
It appears to be Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And over the years, as you responded to these complaints about the photos in particular, was it predominantly photos that Mark Jensen had recovered or photographs that Julie had found?
They were basically, what Julia told me is that her husband had found photographs around the residence, being outside, near the garage, the front door, on the deck, and even in our shed in the backyard. Julie Jensen had told me that her husband had found them. I don't recall her ever telling me that she had found them.
And as far as these harassing phone calls, were they all hang-up phone calls, or did she complain about any other types of phone calls?
To her, they were all basically just hang-up calls, or someone would not say anything. There would not be any noise in the background. There wouldn't be any other heavy breathing or anything like that. At times, they were just hang-up or dead space, and she would hang up on them.
That's when she answered the phone. Did she ever complain of any instances where her husband answered the phone and complained that he's speaking?
She had advised me that Mark, or her husband, had received calls at work where he had discussions with a particular person with whom they did not know who it was.
Now, at the outset of these harassing phone call activities and harassing activities, you had told Julie to keep a log?
Yes, I did.
And did she keep that log?
Yes, she did.
Did she show you that log from time to time?
No, she did not.
I think further go.
Any question?
In terms of who found the photographs, that's information you received from Julie, correct?
Correct.
In terms of what happened when she answered telephone calls, that is information you received from Julie, correct?
That is correct.
And she was keeping tabs not just on hang-up calls, but anytime somebody had a wrong number, right? That would be something else you keep track of?
I found it out afterwards, yes.
She kept track of any phone call that wasn't obviously for one of the Jensens, basically, right?
That is correct.
Those hang-up calls happened at all times of the day?
Mostly during the day when she was home alone.
They happened at all times of the day. She recorded hang-up calls, right?
Right.
That's all.
Any question?
Not further.
You may speak.
Are you moving 15 in?
I am.
Right, 15 will be received. All right, what's next for us?
So we call Dave Nearing to the stand.
What number is that? $52, thank you. All the way up here, sir. You just remain standing. Raise your right hand. So I swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, not but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to that microphone, the smaller one. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David, D-A-V-I-D, Nearing, N-E-H-R-I-N-G.
Thank you.
Mr. Nearing, do you know a person by the name of Mark Jensen?
I do.
Do you see him anywhere in this courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point to him, describe what he's wearing?
He's over there wearing the headphones.
I request the record show the witnesses identified the defendant.
All right, the witness has identified Mr. Jensen here in open court.
Can you tell the jury when and where you first met Mark Jensen?
I first met him around 1990 or 1991 when I worked at Prudential Base Securities in Milwaukee, and Mark had joined the company around that time.
So when did you first start working for Prudential Bach?
I believe 1987.
So by the time Mark Jensen had joined in 1990 or 91, you'd been there for 4 years or so?
That's correct.
And after Mark Jensen joined the firm, did you and he become better acquainted?
Yes, we did. We became friends.
How often would you speak to him on a daily or weekly basis?
Both, many times daily and all week long.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
It was good.
So was it a friendship or a business relationship or both?
No, it was a friendship. I got to know his wife and son, and we did things socially.
Do you remember a time in 90 or 91, shortly after Mark Jensen joined Prudential back, walking into his office and finding something on the desk?
I do.
Tell the jury about that.
It was a smaller 8x10, 8x12 stenographer's notebook. And inside of it, the entire thing was sketches of penises.
Judge, I move to strike as irrelevant.
What's the relevance, Mr. Jambus?
Well, Your Honor, the defendant's preoccupation with penises is going to be central to a good portion of the other evidence in this case. It was the defendant, there's going to be testimony that there were 2,200 penis photos found on Mark Jensen's office computer. And many of these photos were of the sort that were being left around the residence from 91 through 98. And a point of contention is that the defense is saying that it wasn't Mark Jensen that was leaving them there. And the state has clear evidence that it was Mark Jensen that produced them and left them around there. And this evidence here further reflects the defendant's preoccupation with penises. Furthermore, there's going to be testimony from from Kelly. Well, her name was Kelly Labonte, then Kelly Greenman, then Kelly Labonte again, then Kelly Jensen, in which she also testifies about Mark Jensen examining her in great detail about each and every penis she'd ever seen.
To this all being brought out in front of the jury. My objection was relevancy. I'm not asking about what every other witness for the rest of the trial is going to say. The relevancy objection is this witness talked about sketches versus photos. I don't understand the relevancy of something that happened from 1990 or 1991 as it relates to
Well, going back, folks, but I apologize for your early break here. All right, the jury is outside the courtroom. Ms. Krause, you indicated you object to what was said in front. I don't know what the lawyers are going to say, so I wish I could.
I understand that, but my objection was not a
I know,
speaking
so
objection.
you can continue. Go ahead.
Judge, I guess my concern is this. According to what I've heard this morning, and this is the first time the defense has been notified that Mr. Nearing was going to say this, was this morning. And allegedly this book that was found was like handwritten drawings of penis pictures. There's nothing in the rest of this trial that indicates that there is anything that matches these handwritten drawings to photographs of someone having sex or performing oral sex. So I just don't see the relevancy of something that happened in 1991 with handwritten drawings if it actually happened.
Well, if Mr. Jamboys can tie it up, I think it's relevant to the photos. I don't know if he can tie it up, and that the only way we're going to find out is through this witness now. So,
Well, through this witness, Your Honor, and other witnesses, and just, it should hardly come as a surprise that we're going to be talking about penises in this trial. That in Jensen 2, the Court of
we are
Appeals-
Jensen 3 for the record, right?
I know we're on Jensen 3, but if you go back and read Jensen 2, the Court of Appeals decision, the word penis appeared 115 times in that decision. I'm pretty sure that set a new record for Court of Appeals decisions in the state of Wisconsin. Mr. Jensen's preoccupation with penises is a major part of the state's case. It demonstrates why the defendant was so upset about this one affair that Julie had with this Perry Tarika, that it occupied him throughout the course of his entire relationship with her. And Mr. Nearing will testify that he never forgot about it. It's something that bothered him throughout the entire time that he knew Mark Jensen, and it ate away at him. We just had testimony the other day from Ed Klug, in which Ed Klug testifies about there being penis drawings at this drunken party at the Marriott Hotel on November 5th, 6th, or 7th of 1998. Kelly Labonte, or I don't know what her last name is right now, but when she testifies later today, she's going to testify about Mark Jensen examining her about the size, shape, and circumference of every penis she'd ever seen. And we have his notes that he took during that conversation, and they're going to be introduced into evidence. And those are also penis drawings that Mark Jensen did, that he produced. So Mark Jensen's very bizarre, strange, unusual preoccupation with penises and penis drawings is very much a part of the state's case. And it does tend, and then along with his 2,200 penis photos that were in his office computer, it will afford the jury the opportunity to draw the most very reasonable inference that it was Mark Jensen was the source of these photos that are being left around the residence. We're also going to hear testimony about Mark Jensen assuming the identity of other people while on the internet. So he did this with, there's going to be testimony about that when Jason Ruff testifies. He's the computer expert, where Mark Jensen manufactured an email with a bunch of penis photos attached to it and made it look like it came from Turtle to Julie Jensen, when actually the evidence will show that Mark Jensen manufactured it, created it, sent it to himself, then deleted his name from the from folder and from the to section, replacing them with Turtle and Julie Jensen respectively. There's going to be testimony about how when he was working at Stifel Nicholas, and Mark Jensen was the office manager at Stifel Nicholas, or the senior vice president at Stifel Nicholas in the Racine office, that he was sending emails to Barry Peterson using the moniker, quote, warm Irish eyes, unquote. So he as though Barry Peterson was receiving these emails on this dating app, and it looked like it was coming from a person named Warm Irish Eyes. And these emails also contained penis photos and questions like, is yours as big as this, or things of that sort. It just shows a very strange, bizarre preoccupation with penises. And that's very much a central part of the state's case, especially with regard to other X evidence.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it goes to whether or not Mr. Jensen committed a first-degree intentional homicide. That's the argument that I'm making. I understand that the court is saying that there might be a link up. I guess my concern is if there's no link up, it's already out.
Well, I think it's relevant, and I'm only going to say it once. I think there's so much penis evidence in this case. It's already been directed through the video. There's already been pictures. And I did read Jensen too, and the Court of Appeals mentioned it numerous times, more than any other case I've ever seen. And I think the issue is the weight of the evidence, and that's something for the jury. And the defense is free to argue that later. And let the jury decide whether this evidence has any bearing here. But I think it's an issue that's been presented now by the state, and I will allow it. So let's bring back the jury, and we will continue.
Judge, if we're going to have further,
Hang on.
if we're going to have further arguments in front of the jury about other witnesses' testimony, I would ask that that be outside the presence of the jury.
I
that
agree
that
with
is
you,
not-
but I didn't know
Yeah, I-
what Mr. Jamwis was going to say.
I would say this, that the kind of, when you raise an objection on relevancy, it's kind of an invited response that the prosecutor is going to explain why it's relevant. So I suppose you could ask for a sidebar, but if you're going to object on relevance grounds, then are we going to immediately break? Because I was just responding to the objection.
I think that if we're going to go into what other witnesses are going to testify, then the prosecution should have asked for a sidebar. My objection was simple. I did not go into it more because I didn't think I should do that in front of the jury.
I agree. And I'll, if it's relevance, I'll let you know whether I'm going to sustain it right away or we need more argument. So we're all on the same page. Okay? All right, bring the jury back. You can have a seat.
All right, back to testimony, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like the streams wherever you're watching from, and please, please, please share them out. I know a lot of you are in different trial groups. If you're allowed to share streams over there, share them out, please. That would be super helpful. And we are going to watch testimony from Kelly Labonte today, which is kind of cool because we played her 2008 testimony yesterday. A lot of us were losing our minds over it because it was kind of gross. See if they behave the same way today. We did post a lot of like these documents that they're talking about from the appellate courts and Supreme Court and all of that. You can read those on the Facebook page, NSM News Updates. We posted them up there. And we found out through the end of Ron Kosman's testimony, he is deceased now, but more evidence that they lost during this investigation. We're finding that out a lot through this retrial. Investigation that wasn't properly conducted and evidence being lost. So not only photos, but also...
All right, have a seat, folks.
The original
Thank you for your
pathology
patience,
reports.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're going to continue. The objection's been overruled, so Mr. Jamboys, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Nearing, can you please tell the jury what you found when you walked into Mr. Jensen's office that one day when Mr. Jensen was not in there?
Yeah, there was a 6x8, 8x10 stenographer's notebook, and it was filled with sketches of penises. Each page had a different illustration.
And do you remember any notes or notations or anything about the penis photos? Or
Not that I
penis
recall, it was
drawings?
just sketches.
And do you have an estimate about how many there were? How many different penis?
The notebook seemed to be filled with them.
And this was within the first year or two that after you'd met Mark Jensen?
Yeah, first year or two.
Did you and he ever discuss that notebook?
No,
Do you remember why you'd gone into his office that day?
I do not.
You weren't in there to snoop around, though. You'd just gone in there for some reason. You just don't remember what it was?
No, I don't recall, but no.
So you indicated that as you were first getting to know Mark Jensen, you and he would socialize together?
Yes,
Did your families also socialize together?
yes.
What were the kind of things that you and your family would do with him and his family?
Well, in the winter, we'd go up to Door County for a weekend for cross-country skiing. We'd also take weekends for bicycle trips with both families. And, of course, we'd have dinner at one another's homes over the years as well.
So over the course of the years, you not only got to know Mark Jensen, you also got to know his wife, Julie?
That's correct.
What was your impression of Julie as a mother and as a person?
Great on both accounts. She was a caring and loving mother, and she came across that way in every situation.
Now, at some point in 1998, you left Prudential Beck and you joined Stifel Nicholas. Can you tell us about that?
That's correct. A couple of the top people at repeat your question, please.
So at some point in 1998, you left Prudential Beck and you joined Stifel Nicholas. Is that true?
No. I went from Beige to Robert Baird.
Oh, okay. So, and then when did you go from Begg to Robert Baird?
How long?
Yeah, how long? When was it that you went from Prudential back to Robert Baird?
Yeah, I think it was around from 87 to 92, 93 that I was at Prudential Beige. And then I went to Baird. And then from 92, 93 to 98, I was at Baird. And after 1998, we opened the Stifel Nicholas office in Racine.
So when you left Prudential Beck to go to Robert Baird, did Mark Jensen go with you?
Yeah, not to the same office, but we went at more or less the same time.
To the same company?
That's correct.
And which office did you go to?
I stayed in downtown Milwaukee, and Mark went to Kenosha.
Did you continue to talk to Mark Jensen on a regular basis between 1992 and 1998?
Most likely every day.
So even though your offices were in different cities, you would still talk to each other regularly?
Absolutely.
And then in 1998, at some point, you left Robert Baird and you went to Stifel Nicholas. Is that true?
That's correct.
And did Mark Jensen leave Robert Baird and go to Stifel Nicholas at the same time?
Yes.
And did that alter your office situation?
Pardon me?
Did that alter your office situation?
In what way?
Well, when you were with Robert Baird from 1992 to 1998, where was your office?
In Milwaukee.
And when you were with Stifel Nicholas from 1998 onward, where was your office?
In Racine.
Okay, so do you remember when it was in 1998 that you left Robert Baird and went to Stifel Nicholas?
Do I remember when it was?
Yes.
Yes, as in the summer, June or July.
And when you left your Robert Baird and you went to Stifel Nicholas, then you also moved your office?
That's correct.
And your office was moved to the Racine office?
That's correct.
And Who else was in the Racine office with you? What other brokers were in the Racine office with you in 1990, in June of 1998 when you moved there?
I believe when we opened the office, Barry Peterson was there. And I think that's all at the time we opened the office.
Well, you were there. Was Mark Jensen there?
Well, of course.
So it was you, Barry Peterson, and Mark Jensen that were in that office?
I believe so.
And do you remember when you moved from Robert Baird to Stifel Nicholas, did you meet anybody from St. Louis, from the St. Louis office of Stifel Nicholas?
Yes, there were people, I'm not sure how many, that came from St. Louis to help us open up the office.
Was one of those persons a woman by the name of Kelly Labonte?
Yes.
So you met Kelly Labonte when you opened your Racine office?
That's correct.
Now, at some point, did you notice anything about Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte?
Yeah, they got rather close.
What do you mean by that?
A personal relationship, if you will.
What evidence, what information did you see, or what was it that Mark Jensen said or did that caused you to believe that he was developing a relationship with Kelly Labonte?
He talked about it. He talked about her. He talked about his interest.
What did he tell you about his interest in Kelly Labonte?
Just in talking about it, you could tell it was sincere. And
well, was it a romantic interest or was it a platonic interest?
no, it became romantic, and I don't know exactly when that occurred.
Did you and Mark Jensen ever talk about the impact this might have on his marriage?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about the conversation that you can recall having between you and Mark Jensen concerning the impact this affair could have on his marriage.
We talked about it, and he had mentioned that he was going to see her on weekends and such. And I just suggested to him that it wasn't a good idea. And part of the conversation was always the hurt and anger that he felt over the affair that his wife had had years earlier. And in a way, he was trying to use that as a justification for what he was doing. And I strongly suggested to him that it wasn't a good idea.
Did you ever discuss with him the issues pertaining to child custody and what would happen if one spouse moved away with the children?
Yes, we did. He was well aware that he could lose custody of the kids, or that he'd have to divide all of his assets in half.
And how did he respond? How did he address that with you, if you can recall?
Well, there wasn't any way to really finalize that discussion. It was just something that was talked about.
Now, throughout the time that you knew Mark Jensen, from 90 or 91 onward, how would you describe his computer skills?
He was very familiar. He had a lot of interesting software, and he was very comfortable with and interested in computers.
You knew how to use a computer too, didn't you?
Pardon me?
You knew how to use a computer as well, didn't you?
Not as well. I didn't know how to use a computer and things like that, but Mark was always a step or two ahead.
Whenever you'd have a problem with the computers, would you talk to Mark about it?
With certain business-related software, we talked about it, yes.
And Mark seemed to know the answer.
Mark had the answers because it was Mark's software.
Now, at some point, about the time you were having these conversations with Mark about the pitfalls of divorce, did he start talking to you about Julie's conditions?
Yes, he did.
And what was he telling you about Julie's condition?
A lot of things. He said that she was depressed, that she didn't want to do anything, that she was losing weight. He said that I wouldn't recognize her if I saw her. She had lost so much weight.
So when you heard him talking about Julie in this fashion, were you concerned about Julie?
Yes, of course.
So what, if anything, did you do in response to your concern about Julie?
We had not seen them together in a long time because of the ongoing relationship that was developing with Kelly Labonte. So I talked to my wife about it and asked her if she'd give Julie a call and take her out to lunch and maybe cheer her up.
You remember about when that conversation occurred between you and your wife?
I believe it was a week or two before she passed.
And do you know if your wife was ever able to get a hold of Julie?
Oh, yes, she was.
And did she have lunch with Julie?
Yes, she did.
And after your wife had her lunch with Julie, did she relate to you what her perceptions of Julie?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I didn't ask them what they were. I
You're
just
getting
asked,
really close, so.
yeah, I wasn't going to go there, Judge, because
I
Sharon's the next
understand, but
witness.
you're really close. You're right on the cliff there. So let's ask another question.
Now, during this time that Mark was telling you about Julie's condition, did you ever make any observations of things that he was doing on his computer?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He frequently was on the computer searching for what he told me were drug interactions. He was trying to figure out why her behavior, her demeanor had changed so much and why her health was deteriorating. And so
That's what he was telling you. He told you that he was doing that. He told you he was looking for drug interactions, and that was the reason he gave you for looking for drug interactions.
that's correct.
Leading.
Could you just rephrase the question, Mr. Chairman?
So the only thing you know about why Mark Jensen was looking at these things is what Mark Jensen told you, correct?
That's correct.
So quite aside from what Mark Jensen told you about why he was looking at these things, what were the things that you saw on the internet, on his computer when you walk into his office?
I never really saw anything on the computer. I'd wander into his office. We were close together. We were good friends. I'd maybe sit in a chair across from him, and he'd be working away, and I'd ask him what he was doing, and that was the response I would get, that he was looking for drug interactions.
So how often would you walk into his office and see or hear about him looking at drug interactions on the computer?
As I think back, it was very, very frequently. It was both before her death and after her death.
Now, switching gears to December 3rd, 1998. Were you in the office on December 3rd, 1998?
Yes.
And how big an office was this? How many people altogether were in the office? If you add in all the brokers and all the support personnel, how many people were in the office?
I don't know exactly how many were in there at that time. We had people that would join us and people that would leave, but roughly a half dozen.
So it was a relatively small office.
It was a small office, that's correct.
And on December 3rd, 1998, do you remember Mark Jensen coming into the office on December 3rd, 1998?
I do not.
You didn't see him on December 3rd, 1998?
That's correct.
On the morning of December 4th, 1998, do you recall having a conversation with Mark Jensen?
Yes, Mark called me and told me that Julie had passed.
Did he indicate to you whether he'd be in the office on December 4th?
Pardon me?
Did he indicate to you whether or not he would be in the office on December 4th?
I don't believe so.
At some point after Julie's death, do you remember having a conversation with Mark Jensen about whether or not Kelly Labonte should be at Julie's wake or at her funeral or come into his residence?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
Again, we'd have frequent conversations every day, and he brought up the issue of whether or not it would be appropriate for Kelly to be at the wake. And I don't know if it was the same conversation, but shortly thereabouts, he asked if what my thoughts were if Julie were to move into his home.
Julie or Kelly?
Pardon me, Kelly.
So this was within a matter of days of Julie's death?
That's correct.
And he was asking you about whether his girlfriend should come to his wife's wake and funeral?
That's correct.
And what advice did you give him?
I said it was not a good idea.
And this conversation about whether or not Kelly should move into his residence, he should have Kelly move into this residence, how much time elapsed between Julie's death and this conversation that you have with Mark Jensen about Kelly moving into his residence?
I can't recall exactly, but it was in very short order. It wasn't long.
More than a week or less than a week?
I can't recall, but maybe a week or two at the most, I would think.
And when he was asking you about whether or not you thought it advisable for Kelly to move into his residence, what was your advice at that time?
Rather low key, but just that it was not a good idea.
Now, you indicated there was a person in your office by the name Barry Peterson. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did Mark ever have any conversation with you about spoofing Barry Peterson?
Yes, he did.
Tell the jury about that.
Barry was single at the time and apparently had been on a single dating site. And so Mark created a person that he called Warm Irish Eyes. It was supposedly a woman. And he responded to or started to come on to Barry Peterson as this woman named Warm Irish Eyes.
So Mark would tell you about this?
Yes, he did.
More than one occasion?
Yes.
And these emails that were being sent to Barry Peterson as though they were coming from Warm Irish Eyes, these were emails that were created by Mark Jensen. Is that true?
That's correct.
And did you learn what these emails were, what they contained, or any attachments to these emails?
He would have pictures of penises and would inquire to Barry Peterson whether or not he was that big or things of that nature.
And at the time Barry Peterson was receiving these emails, they appeared to be from Warm Irish Eyes.
Yes.
Not from Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
During the course of your employment at Stifel Nicholas, did you ever come to know a person by the name of Ed Klug?
Yes.
What can you tell us about Ed Klug?
Objection relevance. I don't know where this is going.
Overruled, go ahead.
What can you tell us about Ed Klug?
I believe Ed was a Robert Baird broker also, and I believe Mark recruited him to come and open an office in Appleton for Stifel Nicholas.
Do you remember after Julie's death ever having a conversation with Ed Klug about any conversations that Ed Klug and Mark Jensen had had before Julie's death?
I do.
So do you remember where that conversation occurred between you and Ed Klug?
I believe the first time it was on a plane. We had both been in Boston for a meeting, and on the way back, Ed told me that Mark said he was going to kill her.
Did Ed tell you where that conversation had occurred between him and Mark?
I believe he said it occurred in St. Louis.
So can you tell the jury in a brokerage firm, the sort that you had at Prudential Bach and Robert Baird and Stifel Nicholas, is there a process or a procedure regarding the opening of mail or taking of phone calls?
Yes, they're different as far as opening mail. The front office would receive the mail, and they would always open every piece. Even if it was marked personal, they'd open it to see what was in it. Most of the phone calls also went through the front office, but we did have direct lines, and so a person could contact us directly without going through the front office.
Now, from the time that you first met and worked with Mark Jensen right up through December 3rd, 1998, do you recall Mark Jensen ever complaining, or any member of the front desk ever complaining about receiving harassing phone calls or receiving explicit or pornographic photos at the office?
Repeat the question, please.
Did any support person, anybody that opens the mail, ever indicate to you that they'd received, or complained to Mark Jensen that they'd received or opened in the mail a packet containing pornographic photos?
No.
And something like that would stand out in your mind?
Yes.
So, starting with Prudential Bach, no such email, no such photos were in the mail at Prudential Bach or Robert Baird or at Stifel Nicholas at the office. Is that true?
Opened by the front office, that's correct.
And all of the mail was opened by the front office, isn't that true?
That's the policy.
At some point after Julie's death, do you recall having a conversation with Mark about, and Mark wanting to get his home computer back from the authorities?
I do.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
The conversation wasn't so much about wanting to get it back. It was a general conversation, and he had expressed concern previously too about them having his computer, and it was a home computer, but he used it for business at home as well, and he wanted to get it back. And on this particular day, it was a Friday afternoon, we were talking about it, and again, it was, they took my home computer, he'd like to have it back. And I mentioned to him that given that they had taken his computer and wouldn't give it back, I was surprised they hadn't come in and taken his office computer as well.
You had that conversation on a Friday afternoon?
That's correct.
And you recall having a conversation with Mark Jensen the next Monday morning?
Yeah, Monday morning, first thing, Mark told me his computer was fried. And
his work computer was fried?
His work computer, the computer in the office, said it was fried, and he'd have to call St. Louis and have them send him another.
Did Mark ever talk to you about possible ways in which one could fry the hard drive on a computer?
Yes, years earlier, and I don't remember when, but he had told me when he was working at Baird, there was an individual there that he didn't get along with, and so he took a large magnet and applied it to the hard drive, and the intent was to destroy the data on the hard drive.
Did Mark ever tell you or talk to you about what happened when he found Julie dead?
Yes.
What did he tell you? Well, specifically, did he tell you anything about what he did with the boys when he got home that day?
Yeah, he said it felt as though something wasn't right. And so I believe that he said he had the boys wait, and he went into the house and found that Julie had passed.
So normally he didn't have the children go in the house with him. He had them wait in the car.
Yeah, I would think normally. I don't know.
Objection leading.
Yeah,
That's not
I
what Mr. Nearing said.
Well,
Just go ahead, Mr. Chambers.
I don't want to tell you what Mr. Nearing, what Mark Jensen said to you. What did Mark Jensen actually say to you about the boys when he came home that day?
They'd asked him to wait behind while he went in to check on Mom.
And that's when, and what happened then after he had the boys wait in the car?
Objection. Move to strike. That's not what Mr. Nearing said.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Chambers.
Once again, please.
What? Just I don't want to put words in your mouth. So what is it that Mark Jensen told you about that? What he did with the boys when he got home that day?
Once more, Bob. I don't understand the question.
Mark Jensen talked to you about coming home that day, correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about what he did with the boys before he went into the house?
Oh, he didn't say specifically what he did with them. What I got out of the conversation, it was he went into the house to check on Julie before the boys did.
And did he tell you what he, if any, how he had what he did with the boys before he went into the house to check on Julie?
No.
Did he tell you he said that he felt that might be something wrong with Julie, and that's?
Well, that's correct. He said something didn't feel right. He thought something was amiss.
And so what did he, and he told you he went into the house, and did he tell you what he did with the boys at that point?
That's correct.
What did he do with the boys at that point?
Oh, I have no idea.
Did Mark ever tell you anything about Julie getting sick while he was at the Blueprint in November of 1998?
He did.
Tell the jury what he told you.
Again, I was getting the constant stories about how ill she was and how poorly she was doing, and he mentioned that she had thrown up while he was gone.
At the Blueprint?
While he was in St. Louis at the Blueprint, that's correct.
During the time that you knew Mark Jensen from 1990 or 91 through Julie's death in December of 1998, did you ever get the impression that Mark Jensen had ever come to terms with or forgiven Julie for that one affair that she'd had in early 90 or 91?
No, he was seriously hurt and angered. And from very early on, when I first met him, that came across right up until the very end. He never got over it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Who's doing the cross?
I am Jensen.
Go ahead.
Mr. Nearing, you said you worked with Mr. Jensen starting sometime in 1990 or 1991.
That's correct.
Do you remember what year it was? Whether it was 1990 or 1991?
Yes.
Which one was it?
Oh, I cannot remember. I started there in '87, and we were there a couple of years, before we left.
So you were working with Mark Jensen at that location a couple of years before you both separated and went to different offices for Baird.
That's correct.
So you had a lot of conversations with Mr. Jensen.
Many, many, many. Yes.
About work,
That's correct.
about families,
That's correct.
about children.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that during all of those conversations, you didn't write them down anywhere.
Not a word.
You weren't taking notes.
Not a word.
You weren't writing them in a journal.
No words in the journal.
You guys were friends. You were just talking.
That's correct.
You worked with Mark at Prudential, you said, for a couple of years. Can you tell us what Mr. Jensen's schedule was? What time he got in each day?
Mark was always a later starter, and he would stay longer. So his schedule, of course, was Monday through Friday. And while I might be there at 7 or 8, Mark might not get there until 9 or 10. And I might leave a little earlier. Mark might stay a little later.
So it'd be fair to say there was no time clock to punch into.
Never.
Mr. Jensen wouldn't come by your office and say, hey, just so you know, I'm here today.
No, he never came by and said, just so you know, I'm here today. But I would know he was there. His office was next to mine. We'd say hello.
Because you talk throughout the day.
That's correct.
So you would know that he would be at work.
That's correct.
And that was when you were working at Prudential.
That's correct.
Now, at some point, you separated and he went to Baird in Kenosha and you were at Baird in Milwaukee.
That's correct.
And during that time, you continued to talk to each other
Yes.
on the phone
Daily.
about work,
Mostly.
about family,
That's correct.
because your families actually got together.
That's correct.
I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit about this time when you were at Baird. When Mr. Jensen was at Baird in Kenosha and you were at Baird in Milwaukee, you would have no information about phone calls he may have received.
I would have no firsthand information. That's correct.
You wouldn't have been talking to the front office staff of the Baird in Kenosha.
Yeah, no, I would not.
You wouldn't be asking them what mail they had opened.
That's correct.
You wouldn't have been asking them about what phone calls they had received.
Correct.
That wasn't your office staff.
That's correct.
Your office staff was actually in Milwaukee.
That's correct.
And that was from sometime 1993 to 1998.
That's correct.
Now, you talked a little bit about these computer searches that you say Mr. Jensen conducted, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't see him conduct any searches.
I didn't see the screen, but I saw him conducting the searches.
What you mean by seeing him conducting the searches, you saw his fingers typing on a keyboard.
No, what I mean is he told me that's what he was doing.
I understand what he told you, sir. I'm asking what you actually saw, though. What you saw was his fingers typing on a keyboard.
That's correct.
You didn't actually see the screen.
That's correct.
So I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Jensen's office in Baird in 1998. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you walked in the door, there was like a U-shaped desk that you would see in front of you.
At Baird and Kenosha?
No, at Stifel in 1998.
Please repeat the description.
Thank you. When you walked in the door of the office, there was like a U-shaped desk that you would see as you were walking in.
Yes.
And there would be a monitor on one corner of the desk. Is that a yes?
Correct. Yes.
And there would be a monitor on a second corner.
Yes.
He actually had two monitors.
Yes. For
And
two
it'd be-
people.
Thank you. And it would be fair to say that as you walked in the door, you could see the monitors.
That's correct.
Now, you said that when you talked to Mr. Jensen, you actually sat across from his desk.
That's correct.
And it was when you were sitting across from his desk that you couldn't see the monitors.
I'd sit across from him, or he had a credenza. There was the desk in front, and then chairs directly opposite. And off to the side was a long credenza, maybe 6 or 8 feet long. So a lot of times I'd wander in, as Mark did in my office, and stop next to his desk, beside it, and lean onto the credenza. So it was both, sitting across from him and sitting right next to him, standing right next to him, leaning up against the credenza.
So what I asked, though, is when you were sitting across from him at those chairs, you couldn't see the monitors.
No, I never saw the monitor on any of the searches.
So as he was doing all of these searches that he was telling you about drug interactions, you never looked at the monitor.
That's correct.
And what he said to you was that he was concerned about Julie's change in behavior. Correct?
Yes.
And he was concerned, and he expressed that concern to you.
Yes, he did.
And he was concerned because she wasn't eating the same.
That's what he said.
And he was concerned, and what he said to you was that she was losing weight
That's correct.
and that she would lock herself in the bedroom.
I don't think I said that yet, but he did.
He told you that.
Yes.
An additional concern he expressed to you was that she didn't want to do anything.
That's correct.
And she seemed depressed.
Pardon me?
And that she seemed depressed.
That's correct.
Now, in 1998, you and Mr. Jensen had been friends for 7 years.
Okay.
Is
Sounds
that fair
about
to
right.
say?
That's correct.
That's what you testified to. I'm just putting.
Yeah, I
that
don't have,
number
I didn't
on.
have a number, but you're right. You did that math.
And during that time, you talked about a lot of things,
We did.
personal things,
Sometimes.
including Julie Jensen's affair
Yes,
and how that hurt Mr. Jensen
that's correct.
and how he was upset about it.
Yes.
I think your testimony was he was angry about it.
And I said hurt, very hurt and angry.
And he confided in you about those things.
Yes.
And when he was talking about his wife in 1998, he was confiding in you about what he saw.
That's correct.
So when Mr. Jensen talked to you about looking up drug interactions, I think you said he did it both before Ms. Jensen's passing and after her passing.
That's correct.
And that was on the work computer.
That's correct.
And did he talk to you about the prescription medication she had been prescribed by a doctor?
Specific ones?
Yes.
Not that I ever recall.
Did he talk to you about his concern about her taking an unusual amount of aspirin?
No.
Did he talk to you at all about antidepressants?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about these computers.
Okay.
You just told this jury that you had a conversation with Mr. Jensen at some point about both his home and work computers.
Yes,
And I think you said it was on a Friday.
that's correct.
What day was that?
I have no idea.
What month was that?
I do not remember.
What year was that?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And at that time, Mr. Jensen had, when he worked at Stifel, he had actually 2 computers in his office
Yeah, he had a personal computer and a company computer.
and used his personal and company computer for work.
That's correct.
And he had those computers through the time that he was arrested in this case.
Yes,
And you actually had information that his work computer had been sent to St. Louis.
you've kind of jumped ahead on the timeline.
I have jumped ahead on the timeline. That's fair. So when you spoke to Mr. Jensen about this damage to his work computer, he advised you that he had sent it to St. Louis.
That's correct.
And it's fair to say that working for a stock brokerage firm, there's certain protocols you have to follow.
There are departments that take care of different things. That's correct.
And because you're dealing with stocks and trading and people's personal information and money, there's specific protocols you have to follow.
Yes,
And that's why people at the front desk open the mail,
yes,
because you need to make sure that you're following whatever protocols have been set by the company.
that's correct.
And the main location for most of the departments for Stifel Nicholas, am I saying that right, sir?
Yes,
Is in St. Louis.
that's the home office.
So that's where a lot of the things happen, is at the home office.
That's correct. We're just a small branch.
In fact, you said you had like a half a dozen people working there.
That's right.
So if something was to happen with a work computer, it would be sent to St. Louis.
Right. Any kind of issues that we would have like that were resolved
By St. Louis.
by St. Louis.
Do you remember in 2002, everyone in Stifel Nicholas getting brand new work computers?
I don't remember the year, but there was a time when everybody got an update. That's correct.
Another thing that the home office can do is conduct audits on computers.
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about the fact that they can remotely access your computer and see what you're doing?
I assumed as much, but back then, I'm not so sure. In fact, I would say no, I didn't think that was occurring.
Sir, you testified previously in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was in January of 2008.
You have to help me with the date. I do not remember when it was.
Do you remember it being early January 2008?
If you say so, I do not remember.
That's fair. You were asked on page 82, line 21, and on occasion will conduct audits, correct? And your answer was yes.
I'm not sure of the context. The branch would be audited. People would come in and they'd go through stuff. Your earlier question was about, did I think they could see everything we were doing on our computers? And I believe those are two different issues.
January, he testified January 8th.
That's fair. I didn't ask him. I said
Misunderstood.
he didn't know the exact date.
Okay.
So you knew that they did conduct audits, though, of computers and other business activity.
They would come in and make sure records were kept properly, that people were not gaining access to records that they shouldn't gain access to, and things of that nature. I don't believe they would have ever looked at individual computers or how they were used or what was on them. Back then, it was kind of in the early stages, and we didn't have the oversight that we had today or at the end.
Sure, sir. On page 117, I don't know what line, 25, 24, 23, 22.
Page 117.
19, 118, 17, 16. Line 16. When asked about system checks from the home office, you received a question. Did that ever happen to your knowledge in your office? Answer. You mean a system check on computers? Question. Mm-hmm. Answer. A system check by the home office? Question. Yes. Answer. They routinely monitor various things.
I guess I would stand by what I said today, as opposed to
2008, which
I'm not sure what I was thinking then or what I meant.
That's fair, sir. Do you still work for Stifel Nicholas?
No, I retired 9 years ago.
So you haven't had any system checks done on your computer in the last 9 years?
Well, nowadays you never know.
After Julie Jensen passed away, you spoke to law enforcement.
That's correct.
And that wasn't actually until 2003? Does that sound right?
Again, as I reread my testimony from the last trial, I couldn't get my head around the dates. So if that's when I saw them or that's when I contacted them, that's correct. But I can't sit here and tell you it was in 2003 in this month. I just don't, it's just not in my head.
That sounds wrong because it is wrong. It was March 22nd, 2002.
Okay, yeah, whenever it was, I don't remember.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 1998.
I did not.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 1999.
No, I did not.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 2000.
No, I believe the first contact was after Mark was arrested. I think I contacted Paul Ratzberg, Detective Ratzberg.
And Mr. Jensen was arrested in 2002.
Okay.
And that's when you then contacted
I
Detective Ratzberg.
contacted him.
And he wanted to talk to you about what you knew about the Jensens
That's correct.
and what you knew about Mark Jensen,
That's correct.
because you had worked for him so long.
That's correct.
You had had hundreds of conversations.
Yes.
You guys were friends.
Yes.
He had confided in you.
Yes.
And Detective Ratzberg wanted that information.
Yes.
He asked you questions,
He did.
and you answered those questions,
That's correct.
and you answered those questions truthfully.
That's correct.
And as Detective Ratzberg was asking you questions and you were answering those questions truthfully, Detective Ratzberg was taking notes,
That's correct.
notes on what you said.
That's correct.
And if he was concerned about something you said or unclear, he would ask you to clarify it.
Yes.
After you spoke to Detective Ratzberg, you wrote a written statement.
Okay.
Do you remember writing out a statement after you talked to Detective Ratzberg?
I can't remember if I wrote them or if he wrote them and I signed them, but
Let's find out.
things were put in writing.
Madam Clerk, can I have an exhibit sticker? Mr. Herring, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Looks like a report with my initials at the bottom.
So since I don't know your handwriting or Detective Ratzberg, is that your handwriting or Detective Ratzberg?
I don't write in cursive. I print, and this is printed, but I'm not sure it's my handwriting. It is my initials at the bottom.
At the bottom of each page, there's actually a spot where you initial.
That's correct.
And that would have been after reviewing and or writing this statement.
That's correct. Yeah, is there a date on this? Well, too. Okay.
And as you and I just both found, it was March 22nd.
Okay.
Now, sir, you also testified previously in this case,
Yes,
2 times.
if you say so.
I do say so. Do you remember testifying 2 times?
There's a lot of it I don't remember. So
A lot you just can't remember.
that's correct.
One of the times was on August 28th of 2007, and the other ones were, which we just talked about, was January 9th to January 10th of 2008.
Okay.
And when you testified on those days, you actually took the stand, correct?
I remember doing that.
Much like you are doing it today.
That's correct.
You raised your right hand,
Yes, I did.
you swore to tell the truth,
Yes,
and you told the truth.
that's correct.
You were asked questions by Attorney Jamboys,
That's correct.
and you answered those questions.
I did.
You were also asked questions by defense counsel,
I
not
did.
me,
I did. Or yes, I answered them.
and you answered them truthfully.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you just said today for the first time.
Okay.
You testified today that in 1990 or 1991, you walked into Mark Jensen's office and flipped through a journal,
Hey, what?
like a stenographer notepad, I think you said.
That's correct.
So I want to make sure I understand what happened on that day.
Okay.
You go to Mark Jensen's office.
Mm-hmm.
He's not there.
That's correct.
And he's not someone you've known for a long time at that point.
That's correct.
It's when you worked at Prudential.
That's correct.
And he's not there. So instead of walking out of the office, you go inside the office.
That's correct.
And you look around.
No.
You don't look around. You don't see a notebook?
And I knew you would ask me why I was there.
So my question is did you see a notebook?
I saw a notebook.
And after you saw that notebook, you opened that notebook.
That's correct.
And your testimony today is in a coworker's office that wasn't present, you started to flip through his notebook.
That's correct.
You never told Detective Ratzberger that.
I believe I did.
You believe you told Detective Ratzberg that you saw this notebook?
Absolutely.
Sir, I'm going to show you Exhibit 16, which is your statement. Can you please take the time to review this and stop when you get to the part that you found a notebook of penis sketches?
I do believe I reviewed this, a copy of it that was texted to me, and you're right, it isn't in there, but I know that I told him.
Objection, Your Honor. The counsel is interrupting the witness while he's answering. She's got to wait for him to finish answering the question before she starts speaking.
Give him a chance to finish. I understand. Give him a chance to finish.
And sir, you also had a chance, I think you testified to review the transcripts of your testimony from the last trials.
I did.
You didn't testify to this notebook of penis sketches then either, did you?
I don't think so.
I want to ask you a few questions about this Barry Peterson spoofing email that you testified about.
Okay.
You testified that Mr. Jensen advised you that he created an email to spoof a coworker.
That's accurate.
And was this when you guys were at Stifel Nicholas
Yes.
in 1998?
This was more like 2001, 2002.
So at that point, who was the manager of the Stifel Nicholas office?
Mark was.
Mr. Jensen was the manager.
Mr. Jensen was.
And after Mr. Jensen told you that he spoofed an employee, you went to St. Louis? Did you tell them about what the manager of the office was doing to an employee?
Objection. There's two questions, and she didn't allow him to answer the first question
I
before.
think it's time for our morning break. That's what I think. So we'll continue, folks. Go in the back, relax.
All right, chat, we are going on a morning break. Of course, these Kenosha judges interrupt testimony right when it gets juicy. They always do that in Kenosha. So, put in the chat, put a number 1 if you think that Dave Nearing's testimony is credible. Put a 2 if you don't think he's credible. We are...
All right. Let's try to take 10 minutes if we can. Thank you.
We are seeing with a lot of these witnesses, and this is, a lot of argument that I'm getting into on Facebook in some of these groups I'm in, where people are saying, well, of course they don't remember. This is a decade later, memory's going to fade. And that's a valid argument, of course. My rebuttal is that, like we just heard with Dave Nearing, Julie died December of 1998. And if we are to believe Dave Nearing's testimony that Mark told him that he was planning to unalive Julie, when Julie died in 98, why does he not tell any law enforcement this? When he's questioned, finally, there's things that he doesn't tell law enforcement that he was allegedly concerned about in 1998. This is some of the issue I have with this case, chat. It's not that they're forgetting things decades and decades later. It's that they're just not telling anybody anything until conveniently 2002 he gets arrested and all these details start coming out in media news articles and in all of that. It makes the testimony suspicious. That's why you are seeing the defense go at their testimony so hard. It's not about what they didn't remember. It's about what they didn't actually say when the opportunity arose for them to say it. And then even in the 2007 bond forfeiture hearing, some of these witnesses are not even testifying to some of the details, from 1998. They're not even saying it in 2007. And then they finally start testifying to some of this stuff in 2008. So again, so many more details would have came out in 2007 for the bond forfeiture hearing, which is basically they conducted a mini trial to forfeit Jensen's bond. It's $500,000 bond at the time. So way more details would have came out in there that wouldn't have been reported with mainstream media. And then in 2008, they're testifying to a lot of this stuff. It does make it seem a little suspicious. And that's why I am kind of back and forth myself when it comes to some of the witnesses' testimonies. It's really, really interesting. Now, let me play this because this is some breaking news in regards to Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho murders. So they have found some of his social media posts that go back like a decade. Hopefully we don't get whacked playing this.
Well, good morning, Michael. These online posts appear to go back about a decade when Kohberger was a teenager. One of his former friends also providing some new insight this morning. This morning, newly uncovered social media posts painting a clearer picture of who Bryan Kohberger was as a teen, years before he was charged with killing 4 University of Idaho college students. The New York Times first reporting on posts believed to be written by Kohberger between 2009 and 2012, where he shared struggles with mental health and thoughts of suicide. Kohberger writing in 2011, "As I hug my family, I look into their faces, I see nothing. It is like I'm looking at a video game, but less." Kohberger also writing he experienced depression, a constant thought of suicide, crazy thoughts, and delusions of grandeur, saying, "I feel no emotion, and along with the depersonalization, I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse."
Bryan Kohberger was someone who was struggling a lot in his teenage years about, what was going on in his mind and trying to figure it out and how to resolve it.
Kohberger commiserating with other users about a neurological condition he says he suffered from called visual snow, where a person sees dots across their line of sight, similar to static on a television. Posting in 2010, "My mind is never not on visual snow. This whole thing has made me crazy. I feel like my life is pointless because people can think about times with parents, childhood memories, and be happy, and I won't be able to."
He's talking on one hand about the visual symptoms that he's dealing with, but at the same time, there really is a sense of desperation.
In 2012, in his account's final post on the forum, Kohberger writing he finally accepted his condition, saying, quote, "It doesn't scare me anymore." Kohberger graduating from high school and college, becoming a PhD student in criminal justice at Washington State University before he was taken into custody December 30th after a raid at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. Police claiming DNA found in the trash there tied him to the scene of the gruesome Idaho murders. Overnight, his former attorney in Pennsylvania, Jason Labar, telling ABC News he is still in touch with Kohberger's family and says his mother is still supportive of her son.
She would first and foremost put out her heartfelt sympathies for the 4 families. She prays for them every day and can't imagine the situation that they're in. But on the flip side of that, she's obviously supportive and she wants to see how the case unfolds for her son, really pressing the presumption of innocence to anyone that will listen.
Kohberger, charged with 4 counts of murder, has not entered.
All right, so that is the update. That is the update on Bryan Kohberger. It's breaking news this morning. Denise over on YouTube, what's going on? How you doing? Oh no, that's not good to hear. Not good to hear. Chat, make sure you guys like the stream. share it out for us. Just trying to get a bunch of people over here. Well, there's tons of different trials that are going on today. People are kind of scattered all over the place watching different trials. So we are on a court break currently, giving the jury a little bit of time to stretch. So during these breaks, these are great times to ask questions. We have been streaming so much of the 2008 trial, trying to provide you guys with a bunch of background, a lot of details, a lot of case history, a lot of historic moments. We're finding, testimony that is very contradictory in the retrial here. Finding out again today that more evidence in this case was lost. We saw the testimony of Ron Kosman from 2008 talking about these lewd images that Julie Jensen supposedly had given him. And there was only one photo that was found that took quite a while, sounded like several years, for them to actually find. And there was only one photo instead of multiple photos. That's the photo that we saw that the court accidentally put up on the screen that they definitely probably shouldn't have, because it was pretty lewd. We got a kick out of that over here on our stream. We obviously can't show that photo for legal reasons. So we are on break with the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. We did post up on our Facebook page. If you guys are not following over there, please do so. So we did post a lot of the court legal documents from the appellate court, the Supreme Court decision, all of that stuff. It's up on the Facebook page. You guys can read that. It is a lot to read, but it is pretty interesting. There's a lot of things. And like you heard DA Jamboy talk about this morning about the, we're going to say the peen word and the amount of times it was brought up, even in these appellate briefs. We've heard that word so much in this trial. Over the weekend, we did some marathon streams with the 2008 trial. We played jailhouse snitch testimony, quite a bit of it. We also kind of dedicated yesterday to female witnesses. So we saw some of Julie Jensen's book club members. We played a little bit of the forensic computer specialist. It was kind of making some of us nuts last night when we were playing that. It just sounded very kind of remedial and not so much as a forensic expert. But we played the 2008 testimony of Kelly Labonte, and it was juicy. It was super spicy, chat, super spicy. And at the end of it, Jamboy just lays into her, and really making her talk about these very intimate details, not only between her and Mark Jensen, but about previous boyfriends and spouses. A lot of sexual content that Jamboy was making her talk about that Bruce Schroeder allowed in the testimony. And even at one point, Schroeder was like, man, I think we need to chill out because we are doing nothing but embarrassing this witness. So it got pretty intense in that 2008 testimony. If you guys want to see that, it is up on the YouTube page. You can find that stream on our Mark Jensen trial playlist. But it was, guys, it was gross. It was really gross what they were doing to her. It was super disrespectful. And then, they dismissed the jury at one portion of that. They dismissed the jury so they could have legal arguments. And Kelly Labonte is still on the witness stand. and you have a bunch of men in court arguing about her, personal sexual life. And we're seeing that when it comes to females, even modern day, you have men deciding what females can and can't do, deciding what happens with decisions about their bodies. It's insane, chat. It's insane. But it was really gross, guys. It was really gross what they were doing to her in the 2008 trial. I honestly expect to see a lot of that today. She is expected to testify today. I know you guys have been waiting for that. So I'm really glad that we played the 2008 testimony yesterday, because that prepares us for today. So those that tuned in with us yesterday got to see that. So we'll see how the testimony goes today. So they are still on break, chat. I'm not ignoring the trial. So once they come back, we'll pop that up on the screen. We also in the stream, I wasn't going to play that right now because I didn't realize that they were going to be gone this long. I figured it was only a few minutes, but we did play on the stream yesterday the police walkthrough of the crime scene, where we got to see the inside of the Jensen residence. We got to see Julie laying in the bed. They recorded that on video. So viewer discretion advised on that. If you guys go back and watch that, we did play that at the start of today's stream as well. We played a bit of that until the court went live. So you can see that. I do plan on clipping that portion of our video, and we'll put that up on the YouTube channel. Again, you can find that in the Mark Jensen trial playlist. So probably sometime tonight, I have to download that video. It's going to take a couple hours to download, and then clip it, edit that portion, and get it up on the channel. So we'll have that. Let's just say the next 24 hours. All right, I just heard some noise here. We are coming back into court from their break. Here we go. Be sure on YouTube, hit the thumbs up on YouTube. Keep the chat going.
All right,
on
have a
YouTube.
seat, folks. We're back on the record on Mr. Jensen's case. The
And
appearances
share
are the
on
same.
Facebook chat. Share it all over the
Mr.
place.
Naring is still under oath, and we will continue with the cross-examination with that Attorney Krause. You could start.
Here we go.
Mr. Naring, I asked a really bad question when we ended there, so I'm going to rephrase it.
Okay.
In 1998, Mark Jensen was the manager of Stifel Nicholas.
Yes, he was.
And you had testified on direct about some spoofing of Barry Peterson.
Yes.
So he would be considered an employee of Mark Jensen, or
Pardon me?
someone he supervised.
Yes, he was the manager at the time.
So he supervised Barry Peterson.
That's correct.
He supervised you.
That's correct.
And at any point when Mark Jensen told you about the spoofing, did you contact St. Louis and advise them about what this manager was doing to someone he supervised?
No, I did not.
And when you talked to Detective Ratzberg, your testimony is you told him about the spoofing?
I know that I did.
And you never testified about any of this in your previous trial testimony.
I cannot remember, but if I didn't, I didn't.
You had a chance to review your previous testimony transcripts.
It was over 100 pages. If I didn't, I didn't.
Another conversation you talked to this jury about was a conversation that Mark Jensen had with you about, it sounded like divorce, right?
Okay,
It was after you learned about the affair with Kelly Labonte,
that's correct.
and you told him about possible ramifications.
We discussed them.
And what you told the jury today was that the possible ramifications you talked about was child custody and splitting assets.
Correct.
Now, you also testified again, January of 2008, and you were asked the question,
Counsel, what transcript?
Thank you.
Page number
It's page 15.
of the, of
I believe it's the first day. Let me just double check.
9. Can you know which
So it's
date? Because there were
the
two-
10th.
The 10th.
Mhm.
Okay. On what page are you on?
Well, I was on a page. Now I got to find it. What did I say? 15. Page 15. The fourth line.
Page 15, line 4.
And what exactly, and the question was, and what exactly did you tell him about the ramifications? And your answer was, we talked about custody of the kids, possibilities of one spouse moving away, and things like that. Next question. Did you tell him that it was a difficult position to be in terms of divorce? Yes. And I'm going to go down to the next question. Did you ever talk to him, or did he ever talk to you about the financial ramifications, like splitting money and the assets, splitting the assets? And your answer was no. I don't believe that was an issue for him. That was your testimony in 2008.
We discussed this topic on many occasions.
I understand that, sir. My question was, that was your testimony in 2008.
Okay.
No, you testified that you knew Mark and Julie Jensen
Yes, I
as
did.
friends.
Yes.
You knew Julie Jensen was from the Kenosha area?
I'm not sure I knew that.
Didn't know that she had lived there her entire life?
That's correct.
Or that her brother lived just a few miles away?
I knew family was in the area, but I didn't know she was born and raised there.
Another conversation you talked about and talked to this jury about was a conversation you had with Mark Jensen about Kelly Labonte after Miss Jensen's death. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that.
Okay.
Your testimony was that Mark Jensen asked 1 or 2 weeks after Julie Jensen passed if Kelly Labonte should move into the family home.
That's correct.
And you told him that wouldn't be a good idea.
Yes, I did.
You never told Detective Ratzberg about this conversation about Kelly Labonte.
I cannot remember.
In fact, he specifically asked you about Kelly Labonte and Mark Jensen's relationship with her. And in fact, when she moved to Kenosha, but at no point did you tell him that Mark Jensen asked if Kelly Labonte should move into the house 1 to 2 weeks after Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
Did you tell him that?
Gosh, there are so many facets to this case. I don't think I touched on absolutely everything every time I sat down to speak with him.
And you didn't testify to that last time in January of 2008,
Testified to what?
the 2 weeks after Julie Jensen's death
Oh,
conversation.
it was shortly after the death. That's correct.
But you didn't testify to it previously.
I can't remember what I testified to.
You read the transcript, sir.
It was over 100. It was over 100 pages. Yeah, I read it all, but just in one ear and out the other. There's so much.
You were aware that in January of 1999, Kelly Labonte was still married and living outside the state of Wisconsin.
I was.
So I want to go back to this friendship you had with the Jensens. I think you said it developed in 1990, 1991.
That's correct.
And you would do things as a family
That's correct.
with the Jensens family,
Yes.
cross-country skiing,
Yes.
camping,
Not camping, but bicycle trips, and
like glamping. Was that like Door County, or was that more
we stayed in
hotel?
hotels.
And when you stayed in these hotels, did you find babysitters for your children so you could go to strip clubs?
No, we did not.
That wasn't something your families did.
No.
And in 1990, when do you think the last trip you took to Door County was?
Sorry, I cannot help you with that. I don't know.
It wasn't until maybe July, August of 1998 that you stopped having these family trips together.
That's correct.
And that's because you found out about Mark's affair with Kelly Levante.
Yes,
And you didn't want to do things as a family.
that's correct.
And so between the time that you stopped doing anything with the Jensens and Miss Jensen's funeral, the only time you had any conversation the only time you had any conversation with Miss Jensen was sometime in October of 1998. I think you took a bike trip with your wife.
I do remember reading that. Oh, but that's correct. I didn't see much of her.
You might have remembered reading it. I'm asking if you actually remember it, though.
I remember it when I read it, but you know what? Prior to reading it, that
You
was
didn't
not a
remember.
part of my memory.
So sometime in October of 1998, you and your wife were on bikes
That's correct.
and you stopped by the Jensen home
Yes,
and you saw Julie Jensen
that's correct.
and you saw Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
And after that time, you didn't have any other conversation with Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
You didn't see Julie Jensen again
I did
after
not.
that. You didn't call her on the phone and say, hey, I hear you're a little down.
I did not. I never talked to her by myself.
You did know, because Mr. Jensen shared it with you, that Julie Jensen had this affair
Yes,
sometime in 1990, 1991.
that's correct.
And that she had filed for divorce.
Yes,
And at that time, David Jensen was a small child.
yes.
During the course of this friendship with Mr. Jensen, he did talk to you about concerns about the harassment of his wife and himself.
I couldn't hear all of that.
During the years that you were friends and co-workers with Mr. Jensen, he did talk to you about the harassment of himself and Julie Jensen.
Yes, he did.
He did talk to you about phone calls made to the Jensen home.
That's correct.
He also talked to you about photographs left at the Jensen home.
And on his work vehicles, that's correct.
So he told you about the photograph on his work vehicle.
That's correct.
And you said that this was a small office.
The Prudential Beige office was huge, and I believe there were pictures left. We had 80 brokers. There were pictures left at that time, I believe. But the Baird office obviously was small, and I didn't work there. The Stiefel office was very small, and I did work there.
So the Baird office that he was at, you were not at.
That's correct.
So, sorry. Although he had told you about it, you weren't there when he found them.
That's right.
Mr. Neering, you've been a stockbroker for a long time before you retired.
Yes,
It'd be fair to say that companies have specific symbols that they use, like McDonald's is MCD
yes.
and Citicorp is CCI.
I think it's just C, or it was 9 years ago.
It might have changed now.
You never know.
HD is Home Depot.
Correct.
WMT is Walmart.
Yes.
DE is Deere and Company.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Right. That's what my stepdad says. PDE is Pride Petroleum.
Yes.
And those are symbols that stockbrokers use when talking about companies.
Yeah, the prices show up on the tape that you see, the scroll. And when we want to look up information on our work computers, we use those symbols.
So if I put in Google, let's say GLM, it's going to come up with Global Marine.
Maybe not Google per se, but if it's a financial site, it would.
It might show me that there is something associated with that. I'd have to click on it to get what it was associated with.
Yeah.
And those are BBY is Best Buy.
Correct.
And those are pretty common symbols that stockbrokers know.
Yes.
Is there a security industry association for stockbrokers?
Yes.
And they sometimes have dinners or meetings?
I don't know what organization you're talking about in particular, but our company had dinners. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
I did not know that, but your company
Well,
had
like the
a-
blueprint you referenced.
so that would be some type of a meeting that would be had.
That's correct.
You testified on, when I was asking you some questions about schedules, that Mr. Jensen was kind of a later morning, later at night kind of worker. You were an early morning, leave at a normal time worker.
That's correct.
And that was pretty consistent over the years.
Yes.
It'd be fair to say you weren't checking him in and checking him out.
We all worked whenever we wanted to. That's correct.
If he was going to be late, he might call or he might not.
He would not call.
He would not call. You testified on direct that Mr. Jensen did not come into the office on December 2nd. Is it that you just didn't see him? I just want to clarify. You didn't see him or he didn't come in? Sorry,
you say
December
second?
3rd is what I meant. Thank
You
you.
had me confused there.
I was
That's
confused
correct.
too, sir.
That I didn't see him or he didn't come in. Are you asking if there's a difference there?
Yes.
I don't think he ever came in where I didn't see him. So, yeah, maybe he came in and I didn't see him, but his office is right by mine, and that wasn't the type of relationship we had in the office.
So it's possible he would have come in and you wouldn't have seen him. You might have been in a meeting.
It's not possible. Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
You might have been on the phone.
Okay.
I'm just asking, sir. Is it possible that you could have been on the phone at some point during the day?
And
and not-
therefore, I wouldn't have known that he arrived?
Correct.
That's not possible.
You did talk to Detective Ratzberger about whether Mr. Jensen came in on December 3rd.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
We talked about so many things. No, I don't remember speaking with him specifically about it.
Do you remember telling him that Mr. Jensen did call you and talk to you about whether he would be in?
On December 3rd?
Yes.
I do not recall that.
Do you remember telling him that Mark Jensen told you he would be in late or not at all?
I do not recall telling him that.
It'd also be fair to say that some stockbroker business happens outside of the office.
Yes, we see people outside of the office. That's correct.
You meet clients.
Right.
Go out for lunch.
Right.
Go out for dinners.
Yes.
Business is done at those points.
Yes.
You said you spoke to Mr. Jensen on December 4th,
The day after, that's correct.
and that's when he called to tell you that his wife had passed away.
That's correct.
And he told you he thought it was a drug interaction.
As I sit here, I don't remember what he told me, but he did tell me that she had passed, and I was blown away.
He told you that she had recently seen a doctor for depression
Yes.
and been prescribed medication.
Yes.
You were asked a couple questions about Ed Klug, another stockbroker at Stifel Nicholas.
Okay.
You weren't friends with Mr. Klug at the time that you were working at Stifel Nicholas.
Was I friends
In
with him?
1998. I should be more clear about the timing, sir.
No, I don't think I knew him before they opened the Appleton office.
And at some point, Mr. Jensen was charged with the crime in this case,
With what?
with first-degree intentional homicide. You know he was arrested and charged.
That's correct.
And at some point, you actually went and searched for Mr. Klug at a conference.
That's correct. Oh, correct.
And you were searching for Mr. Klug because you had heard rumors about what he had said. Mark Jensen told him.
That's correct.
And this was a conference that you both had attended.
Yes.
And that was in 2006.
Yes.
And he told you that at this Blueprint conference, they had both been drinking.
Yes.
And that's when they had this conversation that Mr. Klug says Mr. Jensen admitted that said something about killing his wife.
That's correct.
Do you remember testifying in 2007 that the conversation between Ed Klug and Mark Jensen, Ed Klug said it happened when opening the Appleton office?
Yeah, when I read the transcript review and I read that, I said I thought Ed Klug had told Mark in Appleton. That wasn't the way I remember it today. I remember Ed telling me that Mark told him that in St. Louis. So there's a discrepancy there. But
So in 2006, you spoke to Mr. Klug, right?
Yes.
At this conference
Yes,
about this conversation between him and Mr. Jensen.
that's correct.
And a year later, you testified at a hearing.
Yes,
And during that testimony, you said that the conversation happened when they were both in Appleton.
that's correct.
During the conversation, he also told you that other people were present when Ed Klug and Mark Jensen were speaking.
Excuse me, counsel, what page? Transcript here?
I'm cross-examining. I'm not on a transcript.
Well, you can't have a personal conversation between the lawyers here. I do have some job here.
I'm not quoting from a transcript, Judge.
All right. Ask a question.
Once again, please.
Oh, yes. I have to remember what the question was. During the conversation that Ed Klug had with Mark Jensen, that he then told you about, Ed Klug said there were other people present.
Okay, that's correct.
Now, 2006 wasn't the only time you talked to Ed Klug about this case.
Yeah, when I read the transcript, I couldn't believe how many times I saw Ed Klug.
You actually talked to him a lot after
It
2006.
appears that way, and I don't remember those conversations, but it appears that I did.
You talked to him after you testified in 2007.
Most likely. In fact, until I read the transcripts, and I'd completely forgotten about the airplane trip from Boston with Ed Klug completely. That was just gone from my mind. So, yeah, I talked to Ed a number of times.
And you talked to him after his testimony in 2007.
Probably, yes.
Just a few more questions, sir. I want to talk to you a little bit about the conversations you had with Mark Jensen in November of 1998, if you remember them. Okay?
Okay.
As a result of the conversation you had with Mr. Jensen, you asked your wife to go out to dinner with or lunch with Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
And she did that.
Yes, she did.
The conversation you had with Mr. Jensen is that Julie Jensen was crying regularly
Yes.
and that she was withdrawn.
That she was withdrawn, yes.
And he was concerned about that.
That's correct.
That she was locking herself in her room.
Yes.
That she was losing weight.
Yes.
And that she was miserable.
Yes.
He told you he wanted her to see a doctor.
Yes, he did.
She did not want to see a doctor.
That's correct.
He told you he was encouraging her to go to the doctor.
I think I testified last time that he said the only way he could get her to a doctor, and these are his words, was that if he duct taped her up and threw her in the car. So yeah, he wanted her to go. He said he wanted her to go.
And she didn't want to go.
Objection. Calls for speculation as to what she did or did not want to do.
Sustained.
Judge, it was only based upon his answer.
Said move on.
He told you that Julie was afraid of ending up like her mother.
Yes.
And you knew her mother had some medical issues?
Yeah, I believe it was alcoholism.
And Julie feared being hospitalized
I
like
don't know
her
if
mother.
she did, but that's what Mark said.
That's what Mark told you.
That's correct.
And that was in November of 1998.
Sounds right.
He also talked to you about her previous treatment for depression.
Perhaps.
You don't specifically remember.
I don't.
So you talked a little bit about this computer that Mr. Jensen said he tried to fry with a large magnet.
Yes.
You know that you can't fry a computer with a large magnet, correct?
I didn't say it. He said it. I don't know if you can or you can't. I've never tried it.
Okay. You also testified that Mr. Jensen was kind of the person you went to if you had issues with the computer software.
Yeah, not so much issues, but just in helping to use the various features.
And that was the software that was on the computer for your work.
No, it was a software that was on his personal computer.
Okay.
It was work-oriented.
It was work-oriented?
Yes.
And did you use that software?
Yeah, I had a laptop and used it as well.
It wasn't about like if your computer died, he would come in and fix it.
No. It was just about utilizing the software.
He wasn't the IT tech of Stifel Nicholas.
No, he was not.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, on cross, defense counsel is asking you about Mark's conversations with you about Julie, suggesting that he was actually communicating real observations about Julie. But really, at the end of the day, was it your impression after Julie's death that he was conveying this information to tell you about Julie, or was he conveying this information to you for some other reason?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead, answer the question.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was always doubtful of the things he was saying.
And what was it? Did you have a suspicion or an inference that you drew as to why he was telling you these things?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Once more on the question.
So did you draw an inference or develop a suspicion as to why Mark Jensen was telling you these things? What his motive was?
Well, I knew what was going on in the background, and it felt very strongly like he was trying to lay a path or an alibi in my lap. So yeah, I never really bought into all of the things he was saying.
And you even had your wife check on Julie to see if there was truth to what he was telling you.
I did. That's part of the reason. That's correct.
Now, defense counsel had asked you some questions about your previous testimony, and I'm going to go into that. First of all, you were sent the transcripts of your testimony from your testimony on August 29th, 2007. You were sent that testimony?
I believe so.
And it was 87 pages long about? Does that sound about right? 88 pages long?
Yeah, there was an 88-page one.
Yeah. And then the first day of your testimony on January 9th, 2008 at the later hearing. And that was from pages 252 to about 270.
Please speak into the mic. With this
I'm
plastic,
sorry.
it's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. So then the first day of your testimony at the later hearing, it was from pages 252 to page 270. Is that sound about right?
Yes.
And then from the next day of your testimony, it was from page 1 through page 126. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So you didn't commit to memory all of your testimony from all of those proceedings, did you?
I couldn't. And in fairness, even as I read it and tried to refresh my memory, there were just so many dates and so many things. I couldn't refresh my memory on everything. It's just so much, and it was so long ago.
But one thing that's similar to all those proceedings in this proceeding is you're not just sitting up here and just telling the jury whatever comes to mind. You're actually asked questions by lawyers, correct?
Yes.
And if the lawyer doesn't ask you the question, then you won't provide that answer, correct?
I don't think they'd let me, but that's correct.
Now, defense counsel had asked you about questions, page 117. So, counsel, I'm directing the court and counsel's attention. This is the transcript of day 6 of that previous hearing. And I'm going to go to page 117. And defense counsel had posed you some questions, and they were found, directing court and counsel's attention to, well, these lines aren't marked, but it's about the middle of the page. Question: do you recall being asked the following questions and providing the following answers? Question: and Mr. Albee asked you questions about audits that the home office could do and about system checks that the home office could do on your computers, correct? Answer: yes. Do you recall being provided that question and giving that answer, or now would you concede that was a question and answer that was posed?
You got to run that by me again, please.
Okay, that was a question and that was the answer that was provided to you at the time?
Yes.
And then the next question, did that ever happen to your knowledge in your office? Answer: you mean a system check on computers? Question: Answer: a system check by the home office? Question: yes. Answer: they routinely monitor various things. Do you recall being posed those questions and giving those answers? Or do you at least concede that those questions were posed and those answers provided?
Yes.
Now, and those questions were just posed to you by defense counsel on your cross-examination. So now, to put that in context, do you recall then being asked the next question? And this is the bottom, page 117. As of this conversation that you had with Mr. Jensen, where suddenly the next Monday his computer was fried, at that point, were you aware of any system checks where internet history would be checked? Answer: no, not specifically. Do you recall being posed that question and giving that answer, or concede that that question was posed and that was the answer that you gave?
I concede.
And it looks like we're coming close to the end of the testimony of Dave Nearing, a co-worker of Mark Jensen.
On cross, defense counsel had asked about whether or not you'd ever told anybody about the conversation where Mark Jensen was asking you about the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to stay at the house. Do you recall her asking you those questions?
I do.
And so directing your attention now to page 93 of your testimony on January 10th, 2008. Do you recall being asked the following question and giving the following answer? Page 93.
Closer to the mic, please, Bob.
Page 93. Do you recall being asked the following question? Actually, it might be page 94. Let's see what page. Yeah, it is page 93. Do you recall being asked the following question and providing the answer? Following answer. Question. Do you recall him discussing the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to stay at his house? Answer. That's correct. Question. This is the same house he shared with Mrs. Jensen? Answer. Yes. Question. And what did he ask about? He asked. Answer. He asked if I thought it would seem out of place if he presented her to the family as a friend or an acquaintance from the home office in St. Louis. Question. And what did you tell him? Answer. I thought it would be out of place. Now, do you recall being posed those questions, or do you acknowledge that being posed those questions and providing those answers on January 10th, 2008 at the earlier hearing?
Yes. Or I concede that I probably did.
Thank you, Mr. Nearing. I don't
Recross on those limited questions.
Briefly.
All right.
You were just asked that last question about Miss Labonte staying. That was in relation to the wake, correct?
In relation to what?
The wake. About him introducing her as a colleague from Stifel Nicholas.
No,
and
I
coming
think he
to the
said
wake.
moving into the, moving into the home as well. And I put the two conversations together.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you there, sir.
Go ahead with the question.
You were asked a question, same place, just slightly before what Attorney Jamboyce read. Do you recall a conversation you had with Mr. Jensen regarding the suitability of Miss Labonte coming to Miss Jensen's wake? Your answer was yes.
I do.
And it was shortly after that that you were asked the question, do you recall him discussing the suitability of Miss Labonte coming to stay at his house? That's correct.
Yes.
And then 2 questions later, and what did he ask about that? Answer, he asked if I thought it would seem out of place if he presented her to the family as a friend or an acquaintance from the home office in St. Louis. That was your answer.
Okay. Yes.
And that was in relation to the wake.
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. Your excuse. Thank you.
Yes, I did not have any redirect, Your Honor.
You can go. You got to talk to them, okay? The prosecutor? Yeah.
The state will call Sharon Nearing to the stand.
What number is that?
All right, chat. Now we have his wife, Sharon Nearing.
Number 53, Your Honor.
As our next witness.
16 in.
Jamboy does not seem to be very prepared
Judge,
today.
I'd move Exhibit 16 into the record.
16's moved in.
We saw very similar stuff in the 2008 trial, too, that they just seemed very confident and arrogant that they had this open and shut case. And a lot of this evidence and things were very circumstantial. Even, they're talking about this morning, too, with the pictures and things. The state is alleging that Mark Jensen had laid out all these pictures to harass Julie. What do you guys think? Do you think, regardless of what your, maybe opinion or gut says, right? Do you think from an evidentiary standpoint that the state
All the way up
proved
frontier remains still.
with the evidence
The way it is. If you raise it right
that
hand,
Jensen was laying these pictures
This
around?
meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. So
From
we
an
got.
evidence standpoint,
Thank
do you think they
Have a
proved
seat.
that?
Get as close as you can to the little microphones. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Sharon Nearing,
Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
SharonNehring.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
And Ms. Nearing, you're married to David Nearing?
Yes,
And how long have you and he been married?
46 years.
Do you recall a time where your husband and you became friends with the Mark Jensen and his family?
Yes.
And when would that have been, if you can recall?
I would say, do you have a date for Douglas's birth?
I do not.
Oh, okay. He was probably 1 or 2 years old because the things that we did outside of that, he'd have been sitting up. So, I mean, I can give you a better time frame if you can tell me when he was born, because that's kind of where my recollections are. He was at least that old.
Do you recall providing a statement, a signed statement, on August 28th, 2002 to Detective Ratsburg?
Yes.
And if at that time you said myself and my husband, David Nearing, became friends with the Jensens in about 90 or 91, does that refresh your recollection as to how long and when you and your husband became friends with the Jensens?
It refreshes my recollection as I was thinking about it. Again, it's been a long time. My recollections of knowing them, again, it's old, but I believe we knew them more when, like I said, Douglas was of an age that he could sit up, so that would be the time frame that I could work from. I'm guessing more closer to, we might have started doing things mid-90s rather than right when they met, when they first started working together.
So you and Mr. Nearing had children?
One, yes.
And the Jensens had 2 children?
Correct.
And it was about that time when Douglas was old enough to sit up on his own that you and your family started doing things together?
Correct.
What sort of things did your families do together, if you can recall?
We had been to their house for dinner. They had been to our house. We went biking up in Door County, and we went cross-country skiing in Door County.
So it sounded like a pretty active family-type activities that you did together.
Yeah, always family, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to see how Julie was as a mother and how she was as a person?
Yes.
So what was your impression of Julie as a mother and as a person as you got to know her and Mark Jensen?
My impression was that she was enjoying and loving being a mother.
Now, do you recall in October of 1998, you and your husband riding your bicycles from Racine to Pleasant Prairie to see the Jensens?
Again, a very long time ago, but vaguely.
Did you place the date of that in your calendar?
Possibly, but I don't have that date available.
At the time that you gave this statement to Detective Ratsburg on August 28, 2002, were these matters fresher in your mind?
I would assume so.
So if you in your statement indicates on October 10th, 1998, myself and my husband biked down to see the Jensens in Pleasant Prairie. We didn't call them ahead of time to see who was home. I remember that date because I wrote it down in my calendar, which I still have.
Judge, I object. I
Does
don't
that-
think this is refreshing.
Does that refresh your
The
recollection?
witness to look at the statement?
Yes, I would, Judge.
Do we
Well-
have the statement, Mr. Jambo?
I've got it here on my computer. I didn't print it out. That's why I was doing it this way. Let's put it this way. Instead of
I think
using it,
the defense counsel's giving you a copy of the statement.
Is Bobby Boy gonna talk into the microphone or
it's
what?
been marked as an exhibit, but I will show you this document.
He just, listen, chat, he seems so lazy today. This is a capital murder case. This is a big case for us here in Wisconsin. This is a big case for Kenosha County. And this guy seems very, very lazy today. Granted, some of this testimony is maybe a little less important compared to some other stuff, but he just, I don't know. What do you guys think? Type it in chat. Does he seem lazy or does he seem like he's on point to you guys? What are your thoughts, chat? Type it in the chat. Let me know where you guys are tuned in from too. Type that in the chat. It's always fun to see where everybody is tuned in from. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up on YouTube.
Okay, if I gave you that date, I do keep calendars, and I do write, like, I don't want to call them logs, but I write notes of what we do, and I've done that forever. So if that's the date I gave you, I'm fairly sure that it was correct.
So we'll then treat this as a recorded recollection rather than as a refresh recollection. So your recorded recollection was that on October 10th, 1998, myself and my husband biked down to see the Jensens in Pleasant Prairie. We didn't call him ahead of time to see he was home. I remember that date because I wrote it down on my calendar, which I still have.
Judge,
So that was your recollection at the time?
Correct.
Judge, I would object this to leading. I think if Attorney Jambois is going to ask her questions and she doesn't remember, she can refresh her recollection with the document that's been provided. She doesn't actually have her notes from back then, which would make it a past recollection recorded.
Well, actually, this is a statement that she wrote.
Just ask a question, Mr. Jim.
Okay. Now, thinking back to that time that you rode to Pleasant Prairie and you visited with Mark and Julie Jensen, do you recall seeing anything unusual about Julie Jensen at that time? Did she appear to be normal Julie Jensen that you'd known for a number of years?
Again, recollections are a little old, but I just do remember riding down. I think they were working out in the yard. We said hello, probably turned around and went back because it was a fairly long ride.
Okay. Now, do you remember sometime in the month of November 1998, your husband, David Nearing, conveying to you information that he'd received from Mark Jensen concerning Julie Jensen's condition?
Yes.
And what had your husband told you about Julie's condition, that Mark had told him about Julie's condition?
That she was feeling poorly, that she didn't want to get out of bed, and that she was feeling sick.
And did your husband suggest that you do anything in response to receiving this information?
Yes. He suggested maybe I call and see how she was doing. And I guess we both kind of came to the conclusion that if she was doing fine, I would ask her out to lunch.
So did you call Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And did you end up asking her to go out to lunch?
Yes.
And do you remember where you went for lunch?
I didn't until I reread the testimony, but Culver's, I know we did fast food, but it was Culver's in Kenosha.
And so when you went to visit with Julie or meet Julie at the Culver's in Kenosha, did she come alone or did she bring somebody with her?
She brought Douglas with her.
And did you have your son with you or not?
No, he was old enough to be in school.
So when you had this lunch with Julie, do you recall whether you were looking for the signs that Mark Jensen had conveyed to your husband about Julie being depressed and lost weight and gaunt and depressed and things like that?
I wasn't doing an examination, but I was there to just talk to her and see how she was.
And to assess her condition in comparison or contrast to the way it had been described to your husband by Mark Jensen. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
And did you assess Julie's condition in comparison or contrast to the manner in which her condition had been described to your husband by Mark Jensen?
She drove herself there. She brought Douglas in. We sat down. We had a conversation. We had a meal. I did not see that she looked sick. I'm not a doctor. I understand that. But she looked fine to me. In my estimation. I mean, I'm not, again, I can't make a judgment call because I'm not a doctor.
You didn't see any evidence of her being depressed or suicidal?
No. But again, I can't make that. I'm not a doctor. So
The objection was overruled. Continue, Mr. James.
she appeared as the same Julie that I have seen before.
Did she say anything to you about her marriage and the state of her marriage?
I'm going to basically fall back on reading my testimony because, again, I don't have a lot of, it's been a long time. I do believe she had mentioned, and I don't remember the word, but that she was not happy. She didn't know how things were going. Let's put it that way.
She wasn't happy about her marriage.
I would want to say just more unhappy at the moment. I don't, again, I would have to reread my testimony, but I would just say not in the best of moods about how things were with her at the moment.
First of all, I'm going to move that statement into evidence as an exhibit. So what exhibit?
Is it marked? All right, let's have it marked with the clerk.
What number is it? What number is it? 23.
All right, be sure to like and follow the Facebook page if you haven't already. Same on YouTube.
Last sentence.
Subscribe over there. On Facebook, you can spam the chat with likes and hearts. That helps our algorithm push us out a bit on Facebook.
Actually, the last two sentences.
Okay, based on what I said back then, I would assume that's what I said. Again, it's been 20 some years. So if she mentioned as being unhappy, then I would assume that's what she said.
So the recorded recollection at that time was, quote, Julie did mention that her marriage wasn't going well and that she wasn't sure what to do next. She didn't know what to do about Mark or her marriage. That was your statement on August 28, 2002, correct?
Correct.
And on August 28, 2002, you had a clear recollection of that communication or the conversation you had with Julie. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Nearing. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Ms. Nearing, you said that you became friends with the Jensens because your husband worked with Mark.
Correct.
And although they met each other in 90 or 91, you specifically remember that you became closer after Douglas was born.
I've been trying to think this whole thing through. And again, it's been a long time. I don't have recollections. We may have done things socially with them earlier in the 90s, but my clear recollections are when we went biking and we went cross-country skiing, Douglas was old enough to sit up. So again, depending on when Douglas was born, I'm guessing that's when we maybe did things more socially.
So your memory is that you did things more socially after Douglas was born, although you may have done things previous to that.
Again, I do not remember. I've been trying to rack my brain to remember if I remember seeing him as a baby, and I'm sorry, it's just not there.
And when you did things as a family, it was like activities or dinner in the home.
Correct.
And by activities, I mean the cross-country skiing in Door County.
Correct.
Biking.
Correct.
Did you guys do hiking also?
Those are really the only two instances I clearly remember that I have some memories of are the biking and the cross-country skiing.
And when you guys went to Door County, you would stay in hotels?
Correct.
Do you remember ever getting babysitters for the children and going to strip clubs?
No.
Now, you would see Julie when you did these things as a family. Would you consider her a close friend?
I guess to me, close is someone you call up if you're down or they're down or whatever. And so I would say maybe not. I would say a social friend that I felt comfortable with, that I knew their children, but maybe not. I wouldn't consider it close.
So you guys would see each other occasionally when you guys were meeting with your families?
Correct.
Or they were coming to your house for dinner or you were going to their house
Correct.
for dinner? Julie didn't talk to you about the affair she had in 1991?
I did not know about that, no.
She didn't talk to you about her mother's alcoholism or any depression in her family?
The mother's problems, I don't know where I would have found that out because of everything that's happened over the last time. I don't know where I would have known that from.
So you do know it, you're just not sure where you got it
Correct.
from.
I don't know if it would have been from Julie. I don't remember if it would have been from Julie or not.
You've spoken to other people about this case, including your husband.
Well, yeah, we were on trial last time.
And you've spoken about like what you remembered and what others have told you to each other.
Correct.
So it's possible you got that from him.
It's possible. It's possible she told me. I don't have a recollection.
That's fair. Now, you said that you observed the family interact when you guys were together hiking and biking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you also observed the family.
Nod my head. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, sorry.
That is what I'm saying. You also saw the family interact in October of 1998.
Yes.
Briefly.
Very briefly.
On this bike ride.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
And is that because did you bike down from Milwaukee?
No, we live in Racine, so we would have biked from Racine.
So you biked from Racine, kind of stopped at the Jensen home.
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified you saw them outside.
If my recollection is correct, they were working in the yard.
And you didn't see any issues between the two of them?
No.
Prior to October of 1998, when was the time before that you had socialized with the Jensens?
I don't know.
Is there a time that you stopped socializing with the Jensens because of your husband's comments to you about Mark Jensen having an affair?
Yes.
And that was sometime in the summer of 1998, if you remember.
No memory.
And during the bike ride, you stayed for a short period of time.
Correct.
You didn't observe anything unusual?
Nothing unusual.
Julie Jensen didn't express any fears or concerns to you?
No.
So I want to go to this Culver's lunch that you and Julie Jensen had.
Okay.
Was that in Kenosha?
Yes.
And so you drove to Kenosha to meet her for lunch?
Yes.
And she had Douglas at the time?
Yes.
And do you remember how old he was? 2 to 3 years old?
That would be my estimation.
And just like most 3-year-olds, Julie was kind of doting on him?
Yes.
Making sure that he was eating?
Yes.
Making sure that he was staying in his seat?
Trying.
Making sure he wasn't running around Culver's restaurant?
Correct.
And during this time, you had an opportunity to talk to her?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she was depressed?
No.
Did you ask her if she had been locking herself in her room?
No.
Did you ask her if she had been refusing to come to eat?
No. Can I add? If anything, I would have just asked how she was.
And when you asked how she was, she told you she was unhappy.
Correct.
And during that time, she never expressed any fear of Mr. Jensen.
I can't say.
And you can't say because your memory is not clear about everything that's happened over the last 24 years.
Correct.
In 1990, in 2002, you talked to Detective Bradsburg,
Correct.
and he wanted to know everything that you knew about Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen.
Correct.
He knew that you had had lunch with Julie Jensen at Culver's
Yes.
because your husband had told him.
Yes.
So he wanted to know about that interaction.
Yes.
And he asked you questions about it.
Yes.
He asked you what you observed.
I'm guessing.
He asked you what Julie Jensen said to you.
I would assume.
And then after that, a statement was written.
Okay.
And you had a chance to review that statement, Exhibit 23. Yes?
Yes.
Did you write that or did Detective Ratsburg write it?
I do not know.
It starts off with myself and my husband. Does that refresh your memory as to whether you wrote it or he wrote it?
I do not know.
So it's possible you wrote it, or it's possible that Detective Ratsburg wrote it and then you reviewed it.
I do not know.
What don't you know?
I don't know if I wrote it or he wrote it.
Okay. But no matter who wrote it, after it was written, you reviewed it
Correct.
and you signed it.
Correct.
And in fact, when you signed it, it says, I have read the above statement and found it to be true and correct.
Yes.
And there's nothing in this statement about Julie Jensen expressing any fear of her husband.
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
You have
Exhibit 23 has been received into evidence, is that correct? Exhibit 23 has been received into evidence, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
23 is received.
Judge, I think my concern is that we asked very specific questions about Exhibit 23, but I'm not sure we asked every single thing that was in there.
Well, I've only got one question.
He's got one question. We're going to hold him to it.
So looking at the exhibit, it's clear that this statement was not written by anybody. It was typed, correct?
When I've seen it, yes.
And it's on a form, statement, and then name, Sharon K. Nearing, so forth, correct?
Correct.
So unless that at the time you obtained this, or at the time Paul Rathberg obtained this statement from you, were you sitting at a typewriter or a computer, or was Mr. Rathberg, or do you remember anybody sitting at a computer?
No memory. I remember talking to him. I don't remember the particulars of what was happening.
But it was a typewritten statement, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
Thank you. You were excused.
Thank you.
All right, folks, perfect timing. We can take our lunch break. Please be back at 1:15. Please don't talk about the case.
All right, guys, she couldn't wait. She could not wait to get out of this trial. She was done with it. Absolutely done with it. Boss, do me a favor. Just stop timing these people out on YouTube. Just immediately ban them. It's the same person trolling our chat over there. There's no more timing people out. Just ban them. Perma ban them right away.
Holding the jury. Let's go to lunch. You can take the defendant back.
So apparently people want to play silly games on our YouTube chat. That happens. Trolls are coming in. All right, chat. Man, what do you guys think so far? How is the day going in the Jensen trial? Type it in there. Type it in there. See, boss, this is somebody that obviously knows who I am, because even their icon changed. Now it's a Rittenhouse picture. Just ban all these people. All right. Anyway, chat. What do you guys think of? Look at just nonstop chat. We got trolls. Don't delete them, boss. Just you gotta ban them. I got it. Let me do it. Just let me handle this shit. Fucking bullshit fucks. Denise, you see what I'm saying? This is what happens. This is what happens on our chat. You see what I'm saying? Here they come. Every time we do like streams and stuff, when we mention Kenosha stuff, this is what happens. Here comes the nonsense. Anyway, chat, what do you guys think of this trial? Let's focus on that instead of the drama happening over on my YouTube channel. Man, it's crazy. More testimony about missing evidence, lost evidence. We got discrepancies in testimonies. So, I believe it was Ed Klug during his testimony. He was testifying about going to strip clubs on the different trips and things that were happening. And now we have testimony from two witnesses about there were no strip club rendezvous. So that is interesting. Sharon Nearing wanted nothing to do with this trial. She wanted to get out. She ran out of that courtroom. She's done with it. Done with it. State looks very, very lazy today. Granted, these weren't like the most important witnesses, but they look lazy. What did you guys think of Ed Nearing? Did you think he was credible? I think he was probably one of the more credible witnesses that has actually taken the stand so far in this retrial. He was one of the most credible, I thought. Obviously, there were some things he couldn't remember. That's, we get that. It's been so long. But he seemed very credible. And this is the witness. I don't remember if I said this in the case detail streams that we did. Maybe I said it was Ed Klug. I might have said Dave Nearing. I'm not sure which one. If I said Ed Klug, then, we're corrected today. But Dave Nearing is the one that, said that, man, Mark, I'm glad it's probably a good thing they didn't come to work and take this computer, because what would they have found? And then supposedly Mark had some kind of riff with a previous coworker and then took a magnet to the hard drive. Now, defense says that's not possible, but we know about some computer stuff. We know about some hacker things, right? And there's ways to wipe hard drives. I'm not sure if a magnet does it or not, but there were ways back then. But that, I don't know, chat. That was a pretty interesting detail. That was a damning detail. I thought Dave Nearing was pretty credible. Type in the chat. Put a 1 if you thought he was credible. Put a 2 if you think he's not. I told you, Denise. And you see the topic that they're talking about. Sorry, guys, we're dealing with some bullshit over on YouTube. I'm just gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I'm getting distracted by this stuff, and I gotta focus on. Our mods are going crazy, blocking troll after troll right now. So, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna play the. Because some of you weren't here. I'm gonna play the crime scene walkthrough that they showed during 2008. So we're going to play that. It is, viewer discretion advised. It's a little upsetting to see, but we're going to play that in full since we have time. And then after that, I believe we still should have plenty of time, and we'll play Julie's doctor from 2008. We're going to play his testimony. Let me just find, this is what I'm looking for. All right, here we go. And for my mods over on YouTube, I got it. Let me just deal with this. Let me just deal with it. The shenanigans on YouTube. All right, here we go, chat. Viewer discretion advised, chat.
The Prairie Police Department. With me is Sergeant Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I've been here in the hallway, showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there, and as Officer Pelkey panning around, we pan on the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We will call this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. We're going to bring in for taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. Into that room to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed. The shed bed is disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You know, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. Adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. I wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it's just as one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Both enough for the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however, we have yet to examine it in great detail. So you're right, they also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet and bedroom. More items in the room. I'm now under the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the clock, that it was still wet. And the shower area. Feel of the clock here by me, all Redford, is damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, the screen was attached, I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. We leave the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child room. Now I'm drawing a shot down the hallway for your kitchen and the dad will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of description items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. This side, we will open this up. There was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shaking this here. I can do 3-4 things at once. And try to get it to the recorder here. You notice there's macaroni and cheese in the bedroom. Along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this one or last one, but there is there on top of it, you notice, along with the orange. Case there, the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else is pretty much found where we found it. Here's where we found it. This is this meal addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Coles department store. and copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. Be going over towards the bin, photographing items in there. Be turning off the lights, let's save us some juice here. The briefcase there is located right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some material that you laid out on the desk we should be looking further into. As we have, they're going through the room here. Yeah, I'm just painting around. This is the dining area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. We'll go leading them down and into the bathroom. The towel, it's kind of damp, no distinct letters to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be now going to the garage area. So, some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, on the Jensen home. I did find and going through some of the vehicles and see the doors still open, and that's what I believe to be Mrs. Jensen's automobile. Just some other resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Note that I had a conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her, when he last spoke with her, that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will know. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, in the garage area. I'm turning on the light here just to a little more. Garbage cans are going out. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case. Some mailings for light, looks like the garage door opening, which looks familiar. That other fits up there. The recycle bin, parts of the garage door, which is obviously. I'm trying to focus in on that. You can see that. You see the vehicles, of course, is fleet LY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. I'm looking at the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home. I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now we enter the basement. Just gonna get this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. Let me turn off the light down here. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, all this, and back here by the stairs. You just kind of do a general pan with the lights that are on. And looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement, generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. It disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. And it's light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement, we have a humidifier. Turn on the light here. Pretty much, items in the basement. Then focus around here to the workbench. And it's a general pan of things where it just went through. Kids' items there, big. Exercise machine. And then general and what we just viewed. Now I'm going to turn you back upstairs. And then I'll indicate if anything may relevant further, so we'll turn it back on. Thank you. It is now December 3rd, 7:46 p.m. 7:46 p.m. All answer. Thank you. So, expert speaking, it is now December 3rd, 1998, 9:58 p.m. Just going to run a video camera here of the houses before we leave it. Make sure we cover everything and make sure that everything is in order, so to speak. Again, going through the hallway here, kind of scan things. Somebody who did take was a folder of Julie Jensen that was in a briefcase. The computer, which was located underneath the table. We just took the CPU. Just scan things in here. Show and control, we really didn't take anything from it. We just go through all the other parts. The master bedroom. Julie Jensen did come here. I removed the change of clothes for tomorrow. He took a pair of jeans from up there. He also had a shaving kit, which was completely intact and ready to go, which he just zippered up and took with him, which was located right down there in the master bathroom area. He also took a pair of socks. Again, was hanging on the floor, which is how we're leaving the household. He took a pair of white socks, which are located right in the door here. That's where the items he took. Being of a suspicious mind, I thought it was kind of unusual that he had shaving kit all together in one. So the bathroom. We did pull all the drains on the sink to let you know that they're back, secure, tested, and not moved. We also did that for the kitchen sink. Kitchen, you take that. And in this drawer, I'm about to show you, we did find some more. No top shelf. No. Also taken for a variety of Playboy magazines, which were located in the garage on a shelf. They were located right there. The whole stack of them. We've also been secured the whole house. Everything's been locked. As you can see, this door here is the bolt going to the left. Dan provided us a house key so we can keep it absolutely locked for the officers to protect the opening. And that should end things. December 3rd, 1998. I'll ask for recording.
All right, chat. So that was the walkthrough of the crime scene. Very difficult to watch. Very difficult to watch. So let's go in here. Let's play Richard Borman, I believe his name is. This is Julie's doctor. So we still have half hour, probably 45 minutes. So let's play. His testimony is 2 hours long. We're definitely not going to get through it on this break. I'm not going to play any during the shorter breaks, but let's listen to some of this because he testifies a lot to Julie's state of mind, the medications, things like that. We know Kelly Labonte is coming up today, so you know that's going to be interesting. We do have some old footage of Perry Tarika. That's the guy that Julie was having an affair with. And man, my God, he looks funny. So I'm just trying to find Borman's clip here. So I'm going to pull this up for you guys. When we get close to the end of the trial, if we're still here, you know, we'll play the old closing arguments and all of that from the state, from the defense. We'll play the verdict, the sentencing. We'll play all that towards the end of this trial. Maybe we'll do a mini marathon. Maybe one stream each for Saturday and Sunday coming up of the old stuff. I can't go a full 16-hour stream again on the weekend. Just pulling this up for you guys. Bear with me, chat. If you guys like what we're doing, please share the streams out.
Right, and we'll come back for the cross-examination of Ms. Custer later.
So it sounds like during this, they like the same as they're going to end up doing. The same as they're going to end up doing in the retrial, because we heard that on Friday that the defense is going to have a witness that'll be called out of order, and it sounds like they ended up interrupting testimony of a witness to bring this doctor on the stand. So let's watch a little bit of this. This might give us some insight.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court?
Richard J. Borman, B-O-R-M-A-N.
You are a physician?
Yes.
Are you currently licensed in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, I am.
And what is the nature of your practice, Dr. Warren?
Family practice.
What is family practice?
Family practice is a specialty in medicine where we take care of people from birth to old age, largely outpatient, some inpatient hospital stuff, pediatrics, internal medicine, used to be obstetrics, some surgery, a variety of things. It's comprehensive across the ages, both genders, and a variety of problems.
So somebody has sort of a regular doctor that they go to and bring their kids to, that would be someone like you.
Yes.
Could you tell me about your education, please?
Undergrad, UW Eau Claire, graduated in 1974, BS in Bachelor of Science in Math, and then medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, graduated in 1979. I did my residency training in family practice in an Air Force facility, David Grant USAF Medical Center, Travis Air Force Base, California, and that was a 3-year program I finished in 1982. Subsequently board certified, and then I've practiced in a variety of places since then.
Your experience with the Air Force Base, how did that come about?
Yeah, to pay for medical school, I obtained a scholarship through the Air Force, a Health Professions Services Scholarship, and they paid for medical school. I paid back with some time afterwards.
With the service at Travis Air Force Base?
Yes.
You mentioned being board certified. What are you board certified in?
Family practice. I'm certified by the American Board of Family Practice. Recently changed their name to the American Board of Family Medicine, but that's the certifying board. It entails residency training and then a testing procedure, and now a process that every 6 or 7 years has to be renewed. And I've done that ever since 1982, and I'm still current with that process.
Have you done any teaching in your career?
Yes. From my residency, from 82 to 86, I was in Fort Worth, Texas, at Carswell Air Force Base, USAF Regional Hospital there, and was on the faculty of a family practice residency program. There, in addition to practicing myself, I was training residents and medical students in family medicine. After I completed my commitment to the Air Force, moved up to Milwaukee, where I was on the faculty of the Medical College of Wisconsin, a residency program based at St. Mary's Hospital there, and did that for several years. I was actually on the faculty of the school that I graduated from. Then I went down to Kenosha. There was a residency program that I took over. I was the program director of a program for several years, training residents and medical students there in a variety of capacities. And since 1993, I've been in my own private practice, solo private practice in Kenosha.
So it's that solo private practice you've had since 1993?
Yes.
In Kenosha?
That's right.
Is that when you located to Kenosha?
Located at Kenosha in 1989, and that was to take a position. I was a faculty member at St. Mary's in Milwaukee, and then sort of was promoted, took over a program, I was program director of the residency program in Kenosha.
So that was a full-time position until you started your private practice?
That's right. I did that from 89 to 93.
Was one of the patients that you had Julie Jensen?
Yes.
When did you take on Julie Jensen as a patient?
The first visit I had with Julie was 3/9 of 94. And actually, my private practice, I took over for Dr. Fred Wood, who was an internist in Kenosha. He retired, and I folded much of his practice into my own private practice. And Julie had been a patient of his, cleaning the records. He saw her from about 11 of 25 of 1980 through 5/10 of 93.
Did you also care for Mark Jensen?
Yes.
How about their sons, David and Douglas Jensen?
Yes.
Did Mark Jensen and David Jensen begin seeing you at roughly the same time as Julie Jensen did?
Yeah, the first time I saw Mark was 9/3 of 93. And I don't have Douglas's record with me, but David I first saw in looks like 98, excuse me, 95, 9/1 of 95.
And were Julie and Mark patients of yours through the time of her death in December of 1998?
Yes.
Who, based on your experience, who handled the medical issues for the Jensen family?
Well, I had a variety of contacts with the family, much like with many young families, office calls and phone calls. Julie would often make the contact, make the phone call for refills or visits or whatever it might be.
Was that for herself, for David, and for Mark?
Oftentimes.
It wasn't just for her own treatment or care. She'd often call in for her son or for Mark.
That's right.
Her son David, did he have any particular problems in the year or so before her death in 97, 98?
Yes. I saw him on several occasions. The concerns about a cough. He had a cough that was.
Let me pause it there, Chad. I don't know if you heard that. I'm wearing headphones, so it definitely went in my ear. But defense just had a hot mic moment, and they just said they never gave us David's medical records. I don't know if you guys heard that or not.
Persisting and troubling problem. So I'm on a number of visits for that, and then had him see several consultants to try and pin that down. And it seemed to be a problem that was increasing throughout the year in 98.
And you said he was referred out for some problems or for some treatment related to that cough?
Yeah, I saw him in my office on several occasions and thought he might have some reactive airway disease, type of asthma, or maybe some kind of nonspecific problem. I gave him a number of treatments in my bag of tricks, and then he seemed to be getting worse. So we referred him to a ear, nose, and throat specialist and also an allergist, who kind of found nonspecific findings as well, gave him several medicines, but the cough did seem to be increasing. And it got to be in November 11/25 of 98 that the cough had been escalating. There seemed to be tics. We were a nervous type of thing. And we were trying to arrange a neurology evaluation. I have a favorite neurologist, wasn't in the network. We were making connections at Children's Hospital of Wisconsin up in Milwaukee for a visit there.
Had that been continuing all through the fall of 1998?
Seemed to be.
Now, you referred to that cough as something of a tick?
Right, which is sort of it can be a nervous manifestation, can have twitching of the eyes, it can be some sort of repetitive action, a cough, just a non-specific clearing, and vocalizations, different things like that.
And a tick cough, and was there with David some eye twitching as well?
You know, I don't remember.
And these kind of tics, what causes them?
Sometimes it can just be a non-specific thing. It might be a developmental thing that kids will have. Sometimes it can be secondary to stress. The extreme case is something called Tourette's syndrome, and that can be tics with vocalizations, and often, profanity can happen, and that can be a very vexing problem.
You mentioned stress. Is stress in the home something that can be related to tics?
Can be. Kids are sensitive to those sorts of pressures.
How did David's tics resolve themselves? From 11 of 98, you say we had made arrangements, 11/25/98. He had an appointment for 1/19 of 99. I'm not sure if that was done or not. The consultants I talked to at Children's had suggested considering an empiric trial of a medicine that can be used for Tourette's. And we're thinking of doing that empirically pending the visit, but that was not done, held off on that. Let's see, the next time, actually I saw Mark 4/16 of 99, and at that time he had mentioned that David's tic had resolved. Or cough was gone. And I saw David on a couple more occasions for some various things, but there was no further problem there. So the tic just seemed to go away at least by the spring of 1999?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to see Mrs. Jensen, Julie Jensen, in the fall of 1998?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you this exhibit 90. And is this a 4-page portion of the medical records for Julie Jensen? And I think they would reflect the last 4 pages of your most recent notes from about mid-1997 through the end of 1998, if you want to compare them to your records to see if they're accurate.
These are my records.
And these are copies of the notes that you have on file regarding your treatment of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 90.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Would you turn your mic on, please?
Thank you.
All right, commercial in the old 2008 trial coverage. You guys are just joining us. We're on break for the retrial of Mark Jensen, and we're playing some old 2008 trial testimony. So this is Richard Borman. This is Julie Jensen's doctor. He is expected to testify in the retrial of Mark Jensen. We're watching this to give us a little background on these conversations that Julie was having with her doctor. He originally testified that she came to see him days before,
I'm going to,
and he prescribed her the
you have your
Paxil
notes
and
with
Ambien.
you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yours may be a little better quality than the copies I have. So I'm going to begin with September 21st of 1998 and put that on the screen behind you, but feel free to refer to your notes if it's helpful in deciphering what you've written.
And fair to say these are probably very difficult for anyone to read.
That's my writing.
But
That's
you.
right. I can read it. My staff can read it. They've been well-trained.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a laser pointer here, so maybe as you go through some of the notes, you can point at what you're referring to and let us know. So could you just
You guys chat. Does anyone remember what were these things, these machine things called that you put the documents on and then it would show it up on, like a whiteboard in school? You guys remember what these things were called? I can't think of the name of them.
go through the notes for September 21, 1998. And the first question I'm going to ask you is, why did Julie Jensen come to see you on September 21st of 1998?
This was an interval visit, and how I operate my practice is I like to see everybody at least once a year. During that time, we review what's gone on during the previous year, take care of various health promotion and disease prevention deals, just kind of do a general check, review the medicine, kind of gather everything as we move forward. Oftentimes, problems will come up during a visit like that.
This is a different type.
So this is sort of a yearly checkup.
A yearly checkup.
Okay.
Yep. So her name identified, and that was the date. This was an interval exam. Have her weight, which was 123.5 pounds, height, allergies, meds, and she was taking a multivitamin, calcium, and some Clearasil for her face. The blood pressure taken on her right arm was there. Her last period was 8/31 of 98.
Okay, let me stop you. I'm just going to write a few things as we go along. Just write a few things down from the records. And on that left side, 123.5 pounds on 9/21?
Yes.
Here we go with Albie with the easel again. He does this a lot in the 2008 trial.
Let me adjust. Since everything else is on the right-hand side here, let me see if I can just zoom in a little bit and we'll focus on the right-hand side of the screen. Okay, if you could
Great. Up at
tell
the
us
top,
what we have there.
Up at the top, there's just her date of birth, and that's part of the identifying information. She was 40 years old at that time, a 40-year-old female. First thing that we talked about was David and his tics, and I put that in quotes. We're still in the process of sorting that out.
Okay, so as of September 21, 1998, there was a discussion regarding tics for David, and that's how they were referred to?
That's right. That's what I was referring to. I don't remember if she actually said that or not.
Okay. And she had told you about these issues with David. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Continue then.
Strong family history of depression.
Okay.
And I don't have all the details there, but we did discuss some of the family history.
What and for what reason would you discuss a strong family history of depression at this kind of yearly exam, Dr. Blum?
If a patient is upset about something, that may come up. If something was happening with a family, that could come up. And again, I don't remember why that came up at that part, but it was one of the first things that we talked about there.
Okay, let me just write David tics. And this is something she reported to you, the strong family history of depression?
We discussed it. Again, I don't remember the exact nature of the discussion or all the details there.
Okay. Are you saying you don't know if you asked her specifically about that or it's something she raised on her own?
Right.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
All right. Interval history reviewed, and that's just going over the past year. any ER visits, any problems, any other consultants, anything of note. And among that, a BTL is a bilateral tubal ligation. Her gynecologist, Dr. Snyder, had done a sterilization procedure. Menstrual periods, menses were regular till the last cycle, which was actually just the previous month there. But she did describe some PMS now, premenstrual syndrome at that point. Then we talk about past family and social history. She was doing some volunteer work at school. At home were Mark and the two boys. She denied smoking, admitted to occasional alcohol, and told me that her mom had had alcohol problems, and so she was careful about the alcohol consumption. 1 cup of coffee per day and no other illicit or recreational drugs. And then review of systems, kind of do a general overview. There had been no significant change in her weight or diet. For exercise, she was primarily doing her ADLs, activities of daily living. Sleep was good, as she described, but she was tired. She did mention that she'd been depressed and treated with Prozac in the past.
And I'm sorry, was she saying she was depressed at this time and had been treated with Prozac in the past?
Well, she said that she was tired, and oftentimes sleep problems, energy problems can reflect depression. And so I asked her a little about that, if she was depressed or if she'd been depressed in the past, and I'm pretty sure that's where that came from.
Okay, and I'm still not clear. Is she reporting some feelings of some depression at the time and reporting that she'd had depression with treatment with Prozac in the past, or is she only talking about history at that point?
Well, she was talking about some PMS symptoms, and sometimes that can be bloating and cramping and such, but that can be emotional problems. And then she did mention some being tired, fatigue, and so I was concerned that there may be some depression there, and was probing a little bit. And I think that's the first time actually that we talked about her previous experience with Prozac.
Okay. And so in terms of what your feelings were as to whether she was experiencing any depression in September 21 of 1998, did you feel she was?
I thought she could be somewhat depressed.
Okay. I mean, somewhat depressed would fairly characterize it.
Well, to get, the bottom line there, at one of my diagnoses at the end of the visit was mild depression.
Okay.
As well as PMS and as well as possibly being perimenopausal.
Okay, well then maybe I'm jumping the gun and we can get to it there, but you have that she'd been treated for depression with Prozac in the past?
Yes.
All right, so we're hearing firsthand that Julie did actually suffer from depression. So it kind of contradicts, the friends' testimonies, but she may not have, told her close friends. Seems a little odd that she may not have, but she may not have. But we have a doctor testifying. So far, it's just kind of matter-of-fact testimony. So I'm taking this as credible at this point. We'll see if there's anything that jumps out at us that makes his testimony seem a little weird, off, sketchy, like, a lot of the other testimonies that we've heard in 2008 and what we're hearing now, in the retrial. Finding out that she took Prozac before. So that's a new detail. So it wasn't just Paxil and Ambien, current stuff, Prozac in the past. Finding out a little bit more background here. Oh, and Jess texted me and said they're called overhead transparency. That's what that machine is.
Let's see, and then talked about her eyes, wearing some reading glasses, and I encourage periodic follow-up. Hearing was okay. Dental checks up to date. We discussed, and she mentioned that her father had died of lung cancer in his 70s. I don't have the exact date of when that happened. And then actually, HCM is healthcare maintenance, and we go through a variety of things on kind of a screen basis. Caution, this is a mnemonic for various cancer type symptoms, signs, change in water or mole, unusual thickening, things like that. She had mentioned concerns about acne and rosacea, and that was really the only thing that kind of jumped out there. I kind of hit safety issues, mainly seatbelts and things of that nature. Recommended and gave her an order for mammograms. Did a pap smear. Endometrial biopsy, sampling of the endometrium was not necessary. I just put that to jog my memory. Let's see. As far as flexible sigmoidoscopy, there's no family history of any colon issues or anything to warrant earlier screening there. And then I kind of try to keep track of the shots, tetanus, flu, and pneumovax, but apparently I didn't put a date down there. But I try to check when people come in what their immunization status is.
Okay. And then moving back to the right hand.
And then objective, this is the exam notes that I did. Fair complexion. Normal cephalic atraumatic. This just means the head looked fine. She did have some acne on her face. TMs, the tympanic membranes, those are the ears, looked okay. Pupils were equal and round. That's normal. Nose, mouth, and throat looked okay. There's no mass or any suspicious findings in her neck. Lungs were clear. That's normal. Heart with no murmur. That was okay. Breast showed moderate fibrocystic disease. That's kind of a nonspecific lumpiness that a lot of women have in their breasts. Nothing really worrisome though. Abdomen was soft and non-tender. Pelvic exam, the uterus was antiverted and antiflex. That means it was tipped forward a little bit. That's a normal variation. Mobile meant it moved, and there was no tenderness. Yeah, right, normal size, shape, and consistency. That was fine. Extremities, hands and feet were cool, and the skin otherwise was okay other than the rosacea there. Assessment and plans, so we kind of go through all of that and digest it into a final assessment. She seemed to have some Raynaud's. Raynaud's is a problem of overreactivity to cold. You get cold hands and feet, the vessels kind of clamp down. That's a fairly common problem. Fibrocystic disease or lumpy breasts. And I thought, based on what we talked about, some mild depression, and gave her some brief counseling there.
And I'm sorry, it says mild depression, and then what's to the right of mild depression? Counsel. I discussed with her a little bit, encouraged her. Again, I don't have more details there, but I didn't think it was warranting either medicine or referral at that point. Okay. Do I have that right? Mild depression counsel is what you have? Okay.
Yes. And then based on her description, it sounded like she did have some premenstrual syndrome, and I was thinking perhaps she was perimenopausal. She wasn't really describing hot flashes, vaginal dryness, that sort of thing, but a lot of times the perimenopause period can be kind of an emotional, a bumpy time, a bit of a roller coaster. And I did note increased MCV. That's one of the indices on a complete blood count. Mean corpuscular volume, that's the size of the red blood cells, is just a little bit increased, kind of a nonspecific thing. I didn't think too much of it and didn't pursue it further. And then acne, thought she might have rosacea, which is the adult kind of acne, and gave her a prescription for some Metrogel, which is a topical antibiotic that you can apply. And then that's just the concentration, the amount, and how often to do it, and then refills.
Okay. And then it looks like we have some entries. for September 25th of 1998. What was the contact on September 25th, which is just 4 days after you saw her?
Yeah, that was a phone call, and obviously that's not my penmanship. I didn't learn how to write better in the 2 weeks there. But and basically, Julie was calling, asking for a refill on Cataflam, which is an anti-inflammatory medicine. And basically, that had been refilled at a Walgreens. They wanted it changed to a good value, and so we have the time, and that we called it into the pharmacy, and that's the initials of my medical assistant.
Okay, and then there was another contact on October 29th of 1998.
Yeah, and that's a phone call, patient to check with insurance regarding a substitute for Cataflam. Generic was covered, and so we ordered a generic of that medicine at the Good Value Pharmacy.
And Cataflam, what does that treat, doctor?
It's an anti-inflammatory, it can treat various aches and pains, arthritis, headaches, different kind of pain.
And then there was another contact, it looks like on October 30th of 1998.
Right. So the next day, right, so we tried for Cataflam, they wanted generic Cataflam, now they wanted Voltaren. And so we spoke with Lee at Cigna Pharmacy, and they thought that should be covered, and if that was denied, then we'd speak with Julie regarding some other substitution.
Okay.
So basically, it's just variations of the same medicine, insurance purposes.
And Cigna is the insurance company?
Yes.
And moving to the next page of the medical record, doctor. And we have a continuation, I guess, on the October 30th. It just looks like there's further contact with the Good Value Pharmacy.
That's right, that's later that day, and then that's the prescription that we did. So basically 3 or 4 contacts for one prescription there.
Okay. Then we have December 1, and let me just go to the left-hand side and zoom in on that, and we'll come back to the right hand. But does she come in on December 1 of 1998?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that appointment was made?
No, I don't.
And so what happened on December 1, 1998?
My nurse checked her in, and basically it was to discuss a personal matter. Again, we took her weight, which was 115 at that time. Allergies still none. She's on no medicine. Her blood pressure was similar to what it had been before, perhaps just a little bit lower.
Okay, so 115 pounds?
Yes.
And that's a drop from 123 and a half and about 2.5 months earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe move this back to the other column. Okay, and if you could go through your notes on the right-hand column with.
Yep. It says she was miserable, depressed.
Well, let me write these down. She reported that she was miserable?
Yes.
Depressed?
Yes. Some of this may have been my paraphrasing, but that was obvious from our contact and discussion.
Okay, if you could continue after depressed.
Decreased appetite and diarrhea.
Let me note that. Decreased appetite?
Yes.
I'm over 40.
So there we go, chat. You're hearing that she did come in. It was her. Mark Jensen did not go in there to fill these prescriptions like the state wants you to believe. She came in. She's talking about depression. This is what I'm saying, chat, where the letter really rubs me the wrong way, makes some things sound like it's staged, running around the month 2 months leading up to her demise. Maybe some of that was staged intentionally. Here she is a couple of days before. She may have been at the breaking point. Remember, it was supposed to be frame mark for attempted murder. And it went sideways and she accidentally unalived herself. That's the defense theory. It'll be interesting to see if this is the out of order witness by the defense for the retrial.
Yeah, I should tell you, I can't tell you exactly when the appointment was made, but it could have easily and probably was on short notice. We have plenty of openings. We're able to accommodate people readily. And this was on a Tuesday morning toward the end of the morning, a 15-minute appointment. And it was striking.
Diarrhea, is that 1 hour, 2 hours?
I think 2. Unless you spell it like I do, and then it's just.
You think 2, huh? That doesn't look right. That's right. All right.
I think it's DIARR, just like that. Yeah.
All right.
And then she discussed or described marital problems.
Marital problems?
Marital problems. And she did allude to an affair that she'd had in the past and felt that Mark had never really forgiven her for that.
And is that a note or something you recall?
I do remember that from our discussion.
Okay. Do you recall what she said about the affair?
Not much more than that. It was a brief affair and that it ended quickly, but that he never really forgiven her. That she felt, and that she was concerned about that she might be losing her marriage. And on several occasions that her kids meant everything to her and she didn't want to lose her kids.
Did she express anything about her feelings about the affair? Did you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If you continue.
When I asked her about domestic violence, she denied that there is any violence going on, and that can include emotional, financial, physical.
And what does your note say exactly on that?
Basically, I said no violence, and that's my questions about domestic violence.
And why do you ask something like that, doctor?
You know, really anytime, but anytime a woman, a wife comes in depressed, that's a key thing that we cover because domestic violence has a lot of different manifestations, but depression can also often, result from that. So that's key.
Is that something that you explore with many of your patients?
Well, the ladies that come in depressed, I certainly do. I mean, uniformly we would do that.
And on some occasions, have you referred those patients to, say, a women's shelter or for some sort of counseling to deal with the domestic violence issues?
Frequently. Yeah.
If you get any kind of indication that such a thing is occurring in the household?
That's right. Yeah, we really err on the side of being very cautious about domestic violence.
Did you have any indication that anything like that was going on here?
I asked her, and she didn't admit to anything, didn't really describe any kind of violence there. And again, violence is physical, but it can be emotional, financial, a lot of different ways, and she didn't say anything about that.
You tried to talk to her about all those kinds of things?
Yes, I did.
Let me take a step back away from the notes for a moment. What was your understanding as to why Mrs. Jensen was coming in to see you on that day?
I'm not sure exactly why she was very upset, and it seemed like she was there because she wanted some help.
Because of the being miserable and depressed?
Yes.
Now, you're a family practice doctor?
That's right.
You're not a psychiatrist?
That's right.
And typically, do you do mental health counseling, or why is it that someone would come to see you for depression, and why is it that you would treat someone for depression?
That's a big part of what we do. And, I don't have exact numbers, but I would estimate that at least a third of the patients that I see have some sort of psychological issue that would come up during the course of a discussion. It's a lot easier for patients to access their family doctor. You have a regular relationship, easy to get in. There's some people feel there's a stigma. They don't want to go see a psychiatrist. They'll talk about depression, anxiety, marital problems, whatever with me, but don't want to be going to see a psychiatrist. It's difficult. There's a shortage of psychiatrists in Kenosha, and there was at that time too. Call me up, you see me the same day. You try to hook up with a psychiatrist or a psychologist, there can often be weeks of delay. Have to go through the insurance process. There's a certain list. All that gets handled differently. So yeah, that's a big part of what we do.
And are you willing to treat people for mental health, or do you refer them out, or how do you handle that?
Handle a lot of it. And a lot of problems can be handled fairly simply, straightforward. Talk, empathize, encourage, leave the door open to follow up. That's often all it takes, just acknowledging that things are going on. Frequently, there'll be some medicine involved, maybe antidepressants, maybe anti-anxiety medicines, and that can be for a short time, and oftentimes that gets better. A lot of things we can handle. I've got a fair amount of experience by now, but if things are beyond what we can, severe depression, people with schizophrenia, people that aren't responding to medicine, we have a low threshold to refer them on in the system. Sometimes we might work in concert with a psychologist, other times it'll be to the psychiatrist and then we'll follow up, but that's a big part of what we do.
And when you say we, it sounds as though it's your understanding that all family doctors handle mental health issues?
Yes. In fact, primary care in general, family practice or family medicine, obstetrics, internal medicine, pediatrics, primary care, psychosocial issues are a big part of that.
And when you talk about the stigma, what are you referring to?
Well, a lot of times people will come and talk to me as their physician, just feel like that's a safer environment. Maybe they don't get labeled. Or if you go to a psychiatrist, there's just that some people feel like, well, you're crazy, something like that, and it's just regarded differently. And maybe it's just how people tend to look at that kind of exchange, but it's a real factor.
And so I take it in a community the size of Kenosha, let's say, Dr. Murphy is a psychiatrist, and you say you're going to Dr. Murphy, then they know there's some mental health issue, as opposed to Dr. Borman, you're known for handling all sorts of things, and so there's no particular concern that people will view that as a mental health issue.
That's right. Sure. Yeah, you'd say you're coming in to see Dr. Borman. It could be for your cold or your sprain or whatever, but the real reason, and oftentimes that is the reason. It's by the way, as you're going out the door, that's when the psychological things come out, the real reason that people come. And so we're open to that, and we try to probe for it, and we're available, and that's a frequent thing that we encounter.
Okay. Returning to the notes then, Doctor.
So she denied violence, and she was not suicidal or homicidal. That's a question we always ask too when we have people depressed.
Okay, and tell me why you do that.
The suicide part, obviously that's something you're concerned about when someone is depressed. Not that they're going to necessarily always tell you, but at least that we open the door to discuss about that. And just to try and get an idea, obviously if somebody had an active plan, if they're suicidal, if they had everything already, then we might try to encourage them to get some help or try to get them further along in the system. But she denied that. And again, our boys meant everything to her. She didn't want to lose the boys, would do nothing to really harm them.
Now, in your, have you had some training in, I guess what we call suicide prevention, or trying to identify suicidal issues?
Through my experience, psychiatry is a part of our residency training, and then certainly have had a fair amount of experience through the years. Suicide is difficult to predict, but we at least asked the question to kind of open the door to further discussion.
So obviously, if someone told you, yes, I am suicidal, you're ready to act on that immediately.
Well, right, and the action would be discussing it further, encouraging them to talk to a psychiatrist, maybe trying to arrange an emergent admission to a psychiatric unit, or perhaps calling the police, if I thought someone was in immediate danger to themselves.
And from your experience and your training, is it your understanding that oftentimes people who are suicidal will deny being suicidal in response to that kind of question?
Yes.
Which I take it as one reason why suicides aren't prevented, is that that's concealed.
It's very difficult to predict.
Okay. And this question, I don't recall at least seeing it elsewhere in her medical records, for example. Would this have only been triggered by the fact that she was reporting depression and you were observing those signs?
Yes, yeah, with the degree of emotional upset that she had, I was very concerned. The previous visit when I did her interval exam, she seemed a little bit depressed, but it didn't really cross the threshold to that degree of concern. I didn't give her any medicine, I just discussed things with her, but this was different, and she was very upset at that visit.
Okay. Could you continue with your notes, please?
Strong family history. And again, I don't have it, fully elucidated. We talk about the 15-minute hour. If I was a psychiatrist sitting here, they'd have an hour, maybe two, high amount of detail. In primary care, it's 15 minutes. You try and tease as much of this stuff out as you can. But she did relate her mom's problem with alcohol and her tragic death. Don't remember the details of that, but that she was very concerned about going down the same path as her mother, and was afraid of that. Didn't want to be labeled crazy, and again, didn't want to lose her kids.
So she expressed some direct concern about the stigma of being labeled crazy?
Yes, she did.
And concern about ending up like her mother?
Yes.
And what exactly does your note say, Dr. Borman, so I can write that down?
The strong family history, and then
just strong. You don't say of depression or anything else. You just say strong family history there.
Right.
Okay.
But it was of depression. That's what the whole visit was about here. And then again, I mentioned that, and we discussed again briefly, that she'd been in counseling and taken Prozac for a time in the past.
Did you write that down again there?
That's what's right there.
It says
counsel and Prozac in the past.
Okay.
There's going to be trouble.
Man. So Dr. Borman is on the witness list to testify in the retrial. Some of this stuff is not looking good. It's not looking good. It'll be interesting to see what he testifies, how he testifies in the retrial. I would imagine he's going to testify to the same things. But this is not looking good for Julie. It sounds like a lot of this testimony from the doctor was really overlooked. Now, he was a defense witness. They ended up in the 2008 trial. They called him out of order, which they have a witness they're calling out of order for this trial too. And I think that's happening today. If I'm not mistaken, from Friday. I thought it was happening today. I might be wrong on that. They're going to be coming back here. I had seen Milosavskis' head popping around. It's 1:15, so I would imagine they're going to be coming back here shortly. But yeah, chat, this testimony is kind of damning. It does kind of fit with the defense's theory. We've talked about that a lot. So she either is having some serious depression issues, or this is all part of her plan to frame Mark for attempted murder. So that's, you know, I don't know, man. That's kind of interesting.
Okay. Then what have you done in your notes?
Yeah, and then the objective part, basically, she was in tears, very upset. And this says, I counseled her for 15 plus minutes. I don't have the exact time, but for billing purposes, the cut points on a counseling deal are 15, 25, and then above. So this is at least 15 minutes, but that's the amount of time that we put.
Now you have, it looks like it's an O with a colon, and is that what means objective?
Yes.
And what does objective mean?
Kind of the way the notes are organized, you do the subjective part, which is kind of the historical background, and then the objective part, which is what we see in front of us, what we either examine or discuss.
So the top part, the subjective, is what she's telling you about what's wrong and what some of her history is.
Yes.
And then we get to the objective, and it's what you're seeing.
Right.
All right. And you're seeing tears?
Yes. Yeah, she was highly upset. I can't tell you exactly what was said during the visit verbatim, but the image was burned into my memory. I mean, she was, I'd never seen her look like that, and I'd taken care of her for a number of years on a variety of visits, and this was definitely different.
And other than very upset, is there any other way that you describe her? I mean, was she...
Well, in my recollections at the time, you know, she seemed to be depressed and distraught and almost frantic, actually.
Frantic?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so we have tears, and then what's...
And then it says counsel for 15 plus minutes.
Okay.
And if more than half of a visit is spent in counseling, then that's how the billing is determined. And so that's basically what I put in there. That's the code for that amount of time.
All right.
Continue?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
So we talked, and then the assessment and the plan from that visit, depression, anxiety, marital problems, and yeah, I strongly encouraged a referral for counseling and gave her some samples of Paxil. Paxil, antidepressant, 20 milligrams, and I gave her 35. And then...
Let me stop you and catch up on the notes for a moment. So we had depression, anxiety, marital problems.
Yes.
And then under that, you had what? I still haven't caught on to your writing yet.
Right. Referred her for, suggested she get counseling. I referred her for counseling.
Referred counseling?
Yes.
And I take it that's something that typically you would not do as a family physician, is make arrangements to sit down and talk through problems at length on a regular basis.
Well, I encouraged her to come back within 2 weeks at least, and that if things got worse in the meantime, to contact me sooner, or if it really got worse, to get to the emergency room, what have you. I mean, depending on the problem, I'll see people on several follow-up visits in my office. A lot of times that's all it takes to get better. If they get worse, get stuck, then we kind of refer them on in the system. Referring for counseling there would mean we did our session in the exam room, and then on the way out, my staff would go through the books, try and match up the insurance, you know, with the various providers, and try to hook her up with an appointment. But I did encourage her to get some counseling just because of her past history and the amount of upset that she was exhibiting.
In the past history, including a prior episode where the Prozac had been prescribed.
Yes.
Okay. And now if you could continue with your note.
Yeah, and then, well, this is the code 99213, and then recheck in 2 weeks. That's what we call an evaluation and management code, and that's for billing purposes.
I'm gonna pause here, let you guys know court is not. Oh, here we go. I was just gonna say court is not back yet, but I'm starting to see movement now. I want you guys to think that I'm ignoring the actual trial and all of that. I do keep other screens open so we know what the hell's going on. So here we go. Looks like they're coming back now, chat. So please share the streams out, guys. Share them out everywhere. Like the streams, all of that. Subscribe to YouTube. Follow our Facebook. Spam the chat and Facebook. If you like the content we provide, you like what we're doing here, the in-depth streams we do, there's some donation links coming through on both platforms. Hit those donation links. That helps us continue to provide content. It's going to help us, especially in this case, continue to stream this case for 5 weeks, chat. Help support independent media. And when you have independents that do these types of streams or however they do their own content creation on their platforms, they rely heavily on viewers. They don't make money off YouTube and Facebook and all that. It's pennies, chat. It's pennies. You can become a member on YouTube. That helps as well. Plus, you get some exclusive content. Trying to build our Patreon. We don't really have much content there because there's not really anybody there, but we're trying to build it. So that's another way you can help support. Share the streams. Share them on your personal Facebook pages, whatever groups you're in that you're allowed to share streams, especially if they're trial groups. Let's try to get several hundred people over on our platform watching our version of the trial.
You can have a seat.
Here we
Back
go,
on the
chat.
record. Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming back on time, ladies and gentlemen. Who is the state's next witness?
The state calls Rosemary McGinnis, number 44.
Thank you. Just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. I should talk to the judge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're swearing me.
I'll swear. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the little microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter.
I don't know who this
My
is,
first
chat.
name is Rosemary, Rosemary. Middle name Elizabeth, Elizabeth. Last name McInnes, MAC, capital INNES, like Sam.
Thank you. Are you going to do the questioning, Ms. McNeil?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Ms. McGinnis, I want you to think back to the summer of 1998. During that time period, did you join the Stiefel Nicholas office in Racine?
Yes, in July of 98.
And was that a new office that was opening?
They had opened it a couple of months prior to my starting there. I thought maybe in June that they opened it up.
And you started working there in July
Yes,
of 1998.
of 1998,
And do you recall when in July or just July?
22nd.
July 22nd. And where had you worked before?
I worked at Piper Jaffray, another brokerage firm that was downtown Milwaukee.
All right. And so now you're working in the Racine office of Stiefel Nicholas?
Yes, I went from Piper Jaffray to Stiefel Nicholas with a broker who moved to that office. and I went with him as his assistant,
And who was that broker?
Daniel Exner.
Now, how big was the Stiefel Nicholas office at the time that you would have moved there?
It was a very small office, about 4 or 5 brokers, 3 support staff, sales assistant, and cashier. So there were 3 females and the rest were the brokers, all male.
And so these other women, did they have the same position as you did?
Meredith Perez was hired as the cashier and receptionist. Meredith Schultz was hired as a sales assistant, so she would work with the brokers. And I was a sales assistant to Daniel Exner.
So 3 women and 2 Merediths? Now, did they go by nicknames?
Yes, they did. Meredith Perez, we called Midge, Midge, and Meredith Schultz went by Mary, and I think she spelled it Merri.
How long did you end up working at this Stiefel Nicholas office in Racine?
Until about March of 2005, and that's when I transferred to the Brookfield office of Stiefel.
Now, when you started working there in 1998, was Mark Jensen also working there?
Yes, he was a branch manager.
And I want you to particularly direct your attention back to the time period when you were working with Mark Jensen in this office. Did you ever, during that time period, receive any harassing phone calls?
No, not at all.
And did Mark Jensen ever complain of any harassing phone calls that he was receiving?
I did not hear him complain about any.
And did you and the other women in the office, was it your job to open the mail?
Actually, Midge, Meredith Perez, opened the mail. She was in a little area similar to that, so she was kind of caged off. And she would open the mail and receive in checks, hand deliver the whatever they were supposed to go to the brokers, if it was a copy of a letter that the client sent or something on that order. That was Midge, Meredith Perez's job.
So the brokers did not open their own mail?
Definitely not.
Did you ever hear of any mail coming in that was pornographic in nature?
I did not hear of anything like that.
And did you ever hear Mark Jensen complain that he was getting any mail that was pornographic in nature?
I did not hear that at all.
Now, did you ever hear Mark Jensen complain about any pornographic material being left on his vehicle?
No, I did not hear anything like that either.
Do you know where he would park his vehicle?
He kind of parked his vehicle towards the back of the parking lot, not right up front. I think he was afraid that maybe somebody'd hit it or something, because most of the people parked closer to the building, and he would park his car further back in the parking lot.
Based upon where his office was, would he be able to see the parking lot?
I believe he would have been able to.
So through whatever window was in his office?
Yes, he would sit forward to his computer, but he could swing around. So I'm sure he wasn't looking out the window at all times. And it was a second floor of a bank building. So there was the drive-through there. But because of the area that he parked in towards the southeast corner, I believe he should have been able to see his vehicle.
And that's based on also where you knew he parked his vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to December 3rd of 1998. Was that a memorable day for the office?
Yes, it was.
And is that because that's the day Julie Jensen died?
Yes, it is.
Now, on that day, did
I'm sorry,
Mark...
did you say December 3rd or 4th? I just didn't hear you.
I thought I
Sorry.
said 3rd.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're referring
Third,
to
yes, we're
December.
talking about the 3rd.
Okay, and so on that day, did Mark Jensen come into work?
No.
Now, given the size of the office, is that something you would have noticed, whether he was at work that day?
There were only 2 entrances, One was the front entrance, which I sat right across from. So within 10, 15 feet, he'd have to walk through the glass doors there. That's also a door that the clients came through. Or he could have come up the hallway through the lunch area. And there again, because of the size of the office, he'd have to walk up that hallway and into his office.
All right, so based upon where you would typically be seated during the day, would you have seen him if he came in either of those entrances?
Yes.
And just generally him being around the office or in his own office, would you have seen him?
Correct.
Now, regarding that particular time period of December 3rd, 1998, approximately a week later, on December 11th of 1998, was the office having a Christmas party?
Yes, we were.
Was that Christmas party still held?
Yes, it was.
And was there some consideration or thought among yourself or other people in the office about canceling the Christmas party?
We had all asked Mark if we wanted to cancel it because we were all fine. Something like that happens in your family. The last thing you really want to do is go and celebrate.
And what was his response to that?
He doesn't want to ruin anybody else's time.
And so was the Christmas party held?
Yes, it was.
And did he attend the Christmas party?
Yes, he did.
And did you make any observations about his demeanor during the Christmas party?
He seemed to be enjoying himself, having cocktails, eating food, talking to everyone.
And did you observe him with anybody else during this Christmas party?
One of Meredith Schultz came by herself, and she was actually sitting next to Mark. I was a couple of seats to the left. And I guess I would say she was flirting with him. He didn't really flirt back, but he didn't tell her to stop it either. In fact, I'd even asked one of the brokers, Dan Exner, if he couldn't go and talk to Mark about it because it was making people feel uncomfortable how that interaction was going.
And based upon your observations, did you believe that he was showing any signs of mourning at this Christmas party?
I didn't really see any myself, no.
Now, in this office, was there a person working there named Dave Nearing?
There was a person, yes, he was one of the brokers, David Nearing, yes.
And did Dave Nearing ever say anything to you about finding a notebook that had drawings in it belonging to Mark Jensen?
I don't know if Dave Nearing actually told me or if he told one of the other brokers about it, or if we were in a conversation and he brought it up.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
So the cross-examination suggested that there was recent fabrication about this point from Mr. Nearing, and so this prior consistent statement would be admissible.
Judge, I think we should have
What's that?
I think we should have a sidebar.
Guess what? You get an early break, folks.
And here we go again. All right, so I did find her testimony from 2008. I didn't see it before. She's kind of mixed in with Meredith Perez testimony. So I missed this. I was like, who the hell is this? But here we go. We're going to hear more about the peenie word. More peens, more drawings. This case has been more about peens than it has been about whether or
The
not
jury is
someone
outside the
murdered
courtroom. Ms.
somebody.
McNeil, give me your
Jesus.
reasoning again why you should be allowed to get into this.
So when Dave Nearing testified about having found this notebook, he was cross-examined based on having not stated that before in a written statement to Ratsburg in his prior testimony. And so a prior consistent statement is admissible if it is to rebut the recent fabrication. So the implication of cross-examination is you're just coming up with this, and this witness can say, no, Dave Nearing talked about it years ago.
All right, go ahead. Who's going to argue?
I will, Judge, just because Attorney Jamboy's told me about this notebook this morning. It's the first time the defense had ever received any discovery about some notebook that was recovered from Mr. Jensen's office sometime in 1990 to 1991. There was no specific questions to Mr. Nearing about whether he told Ms. McGinnis, and she just testified she wasn't sure if he was the one that told her or somebody else did. So there's potentially 2 layers of hearsay there. That's my second concern. Third, we were never notified that this witness had mentioned this at all. In fact, she testified previously and gave a statement to the detective, and it's in none of those places. So if there's specific notes that she gave a statement to someone before today that Mr. Nearing told her that, the defense has a right to that discovery.
Well, what I did during the lunch hour, I reread State versus Jensen, 331 Wisconsin 2nd, 440. That was the Court of Appeals decision. That was decided December 29, 2010. I'm not going to get into the issue of confrontation and the letter and all that other issues that were decided later by the Supreme Court of Wisconsin and the United States Supreme Court. But this case that I just cited talked about the penis issue pretty extensively. And I'm shocked how many times they mentioned the word penis. And what did this case say? Now, this is guidance for me. And I like it because it makes my rulings a little easier. So what does it say about this evidence that we are trying to keep out? It's admissible as part of the panorama of evidence surrounding the offense. And it talks about numerous witnesses. It talks about the state's theory that before Mr. Jensen, this is the Court of Appeals talking, not me. Before Jensen murdered his wife, Jensen engaged in a campaign of emotional torture by repeatedly confronting Julie with pornographic photos. The evidence involved the relationship between the principal actors, Jensen and Julie, and traveled directly to the state's theory as to why Jensen murdered Julie. Then it goes on to say, it also goes to the issue of the computer, because there's an issue of pornography on the computer, and that Mr. Jensen regularly surfed the computer regarding the issue of pornography. So the computer is also an issue in this case. And then it also, we're going to have other witnesses that are going to testify. The state talked about Kelly Jensen, and I believe her last name is different now, but it also talks about Kelly Jensen's testimony. And it goes on to say, it tended to show that Jensen had a long-standing fascination or obsession with penises. Given this, was likely the one responsible for the penis-focused photos stored on the home and office computer and left around the Jensen home to emotionally torture Julie. Each category of evidence Jensen complains upon was properly admitted. So it's coming in.
Judge, I'm not arguing as to relevancy.
It's coming in.
No, I get that.
You argued this morning that it was relevant. So don't tell me now it's not relevant.
This time I'm not
I'll
arguing
get the
relevancy.
transcript.
I'm not arguing relevancy.
You argued that this morning. So
did.
we're done. Bring the jury
I'm
back.
not arguing hearsay.
You argued a different objection this morning, and now you're saying I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying, Judge, I agree with you as to this morning. I'm not
You can't
arguing-
have every argument you want and get the last word in.
Judge, I'm not arguing as to relevancy from Ms. McGinnis. I'm arguing that it's hearsay. She just testified that she wasn't sure if she heard it from Mr. Nearing or heard it from someone else. That's hearsay. And I don't have a right to confront that individual who may have said that to her because that person hasn't been called. That's the objection. I didn't object as to relevancy.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Bring in the jury, and we'll let the state ask their question on the issue of what was your statement again before I lost my train of thought here?
So what I was asking is whether Ms. McGinnis had heard from Dave Nearing before about this notebook.
That question will be allowed. Thank you.
Wow.
Where the bailiffs are.
Yeah.
To get the jury, Your Honor.
So we are definitely clipping a reel on Facebook of him saying he likes the peens, and we're going to clip him screaming at the defense again. This guy, man, I told you. Yep, Robin on Facebook says this judge going to cause a mistrial. I'm telling you, this guy, chat, we've talked about Judge Anthony Milasauskis before on this platform. He's not preserving this record, and that is a problem, chat. It is creating a lot of appellate issues. I believe, I'm not an attorney, but I believe there are appellate issues right now. We need a lawyer, chat. We need a lawyer on this platform to help us with these legal things. This guy is creating some problems. And then he's not letting the defense, and I think sometimes even with the prosecution, he's not letting them preserve this record to remove appellate issues. This is crazy, chat. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in, you guys. If you're new, welcome, welcome. Like the stream, share it out. Spam the chat with hearts and likes on Facebook. Subscribe over on YouTube. We're streaming over there too. Oof, chat. This case has my blood boiling. I'm from Wisconsin, and I lived in Kenosha for 8 years. So this is a big case for us. This is a big case for us. We've been dealing with this for
All right, have a seat.
98. Here
We're
we go,
going to
chat.
continue. The objection was overruled. You can go and ask the questions.
So did Dave Naring ever tell you anything about finding a notebook with penis drawings in it?
I'm going to repeat what I said. It probably was when we were in a group. I didn't have a relationship with Dave Nearing that would have him come and talk to me about penises. So I believe it was, we're standing in the office talking about this stuff, kind of confused at why somebody would even leave it out.
All right. And you've described the context for us now. So what did Mr. Naring say about what he had found?
He had actually, I know he had found one when Mark worked at a prior firm. And that's the one that I remember Dave talking about. And it was like notepads that people would have with their name on the top. And there were drawings of different sizes and shapes and kind of page after page after page.
And this conversation you were involved in, was that years ago?
Yes, it was.
And do you have an estimation of how long ago it was?
When I worked down in the Racine branch, so somewhere between 98 and 2005.
Now, when you were working at that Racine branch, that's the time period when Mark Jensen was arrested for this, correct?
I was actually, he was arrested in 2002 or 2003.
Yeah, so do you recall that time period?
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, did a detective come to the Racine branch?
Yes, they did.
And did that detective take various things for evidence from the Racine branch?
Yes,
he did.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. So, Ms. McInnes, did I say your name right? Yes. Okay. I just didn't know where you were.
Oh, sorry, I'm hiding over here in the corner.
Because I saw her talking before. Okay, go ahead.
So I understand you joined the Stifel group in July of 1998.
Correct? Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, you were with, I think you said Piper Jaffray?
Piper Jaffray, yes.
Okay. Now, you never actually worked at Baird with Mr. Jensen.
No, I did not work at Baird.
Never worked at Baird at all?
At all.
Okay. So you didn't meet Mr. Jensen until July 22nd of 1998.
Correct.
And I understand you and Mr. Jensen weren't friends outside of work.
No.
You didn't hang out socially?
Well, I live in Brookfield and they're down there, so in Racine or Kenosha area. No, I did not hang out with Mark Jensen.
You didn't have personal conversations with him?
No. First of all, I'd only been there. I started in July, so I don't know if people really go into personal things like the first few months that you're there. You're trying to understand what your job duties are, how to work the computers. And so, no, I did not have any real personal conversations.
So you didn't have conversations with Mr. Jensen about his wife being depressed?
No, I never heard that. I know that Julie brought in some food once, well, Julie would make it. Mark would bring in some food once in a while and say, oh, Julie made this. Julie would come in with the two boys, the two sons once in a while. I didn't see that she was depressed when those things were happening.
Okay. And what year would that have been?
That would have been,
1998?
yeah, 1998, 99.
Now,
98, I should say, not 99.
now you had testified about Mark's office at Stifel. You said he had a window in his office?
Yes, a big window in the back of him.
And he would park in such a way that he would see his vehicle.
Not if he's sitting looking at his computer, which nobody sits and looks at your computer all day long. You talk on the phone, you kind of turn around, and at that point, he would have been able to see it, not when he's watching his computer.
So he parked in a way that he could turn around and see his car.
I believe so, yes.
All right. And you said that was not where most people parked.
No, he parked further back in the southeast corner, and a lot of the other people would park on the south side. They parked on the west side. There was a parking lot.
Okay. Now, you were first spoken to about this case in 2002. That's right?
Yes.
And that was after Mr. Jensen had been charged in this case.
Yes. We heard about it on the phone. One of the clients called up and said something that he had heard that he was arrested.
Okay. When you spoke with Detective Ratsberg, so that was about 4 years after Ms. Jensen's death?
Yes.
So you didn't speak with the police right after Ms. Jensen's death?
No.
You didn't speak with them after the Christmas party?
No.
And as far as work attendance, if a broker was not in the office, you didn't make notes about that, right?
No, but if he's calling in, it's going to stick in your mind more. No, because they would go see clients and things like that. But if you're calling up, kind of giving little reports as the day goes on, that's more memorable.
And did you speak with Mark Jensen on December 3rd?
No, I did not, but Midge, Meredith Perez, was the one that would answer the phone.
Okay.
Mark would tell her a few things and then transfer him to Dave Nearing or something.
Okay. So on December 3rd, did you find out about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, towards the afternoon.
You found out about it that afternoon?
Yes. Mark called up and said that she had passed.
Okay. And did you take that phone call?
No, Midge did.
So Midge answered the majority of the calls, fair to say?
Yes, she did. Yes, she was the receptionist and cashier.
And Midge, again, was the one who opened the mail?
Correct.
That wasn't your duty?
If she wasn't there, if the other Mary wasn't there, then obviously somebody has to do it. It would be my responsibility, one of the three of us. But Midge was first in line, Mary was second in line, and I was third.
So on December 3rd, did you go to lunch?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
I don't even remember where I went to lunch yesterday, but to me, lunch isn't as important as somebody passing away. So it's not memorable enough to care about.
Right. But you may have left the office during the lunch hour?
Yes, I would have, but the other two ladies were there then.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure if I left because a lot of times I didn't go out for lunch.
So you have no recollection of that?
Nope.
And fair to say, typically you would go to lunch around 11:30 and 12:30?
Somewhere in there.
And you take an hour?
Yeah, half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. Wasn't set in stone.
Okay. Fair to say people would kind of come and go as time allowed in that office?
Not the ladies. The guys, yes. The brokers, yes, they could come and go as they pleased. They normally told us where they were going, so if clients called in, that we could figure out how long they'd be gone.
Okay.
But the ladies kind of had a set schedule.
So if Mr. Jensen were to go talk to a client outside of the office, that would not be strange.
Not at all.
In fact, you kind of expected the brokers to do that in your firm.
Yes. Yes, provide service for their clients, correct.
Was Mr. Jensen a person that would cry at the office often?
I'm objecting to relevance crying often at the office.
Let's just go ahead. Do you know the answer, ma'am?
I've never seen him cry.
All right. Stands. Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you. Now, you testified today about a Mr. Nearing talking to you about sketches. Is that correct?
Talking to the office, not directly to me, but yes, talking to the office about these sketches, yes.
And was that was after Mr. Jensen was charged?
I don't remember if it was before or after. Probably after, yes.
And you're aware that, strike that. And you said that it was maybe David, maybe somebody else that.
No, it was Dave, because he worked with Mark at Baird. He is the one that saw that notebook or that notepad with all of the sketches on it.
I believe your testimony, though, was that it may have been David who told you, or it may have been someone else that David told. Is that correct?
David didn't tell me directly. I believe he was talking in the office and we were all there. The office is small enough that you can hear it. We were probably standing around a desk, kind of shocked.
Was Mr. Nearing one to gossip in the office?
Dave liked to talk. And actually, Dave liked to talk and he knew Mark very well.
So he liked to talk about Mark.
Because they used to go out as couples all the time.
Okay.
So he probably knew more about Mark than any of us.
Okay. And you also testified about a Christmas party?
Yes.
And at this Christmas party, Mr. Jensen was seen with Meredith Schultz?
I don't call it seen with.
Well, you saw him with her, talking with her.
Well, yes, it depends on how you say with. He didn't come with her. I don't know if he left with her because I left beforehand. But yes, they were sitting next to each other, engaging in conversation, talking, laughing, yes.
And you said that she was flirting with him, but he really didn't flirt back?
I don't remember him flirting back, no. Okay. I don't remember him saying, excuse me, but this isn't the proper thing to do. But I don't believe he was flirting back.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I have no further
All
questions.
right, thank you. You can leave. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very interesting chat. What do you guys think? And remember,
He calls Kelly Brooks formerly Kelly Labonte, and that is number 39.
here we go. Remember, these people
39.
didn't testify or mention this stuff to police about this notebook. And now all of a sudden this stuff is coming out. Again, a lot of details in news articles years later. And we're hearing new stuff in this trial that people are supposedly remembering after 20 years now. That they didn't give these statements to police in 98, 99, 2002, 2007 at the forfeiture hearing, 2008 at the original trial. Ooh, Labonte looks the same. We did play her 2008 testimony for those that are new to the channel. We did play that yesterday. That's up. This is going to be spicy, chat. Here we go. Share the stream now.
solemnly swear the testimony is made to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter, okay?
Kelly Jensen, or Brooks, Kellybrookes.
Thank you. Who's going to do the questioning? Go ahead, Ms. McDeal.
Is your maiden name Labonte?
It is.
And Ms. Brooks, at some point, were you married to Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And do you see Mark Jensen in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you just point to him and describe something that he's wearing?
He's over there in a suit and tie.
Right, there's only one individual over there in a suit and tie. That's the individual right there? All right, it's been identified. Thank you.
So, Ms. Brooks, I want you to think back to approximately 1997. During that time period, did you join the firm Stiefel Nicholas?
Yes.
And do you know when about you started working for that firm?
I believe it was in February.
So you think February of 97?
Yes.
And where were you working? Like where physically were you?
I was in St. Louis at the corporate office.
And so this firm, Stiefel Nicholas, it is headquartered in St. Louis?
Yes.
And that is where you were working?
Yes.
And what was your job position?
I was administrative assistant to the retail brokerage president.
Okay.
So,
And
yeah. Sorry.
And so someone who worked at the headquarters of the firm.
Yeah.
And was he like a boss to other brokers at the firm?
Yeah. Yeah. All the brokers reported to him.
And what was this person's name?
Scott McCaig.
And so during this time period, was Stiefel Nicholas, was it expanding, opening offices?
Yes, they were. We had a new president and CEO of the entire company come in, and he was big on expanding it.
And given your job with Scott McKay, did you help with the opening of new offices?
I did.
And so did you end up coming to Wisconsin several times to open offices?
Yes.
Now, when do you recall first meeting the defendant, Mark Jensen?
I believe I originally met him around April of '98.
And do you recall the context, how you met him?
He was one of the brokers that was being recruited to open an office up in the Racine, Wisconsin area.
So where were you when you met him? Do you recall?
I was in the corporate headquarters. They flew him out to St. Louis to meet with people there.
And Mr. Jensen was involved in a new office being opened, correct?
That is correct.
And were you one of the people who helped open that office?
Yes.
Where was that office?
It was in Racine.
Do you recall when it opened?
I want to say a couple months later, May, June, somewhere in there of '98.
Okay, so we're talking May or June of 1998 when the Racine office opened?
Somewhere around there, yes.
And so did you actually come to Wisconsin?
Yes.
And during that time period, did you meet Mark Jensen again?
Yes.
After that time period, let's say over the summer of 1998, did you ever communicate with Mark Jensen in any way?
Yes. Yes.
And how would you communicate with him?
There would be phone calls back and forth for various work things. And I believe I went out and he opened the office. I think there were 3 of them that came over then. And then there was another 1, maybe 2 that came over later. And I went out and helped bring those people on as well.
Now, over the course of this interaction with the defendant, did you learn that he was married?
Yes.
And did you learn that he had children?
Yes.
And as far as you were aware, he was still living in the same household with his wife and children?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Julie Jensen before her death?
No.
So during this time period, the summer of 1998, what was your relationship status?
I was engaged.
And who is the person you were engaged to?
Mark Greenman.
Mark Agreement, you said?
Mark Greenman, yes.
Was that a fairly long-term relationship?
Yes. We had been seeing each other on and off for several years.
And you didn't have any children, though?
No.
So as you continued communicating with the defendant, did you develop a romantic relationship with him?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time that you and the defendant had sexual relations of any sort?
It would have been, I believe, around September.
September of 1998?
Yes.
And do you recall where?
I think St. Louis.
Now, leading up to that point, had you been flirtatious with him?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 21. So looking at that exhibit, can you tell us what it is?
It looks like email messages between me and Mark.
Now, at some point during the course of this case, did you learn that police had obtained email messages between yourself and the defendant?
I'm sorry, can you state the first part?
At some point during the course of this case, did you learn that police had obtained email messages between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
And so State's Exhibit 21, what you're looking at here, would those be the email messages that you learned were obtained by the police?
Yes.
So fair to say it's not every email you ever sent to the defendant during this time period?
That is correct.
So State's Exhibit 21 is the physical exhibit. I would like to display on the screen State's Exhibit 20, and this would be the file labeled emails. Now, Ms. Brooks, we're obviously talking about something that is quite a long time ago, 1998. And so I'm going to ask you some questions about these email messages during that time period.
Okay.
Now, can you see the screen and see whether that matches the exhibit that is in front of you?
Can't read it, but it looks similar.
So if I zoom in a bit and you look at the top of your exhibit.
Yes.
And there's,
I can see
there's
some
other
words.
screens.
Oh, okay. All right. Perfect.
But for your purposes, you can look at the paper exhibit in
Okay.
front of you. All right, so I'm going to go down. Do you see how these emails are in a thread?
Yes.
And so is it actually the oldest email that is at the bottom of the page?
Right. The oldest is at the bottom?
So when we're talking about the thread,
Yes.
the one that is the older is at the bottom, and then you work your way up
Right.
to get to the replies and,
Right.
and so forth. Okay. All right, so now looking at the first page of the exhibit in front of you, do you see an email between yourself and the defendant from September 3rd of 1998 at the time on your email says 6:58 a.m.?
Yes.
See that? Now, typically, would you be emailing so early?
No.
So do you believe that this time period is not correct?
That is correct. Yes, it would be wrong.
All right. And so this email that we're looking at from you to the defendant, it says, thanks again for yesterday. What a wonderful idea you had and a wonderful time we had. Do you have any idea what you were referring to?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So would this refer to a time when the defendant was in St. Louis with you?
Yes.
And then
yes.
Do you recall anything else about that now that you've looked at it?
No.
All right. So now the following line begins with the letters IDLY.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
What do those letters stand for?
I do love you.
All right. So then that line would be, I do love you even more now, but no surprise, you are too wonderful for words.
Yes.
And then XO, talk to you soon, correct?
Yes.
What does XO stand for?
Hug and kiss.
So by this time, you are at least talking flirtatiously with the
Correct.
defendant?
Yes.
And you make some reference to having seen him.
Yes.
All right. Now, just moving up the page, do we see his reply to you? Thursday, September 3rd, 1998, 10:04 a.m.
Yes.
All right. And so in that reply, he says, thank you. Wish I hadn't been so tired. So little sleep the previous nights. Was great just hanging out. Definitely lucky. Got a few looks and question about being in St. Louis. Cute. All covered. Then Ron called. It was all about Columbus. Just funny the way it flowed. Hey, came in this morning and my blinds were up and I do like those knobs. IDLY, cheers. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So he uses the same phrase with you, I do love you.
Yes.
And then moving up to the next email, this is your reply to him. And again, so your reply says 8:09 a.m., but that time doesn't make sense with his 10:04 a.m. email,
Right.
correct?
Right.
And so do you believe your replies were earlier than when you were actually replying?
I think the timestamp states earlier.
The timestamp is
Yeah.
earlier?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then going up to the top, if we look at this email from the defendant to you, this is 2:44 p.m. the same day. What does he say there in that email?
Wouldn't mind knobs on my blinds, would prefer cheeks on my desk. Cheers. Did you smile?
So he's flirting with you.
Yes.
And then at the very top, your reply. What do you say in your reply?
If you continue to be a good boy, maybe you'll get what you wish for. I would enjoy participating. Yes, I smiled. I always smile when talking with you.
Okay, so you're receptive to the flirting.
Yes.
All right, so moving on to the next page of the document that you have in front of you. And again, to get to the beginning of the email chain, we have to actually go pretty far down. So if you look at your exhibit at page 3 at the bottom, for this particular email chain from September 4th of 1998, it then begins at the bottom of page 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it starts with questions about lunch plans.
Right.
All right, so now moving up. You see this email in the middle of the page from September 4th, 1998, 11:15 a.m.
Yes.
The defendant says to you, know what I'd rather eat, and then
Yes.
there's certain symbols.
Yes.
Okay, what is he saying?
He's making a sexual connotation.
And that's oral sex.
Yes.
When you initially had your first sexual relations with the defendant, was it oral sex?
Yes.
And was it one or both of you who performed oral sex?
Both.
All right, and then moving up through the pages. Sometimes when you were communicating with the defendant, would you complain to each other about your current significant others?
Yes.
So he would complain to you about his wife?
Yes.
And would you complain to him about your fiance?
Yes.
And so if you look at the bottom of page 2, this email from September 4th at 11:34 a.m., it reads, yep, lover's nuts thing going on here. My own fault. Turned it down last night after I came in because I was pissed. She knew it. Dutiful thing. Right now, dutiful would do. Nah, cheers. And then it continues, thinking about my desk right now. Now that's a way to enjoy lunch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so is he complaining about his wife in that? When he calls her dutiful thing?
Yes.
And then looking now, this would be page 2, and this is the email from September 4th at 11:49 a.m. And it reads, got pissed last night because of her attitude in spa. She knew I was when I got out. I sat out on the deck for hours. When I came in finally, I just reversed the don't touch me thing. So is that again another complaint about his wife?
Yes.
Would he complain to you about sexual issues with his wife?
Yes.
All right, now at the very top here, your final reply in this chain, what do you say here at the top of page 2?
Did we miss the window of opportunity? I meant with our significant others, not each other.
Okay, so at that point, your perception was that the window of opportunity was completely open with the defendant.
I'm not sure what I meant there, quite honestly, because it says I meant with our significant others, not each other. Oh, okay, yes. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that there was a window of opportunity for us. Yes.
And maybe you missed it with the people that you were currently with.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like I'm saying. Yes.
Now, if you just turn quickly to page 4 and take a look at that, what that email is. Is this email just essentially about stocks?
Yes.
Now, turning to page 5, does that begin another email thread?
Yes.
And so if we want to get to the beginning of that thread, is that at the bottom of page 6?
Yes.
So way off to the side here. This is an email from you, also on September 4th, to the defendant. And you're asking him, what kind of music do you prefer to listen to when being romantic? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you and he have a few emails exchanged back and forth on that topic. He replies to you about what music,
Yes.
and then you tell him, work with me here.
Yes.
All right. And then he suggests that thing you do or reggae.
Yes.
Okay. Is that thing you do an actual song?
Yes.
All right. And so then along that same chain, if you go to page 5 and go to the email from September 4th of 1998 at 4:08 p.m., skipping past the beginning part of that email, does he say, I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so along the same lines, he's once again complaining about his wife to you?
Yes.
All right. And then your response above, you are such an incredible man. I want one.
Yes.
Correct. And then he responds, thanks. You can have me.
Yes.
You call him a tease.
Yes.
He responds, who's teasing?
Yes.
And then your response is, I could get used to having you around permanently. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so this is all on September 4th of 98?
Yes.
Now directing your attention, if you go to page 8, all right, so looking at this email, 9/4/98, 3:56 p.m., you're asking whether Midge gave him the message that you had called. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was Midge a secretary there in Racine?
Yes. Yes.
So not only were you emailing with the defendant, you would also call him frequently?
Yes.
And did you have a cell phone at that time?
I did.
And would you call him on your cell phone?
Yes.
Would you call on work phones?
Yes.
So for instance, this would have been a call to his work.
Yes.
But you wouldn't call him at home, would you?
No.
Now, at some point, did these calls become expensive?
The cell phone calls did. Yes.
And so did he give you any money for that?
He did send me money to pay the bill once or twice.
Okay, so now moving down to page 9. This is, do you see the very first email in this thread from September 9th of 1998 at 1:51 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you talk about in this email to the defendant getting a massage tomorrow and then you the next day.
Yes.
So do you believe that there was some kind of meetup with the defendant sometime in the area of September 11th of 1998?
Yes.
Now, do you recall where that happened?
No. But I think it might have been in St. Louis.
Okay, so if we remember the earliest emails, it sounds like there was some kind of meetup in St. Louis early in September.
Yeah. I think that first one was he came into town for the day and we went to the zoo and just hung out. And then I'm not sure what this one was. Maybe a baseball game or something.
Do you remember around that time period going to a baseball game with the defendant?
Yes.
And was it in St. Louis?
Yes.
All right. And then the defendant in his follow-up email to you, September 9th, 1998, his reply is, "You may sleep through the weekend," and then that face again.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And is that the one you testified to related to oral sex?
Yes.
And then your reply to him, "You may be right. You ready for this?"
Yes.
Okay. So again, you're receptive to this.
Yes.
Okay. So directing your attention to page 10. All right, looking towards the middle of that page, an email from you to the defendant, September 15th of 1998, 7:05 a.m. And again, when you look at that time, do you think that's too early for you to be on your work email?
Yes.
So during that time period, did you only access your email from the office?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how the defendant accessed his email?
He would either from work or from home.
Okay, so did you have knowledge that he could access his work email from home?
I don't know if he could or not. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So you know, for you personally, though, you would have been at work to send these emails?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular email, looking through it, are you complaining about your significant other to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about trying to go in the hot tub and the man was too tired?
Yes.
Now, looking above that, is his reply to you, that's September 15th, 1998 at 9:39 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, can you read these middle lines here, beginning with the line that begins with drugs and then ending before the next paragraph?
Drugs were still in effect last night, but got some wood, was thinking about someone else, got carried away, banged into the end of things, so to speak. She don't like that, and that was the end of that. Ha, fun. Aside from that, evening was lousy too, hovering, nothing to say.
Now, in those lines, what is he describing?
Having sex with his wife.
And he indicates he was thinking about someone else?
Yes.
So that would be you?
Yes.
And then indicating that she didn't like, she meaning his wife, did not like what had happened?
Correct.
And then can you read the last two lines from him?
Of that same.
Yes, just the two below lines.
Feeling a lot more stable today, feeling kind of bad about some of the conversation yesterday. Wish I knew how much of the mood was chemicals and how much you. Cheers, idly.
Okay, so I do love you.
Yes.
Now, what are you talking about with him in terms of drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And so was he on some kind of drugs?
Not that I know of.
But he does talk about the drugs still in effect last night.
Yeah,
And you asked him about it.
I did.
And then he follows that up with those lines about feeling.
Okay. Yeah, okay. How are you? The drugs wearing off yet? Yeah. Yeah, I guess he was taking something, but I don't remember what it was.
So your understanding is these references are to him regarding drugs and being in effect and feeling stable?
I believe so, yeah.
And then his response has to do with how much of the mood was chemicals and how much you.
Yeah.
So he appears to be referring to a good mood being either chemicals or you.
Right.
All right. So that prior email being references to his wife, your response, you see at the very top there, 9:15:98, 9:46 a.m. You refer to she being so damn prudish about it.
Mhm.
So would that be a reference to his wife?
Yes.
And again, did he describe to you ways in which he thought his wife was prudish towards him?
Yes.
And did he ever get specific about that?
Probably no more than what was in that email.
And then you close that email with the XO IDLY always.
Yes.
Now, turning to the next page, page 11. Now, this email that you're looking at on page 11, if you peruse that quickly, that's not so much about your relationship with the defendant, correct?
That is correct.
You're actually forwarding an email from somebody else to you.
Yes.
And was that person somehow connected to where you're from in Albuquerque?
Yes.
So now moving on to page 12. And in this next email, which is from 9/29/98, you, at the very beginning of this email from you to Mark, you make some reference to this Albuquerque friend.
Yes.
Now, can you read those first two lines to us?
So am I just being an oversensitive chick with regard to Mark's comment last night? Be honest, I can take it in spite of what my friend in Albuquerque thinks.
Okay. And so when you're talking about Mark's comment last night, you're actually talking about your fiance, Mark Greenman, right?
Yes. Actually, he was my husband by then.
Okay. So when did you marry Mark Greenman?
I believe September 19th of 98.
Of 98.
Yes.
And so during this time period, why did you decide to marry Mark Greenman?
It had been an on again, off again thing for so long, and I guess, didn't have the courage to end it before moving forward with it.
Was the wedding set?
Yeah.
And where did you go to get married to him?
We went to Tahoe via San Francisco.
And so it's true that in the midst of this month where you marry Mark Greenman, you are actively having an affair with the defendant.
Yes.
All right, so now turning to page 13. Now, does this email begin with some jokes that you had sent to the defendant?
Yes.
That's one of those joke emails?
Yes.
All right, and his response to that appears to be, and looking at kind of the middle of the page, Wednesday, September 30th, 1998, 2:05 p.m. His response to the joke email appears to be some type of joke, correct?
Yes.
And he makes a reference to Boy Scout.
Yes.
what was he referring to?
His penis.
So he calls his penis Boy Scout?
Yes.
And then your response to him, cute, not liking him very much right now, are you?
Yes.
And then he responds to you, yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Like you. Cheers.
Yes. Yes.
So what was he saying with the yes, I am. No, I'm not? Do you know what he was referring to?
I think it was like a conversation between him and his penis. He says, yes, I am. And it says, no, I'm not. That kind of thing. Just kind of a back and forth there.
And then it says, like you.
I don't know.
Were you somewhat non-committal during this time?
Yes. Yes, I was.
Okay, because we're talking about the time period right after you got married and got back from the honeymoon.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so if we're trying to picture the timing, it's September 19th of 1998 that you got married?
Yes.
And you said you went out to Tahoe via California?
Yes.
And so you would have been gone out of the area of St. Louis for about how long, do you think?
It's about 8 to 10 days.
Okay, so maybe by sometime for sure before September 30th, you're back in St. Louis.
Yes.
Did the defendant know that you went to get married?
Yes.
Okay, did that prevent him from pursuing you?
No.
Now moving to page 15. Now, in terms of the timing of these emails, so you see there's kind of like a big long email in the middle of the page there.
Mm-hmm.
And is that from the defendant to you?
Yes.
And then your response above that?
Yes.
So the timing of these emails, October 4th of 1998, and then your reply October 5th of 1998. What had happened right before these emails were sent? And I'm referring to early October of 98.
The opening of the Appleton office and the meeting that we had.
Okay, so beginning of October 1998, was there a new office opening for Stiefel Nicholas?
Yes, it was the Appleton office.
And were you involved in going to Appleton to help open?
Yes.
And was the defendant involved also in opening that office?
Yes, he was.
So this was a weekend?
Yes, over a weekend.
So a weekend when you and the defendant would be at a hotel with each other and seeing each other in person?
Yes.
Did that weekend, did you have sexual relations with the defendant?
Yes.
And so that particular weekend, did it go beyond oral?
Yes.
Just sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And so if we're seeing emails from after that time period, you can see references to that weekend. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like, for instance, near the top of the defendant's email, it talks about up in Appleton.
Mm-hmm.
And he's referring to someone named Ed.
Yes.
All right, so I'm not going to have you read this whole chunk of text, but just going towards the bottom. If you read the last, the one that starts with "now that I can," do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read that out loud?
Now that I can think and I'm not totally distracted by this cute creature that was there and had this ability to make everything else disappear.
And then how does he end this long email?
idly, and a true technical cheers to you, hoping you're okay with the tech thing.
Now, do you recall what he's talking about with the tech thing?
I think that was referring to technically having sex.
Would you agree that you and the defendant were somewhat distracted with each other during this office opening?
Yes.
Okay, and then you send him a response. This is October 5th of 1998 at 3:28 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you're receptive to what he's talking about with the technical thing?
Yes.
And then you end with IDLY to you too?
Yes.
All right, so now I'd like to direct your attention. Do you see on page 16 how there's a long email string that starts?
Yes.
All right, so I'd like to direct your attention then to where that string would actually begin. So that would be page 18.
Okay.
All right, so this email string that we're talking about, it's referring to October 7th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
And then it just starts with good morning from you to the defendant?
Yes.
Now, at the very top of that page 18, you talk about having a bad night.
Yes.
And then his response to that, if you look on page 17 at the bottom of that page,
Mm-hmm.
he talks about giving you a call later or a call soon.
Yeah. Yes.
And so you would call each other throughout the day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you follow up with the ensuing emails, you're talking about your bad night. If you look at that page 17, you're talking about drinking, going out drinking.
Yes.
All right. So now, do you see the email that is from October 7th of 1998? That's 2:46 p.m. It's from the defendant to you, and it starts with must be slipping.
Yes.
Okay. And then he refers to you getting married. See what getting married did to you?
Yes.
Okay. And now there's a few different letters that he ends the email with. We've already talked about the IDLY, but what's IWY?
I want you.
Now, if you look at how these emails continue going to page 18 and moving towards the top of page 18, is it continuing with the back and forth flirtatious emails?
On page 18 or 17?
So I believe this is page 18. Just want to make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, page 16.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So you're continuing with the flirtatious emails with him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, early on in this email string, there was some reference to you writing a letter to him.
Yeah.
Did you sometimes write letters to him?
Yes,
And would you send those letters to his work or to his home?
probably to his work.
Do you have any specific memory of this letter from the time period of October 7th of 1998?
No,
And would he ever write you letters or no?
I don't recall. Maybe.
All right, so now I'd like to direct your attention. There's another email string that begins on page 20. Page 20, where the email string begins. And particularly, I want you to look at the one from Thursday, October 8th of 1998, 9:46 a.m.
Okay.
From the defendant to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this email, do you see he first of all asks you, so are you a roller ball or a pen kind of person? Do you see
Yes.
that? And then he asks you, what is your favorite color fleece?
Yes.
And then he talks about fishing trips, Missouri, and fly fishing in Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was he a person who went fishing or did fishing?
Yes.
And fly fishing?
Yes.
Would he travel to do that?
I believe so. I believe he had.
All right. And then your response to that, you talk about, you're responding to the color of fleece and you talk about a deep green. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then apparently he talked about some interest in learning how to fly a plane.
Yes.
Recall that from the prior email.
Yeah.
And that would help get to fishing spots.
Yes.
All right, so now we are on page 19, the very bottom of page 19. And once again, this is an email from the defendant to you, October 8th of 1998, 10:44 a.m. Do you see the defendant making a reference to driving 10 hours to Big Cedar?
Yes.
What is he talking about?
Big Cedar Lodge in Missouri. It's a lodge on a lake.
And so essentially in this email, he's talking about flying would be so much faster.
Yes.
And then he ends with, I really want you. Correct?
Yes.
I do love you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Now, following up on this email string, do you see the email above that from you to the defendant?
Yes.
October 8th, 1998 at 8:51 a.m.
Yes.
And so now, if we go back to the time issue, you see your response is at 8:51 a.m. and his email was from 10:44 a.m.
Yes.
So the timing is not correct here.
Again, yes.
All right. Now, in this email, you're talking about someone named Debbie being pregnant again.
Yes.
Is that correct? And was that someone that your husband at this time? Who was Debbie to him?
That's his ex-wife.
Okay. And so is this something that was concerning to you that his ex was pregnant again?
Probably just that my current husband made something out of it.
And then the email above that from the defendant to you. October 8th, 1998, 12:12 p.m. And is this the defendant essentially responding to your complaints about your husband?
Yes.
And he calls himself, if we go to the very first line of his response,
Mhm.
at the end, he says, "I'm the Boy Scout."
Yeah.
Now, you see in this email, he uses the word funky. Was that a word that he would use, a word that you would use?
I think we both used it.
So it wouldn't have been weird for you to use it?
I think I used it because he used it. I think he introduced the word, and then we used it as a term that we both understood what it meant.
Okay.
Just the weirdness of a situation.
So you kind of adopted it because he used it?
I think so.
All right. So now another email thread. Do you see the next email thread beginning on page 21? And so if we go to the beginning of that email thread, it's actually page 23. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a pretty short email that you sent to him at the bottom of that page. This is October 8th of 1998, 4:21 p.m. I'm out of here. Talk to you later. I do love you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a response from him to you Thursday, October 8th of 1998. The time on his email is 11:17 p.m. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And so in this email, he says, just sitting here drinking wine, thinking about this time last week. No issues, just great. Missing something. I miss you, a new one. I miss you. I want you. I do love you. Thinking about the last line in your note. Feelings the same. If you can't remember, ask. Kind of wondering how to put the crap in the office to bed. There's enough stuff being bounced around that should be able to find out where it actually originates. Suspect it's Mary. She's out tomorrow, so can talk to Rose, Midge, and Barry. If that proves to be the case, she'll have a bad day Monday. This is all tough enough without this stuff. Patience, time, and let it play out. I do love you. Was that accurate?
Yes.
All right, so he's sending an email where he's referring to sitting here drinking wine. So that's not something he would do at work, correct?
Right. Yes, I would not think so.
And he's talking about thinking about this time last week. And so this would be an email from October 8th. And so last week would be October 1st or 2nd-ish, correct?
Yes.
And so that's when you were together in Appleton, right?
Yes.
Now, does this email also refer to there being some office gossip?
Yes.
And is that something you were aware of, that within his office there was gossip about you two?
Yes.
All right. So then looking at, now we're on the next page, or really the prior page, page 22 in the middle here. Is this your response to him? You're responding on October 9th at 6:35 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And again, you don't think that time is right because you don't think you would have been in work that early?
Right.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to read this whole email, but do you make a reference in it to, do you see the line that says, couldn't you just see me pregnant and sleeping on the couch? What a friendly person I would be for all those months? Not.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So are you talking about the possibility of a relationship with him where you had a child?
I think my husband at the time and I were talking about getting pregnant.
And then if we go to his response, October 9th, 1998, 9:36 a.m. Again, I'm not going to ask you to read the whole thing out loud, but do you see it's the fourth line down where he references Barry's comment about you being in the knee hole of my desk? Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's more of the office gossip about you two?
Yes.
All right. And then again, without having to read the whole email, he appears to respond to your pregnancy comment. Towards the bottom here, he says, pregnant on the couch, pretty picture.
Yes.
And then he ends with, I missed you last night, and sure, it will be the same tonight. And then obsession.
Yes.
All right, so the email right above that. This is from Friday, October 9th, 1998, 8:14 a.m. You talk about learning anything with your charge last night. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you have some more complaints about your husband. Is
Yes.
that accurate? All right, and so then if you go to the prior page, this would be the end of this email thread that takes up page 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and so is it fair to say that these ending emails here, you continue your flirtatious emailing?
Yes.
So for instance, the email from you on Friday, October 9th, 1998 at 11:29 a.m., you make a reference to 3,000 lashes.
Yes.
And again, that's part of the flirtation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then as part of that, you make a reference in the October 9th, 1998 email, should I come over? Yeah, right. Do you see that? This is from 11:34 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, well, you can't come over because you're in St. Louis, right?
That's correct.
And he's in Kenosha, Pleasant Prairie.
Right.
All right, and so when you're on that topic, his email from Friday, October 9th, 1998, 1:57 p.m. He says, time, patience, and figure it out. Wait to cool, and I think I could warm you up.
Yes.
All right, now if you look at page 24, the email on that page, is that just like a quick checking in email?
Yes.
And I know the date's kind of hard to see. Is that October 11th,
Yes.
98?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's then go to page 25. So do you recognize this email from Friday, October 9th, 1998, 8:14 a.m.?
Yes.
This is the same email that we had previously talked about. So did you learn anything with your charts last night, correct?
Yes.
But he has a new reply above that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is from October 11th of 1998 at 11:51 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And so now looking at the very end of this email, it says, okay, 12, time to hit the rack, almost literally, sweet dreams. So it appears that his time, 11:51 p.m., that would be accurate because he's making a reference to 12 and time to go to sleep.
Yes.
All right. So looking at the very next page, that's a quick email from you to him. What time should I return home? Do you see that?
Yes.
And it appears like this is some kind of email draft, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it does. Compose message.
All right. So now I want to go to the next string of emails. So if you go to page 28. Does that begin the next string of emails?
Yes.
Let's take a break.
All right, chat. So those of you that watched with us the 2008 testimony of Kelly, DA Jamboy is the one that questioned her, and it was a lot spicier back then. Granted, she was still married to Jensen at the time, which would explain some of her
And after 3, okay?
her combativeness. It is interesting, though, we learned from watching her testimony, it corrected the time that they had gotten married. So we had read originally from a news article that they were married in 99, which wasn't accurate. They got married in 2004. So 2 years after he was charged, they got married. Really interesting. I wonder if they're going to play the jail phone call that we heard in the 2008 trial. I am really glad, though, that that Bob is not questioning her. He was kind of an ass in the 2008 version of this. So we're going to have a lot to clip out. Pretty interesting. There's going to be some reels on Facebook that we're going to clip. So that'll be fun for me to edit a lot of that stuff today to get that stuff up. Got a lot of editing we got to do to get some clips of this trial up. All right, let's go back and start watching some more of the doctor while they're on break. So this is Dr. Richard Borman. We were playing this during the lunch break, and he really describes Julie coming in to see him a couple of days before her demise.
I put that on a visit, and based on either how much time or the intensity of the work that we do with the history and the exam and the medical decision-making, that determines that number. This number is the code for the diagnosis or the diagnoses that we did during the visit. My staff would, go through this and try to match up in the big coding book what seemed to be closest, and then that's the number that they come. And on our billing forms that go to the insurance company, it has a E&M code and then a diagnosis code. And that's how things go through the system.
So the diagnosis code, this 300.4, that's something that your staff put on the record, the 300.4?
Yes.
And what does 300.4 refer to?
I don't even know exactly what the number means. There's a book called the ICD-9, the International Classification of Diseases. There's a big book where they put numbers with each of the diagnoses, and that's how things are kind of listed for some consistency.
Do you know whether that might refer to the DSM-4, which is the diagnosis of mental health disorders?
I'm sure there's some criteria for that in DSM-4.
Okay. And what was your diagnosis of the mental health situation of Julie Jensen after seeing her on that date?
Well, I said depression, and it seemed like she was quite upset, and more than just a mild depression like I'd seen on my September visit. She was upset enough that I gave her medicine and strongly encouraged her to seek counseling as well as to follow up with me.
So you did prescribe the Paxil, and that's reflected in your notes?
Right. This down here, I gave her samples. RXS is my little code for samples. I had samples of Paxil in my cupboard, and I gave her a packaged amount with that. I put 20 milligrams, which is kind of a typical starting dose, and there were 35 total in that pack. So I actually gave that to her. That was a more than a month's supply, would have easily carried her to a follow-up in 2 weeks.
Did you believe that she was suffering from a major depressive disorder?
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness, Your Honor.
I'm not inclined to think he's suggesting an answer to the witness, so that's the basis of a leading objection. The objection is overruled.
That means you can answer.
What was the question?
Yeah. Did you believe that she was suffering from a major depressive disorder at that time?
It's kind of just a matter of degree. I thought she definitely had depression and anxiety. Actually, I was looking in the book just to see what the codes. There are dozens of codes, and it's like shades of gray. The DSM-4 that you're referring to is a diagnostic and statistical manual for psychiatric diseases, and it's an attempt to kind of give objective categories to what's a very subjective problem. In research, it's important that they try to differentiate what they're talking about, but in clinical practice, I don't know that it's helpful. Anyway, major depression, I didn't say it was major, but it wasn't minor either. She was depressed and anxious.
How does your description of her being frantic fit in? I mean, is that something you would typically see in association with depression? Something unusual? I don't know. How does that fit into your diagnosis or your understanding of her condition?
Her presentation stood out in my mind, in my experience. By 98, I finished training in 82, so I already had some gray hair by that point. Quite a bit of experience, and she stood out with the degree of upset that she had.
And so I think then you said that the last thing on your note for that day is you asked her to return within 2 weeks or sooner if necessary. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ask, was there any discussion with her about inpatient treatment, or was that raised in any fashion?
Not really, but with, again, that's difficult to access anyway, but she was very much interested in not proceeding that way. Again, she didn't want to be labeled, and she was very concerned that, if she was labeled as crazy, she would lose her children, her family.
And
she didn't want to do that.
And in conjunction with that conversation, did she specifically say she did not want inpatient treatment because of that concern about being labeled?
I didn't really offer her that, and I didn't think that was necessary at that point. So I can't really comment beyond that.
Okay.
All right, commercial in the old archive footage. So this doctor definitely paints a different picture than what we kind of have heard from watching the old testimony and then watching now 4 days of this trial so far. His testimony paints a different picture. He is expected to testify in the new trial, so we'll see what he has to say. See if it's any different than what he's saying now.
And did she give you any indication as to what she was concerned with regard to the kids or about losing them?
Just that they meant everything to her, that she loved them, and she didn't want to do anything to hurt the kids. Didn't want to lose her kids.
And was that in relation to her mental health condition, or?
I think that, and then worried about her marriage falling apart.
And did she explain any further about her concerns about heading down the same path as her mother?
Yeah, I think that if she would be identified as crazy, that could be used against her, and then they could be used to take her kids away. And she didn't want to be regarded that way.
Okay, moving to December 2nd then, Doctor.
Yeah, so I mentioned the previous visit was on a Tuesday, midday, and it stood out in my mind just because of the intensity of her emotion. The next day, Mark presented at the window to my office, no phone call, no appointment, but so I discussed with MJ, that's Mark Jensen, Mr. Jensen. He had concerns. He'd gotten some information from the internet about the side effects of Paxil, and he was concerned that Julie might be having some side effects. He was concerned because she wasn't sleeping and counseling was still pending. I don't think it had been arranged yet at that point. Felt that if she could get some sleep, maybe things would be a little better. I gave him a prescription for her of Ambien, which is sleeping pills, 10 milligrams, just a few. Instructions, 1 at bedtime if necessary, and then 3 refills. And then I reinforced follow-up here with me for psychiatry, or recommended to the emergency room if worse. And then suggested, since they were concerned about possible side effects of Paxil, to try taking a half a pill for 3 days and then going back up to 1 pill a day.
When you mentioned Ambien, you said something like just 10 or something like that. Is that a lower level dose of Ambien? Do some people have higher doses, or is that
actually 10 is the maximum? Some people take it indefinitely, but the idea with any sleeping medicine, lowest dose, shortest time. So I just gave a few in that setting.
And do you recall what time Mr. Jensen saw you on that day? Was that in the morning?
It was around midday sometime. I think it was toward the end of the morning. I don't have the exact time down there.
Is there anywhere in your notes that would say when he came in?
Nope. But I can tell you, the setup in my office at that time, we had a window, was readily accessible to the kind of countertop where I do a lot of my work. And I was concerned enough about Julie that I split away from whatever appointments I was doing to discuss with him immediately, just to follow up.
Now, in looking at your your records, Julie Jensen in the prior year or so had some respiratory issues, and I'm looking specifically at a note from June 19th, 1998.
Right, that was a phone call complaining of sinus headache, wheezy, chest congestion, no fever. She'd been seen in the emergency room 6/14 of 98, where they diagnosed a sinus infection, bronchitis, gave her a Z-Pak, which is an antibiotic, and the last dose was on Thursday. I guess that was just prior. And also taking leftover Duravent, and she was wondering what else she could do. I gave her a Medrol dose pack. That's a short course of steroids to help with reactive airway disease, and then a Maxair inhaler. That's a bronchodilator to try and help with those symptoms.
So on that occasion, on June 19th, 1998, it appeared that she was still having chest congestion and wheezy breathing, even 5 days after having gone to the ER for that problem?
Yes.
And it looks like on August 12th, 1998, she also had some bronchitis and coughing and chest tightening.
Yeah, and the note before that, 6/22 of 98, she called regarding David, and he was coughing again. Previously, it lasted 3 months and seemed to be doing better, but now the same problem. We recommended evaluation. 8/12 of 98 was a phone call about Julie, bronchitis. She was coughing for a week. Green stuff coming up now, using Maxair and over-the-counter expectorant. Coughing problem at night, some chest tightness, and throat was dry. I gave her another Z-Pak and then suggested either an ER visit or an appointment with me next. And then we called it into the pharmacy.
Returning then to the note behind you, there's an entry for, is that December 7th on the left-hand side there?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Okay. And
they're showing Millisaus's head coming back in court here. All right, chat. So that kind of gave us a little bit more insight. So he did actually give the Ambien to Mark, but there was some breathing issues that she had gone to the ER of several days before. So that's kind of a new detail that none of us knew about. And she's having breathing issues prior to when the alleged poisoning started. That's also kind of interesting detail.
We're back on the record.
All right, here we go, chat.
Mark D. Jensen, the appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. The witness is still under oath. You can continue, Ms. McNeil.
So directing your attention to page 28 in front of you, the bottom of that page, the beginning of this email string. Do you see that first email from Mark Jensen? And then it's Sunday, October 11th, 1998 at 11:10 p.m.
Yes.
Now that email address, the from address, do you see it's mjensen@execpc.com?
Yes.
And then in terms of who it's sent to, there's a Naring D and Exner D, Peterson B, and then Jensen M at Stiefel.com. So Jensen M at Stiefel.com, is that his work email address?
Yes.
And so the email address above, that's his home or personal email address?
Yes.
And so this article, this email, October 11th, 1998 at 11:10 p.m., it references some article from thestreet.com.
'Cause, 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 '
Yes.
And so this appears to be a stock-related email and article.
Yes.
And then he also sends this email to you at your work email address, right above that.
Yes.
And then you comment on Dan's email address looking like ex-nerd.
Yes.
But then you say that you replied back to your home address. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the M. Jensen at exec PC.
Yes.
Now, looking at, so we're going from page 28 to page 27. Do these emails on page 27 between yourself and the defendant, does that continue the flirtatious emails?
Yes.
So like, for instance, in the middle, October 12th, 1998, 12:51 p.m., he says, all three apply. I miss you. I want you. I do love you.
Yes.
And so then if we go to the email from the defendant to you on October 12th, 1998 at 1 p.m., he's sending you the hugs and kisses signs, right?
Yes.
And then he refers to, that's what I meant about the computer. Would be nice, but it sucks at the same time, being there and not being there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a reference to both of you being physically apart?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'd like you to go to the next email string, and that begins on page 31. All right, so this email from yourself to the defendant, October 12th, 1998, 11:56 a.m. Subject, Chicago. Oakbrook will move on 10/23 and open for business 10/26. Okay, so what is that referring to?
It looks like another branch that's opening.
All right, and was that, at the time, was that good news for you and the defendant?
Yes.
Because you'd be able to meet up that weekend?
Correct. Yes.
So the weekend that is upcoming then for the meetup is 10/23, and then the Monday is 10/26, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then his response, he says, right next door, somebody's taking care of us.
Yes.
So you see it continues, us, ideas, yeah, a lot of ideas.
Yes.
So then looking at page 30, does this continue with the bantering emails back and forth?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, he's referring to 3,000 lashes. Think about it.
Yes.
And then you reply, "You're an evil man, Jensen," to the core. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he replies with, "Okay, 6,000." Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you talk about what you're going to wear right above that.
Yes.
All right, so now looking at page 32, this next email string. So the subject of these emails involves Patagonia. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is Patagonia?
It's a clothing store.
All right, so was he offering to buy you something from Patagonia?
It looked like he was looking at the stuff and interested in getting something potentially, yes.
So for instance, this email chain starts off with him sending an email to you. This is October 12th, 1998, 12:57 p.m. He sends an email to you involving the Patagonia online store.
Yes.
And then your response, do you look at women's clothing all the time or just on occasion? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, you're joking with him?
Yes.
All right, and so just looking at the other emails on that page, he's clearly looking at this online store for you?
Yes.
Now the next email string, that begins on page 37. So some ex named Tracy was emailing you. Do you see that?
Yes.
At the beginning of that string? And then were you complaining about it to the defendant?
Yes.
And so that's how the topic of this email string started?
Yes.
All right, so now I want you to look on page 36. All right, so looking at your email in the middle-ish of that page, October 12th, 1998, 10:55 a.m., you email the defendant, "Okay, bored with talking about Psycho Man, on to bigger and better things, how's yours?" Okay, do you know what you were referring to in that email?
It was just a reference to changing the subject, and how's yours was a way to say, how's your day? There's some sexual innuendo there, but it was kind of a little bit of both.
And then right above that, you see his response, "My what?"
Mm-hmm.
And then right above that, you respond to him, "Just testing to see what your answer would be. Nothing in particular, but my mind can go just about anywhere and usually does." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then his response to you, October 12th, 1998, 1:15 p.m. "Wasn't sure if you meant that or my psycho woman. It's lonely and neglected. Nothing you can't fix." So is he continuing on with the sexual innuendo?
Yes.
And then going to page 35, this thread continuing. Do you see in the middle of that page, October 12th, 1998, 1:32 p.m., Is he talking about a sexual encounter with his wife in these emails?
Yes.
And so it actually starts a little bit below there.
Mm-hmm.
And then once again, he's referring to his penis when he says there wasn't a Boy Scout issue.
Yes.
All right, so he's describing this sexual encounter with his wife to you.
Yes.
All right, so moving on to page 38, you see that's just a short email you to him.
Mm-hmm.
What time should I return home? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and then following that up, page 39, the subject being Oakbrook, 10/12/98, 4:07 p.m. An email from you to the defendant, 18.7 miles door to door, and no one from the home office is going up to help them open the office. There you go. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so are you and the defendant continuing to plan this meetup surrounding the Oakbrook office opening?
It looks that way, yes.
All right, so now directing your attention to the next email string beginning on page 41. Starting with an email from him to you, October 15th, 1998, 10:26 a.m. And then do you see your reply right above that?
Yes.
Okay, so in your reply, I'm not going to have you read the whole thing, but in your reply, you see the word watching TV there,
Yes.
and you say thinking about computers and boyfriends.
Yes.
Okay, are you referencing how you communicate with the defendant?
Yes.
And then looking at the prior page, page 40, once again, are you continuing with the flirtatious emails?
Yes.
So this email at the top from the defendant to you, October 15th, 1998, 10:57 a.m. I do love you. Do you see that?
At the top of 40?
The second email from the top.
Yes.
And then your response, I do love you too, always.
Yes.
All right, so the next email string is a long email string, so I want to direct you to page 47. All right, so if you see this email string, does it start off with some quotes that had been sent like a kind of like a chain email?
Yes.
All right, so right above that on page 47, it becomes just you communicating with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
All right, and so then on Friday, October 16th, 1998 at 9:21 a.m., he emails you, hey, want to run off somewhere? I do love you.
Yes.
All right, and how do you reply to that email?
What sparked this bold attempt at messing with me? Sounds wonderful. Where should we go?
And how does he reply to that?
Really bold attempt. If it was really bold, you'd have tickets for the WinStar in your hand. Doesn't take much to spark anything when it comes to you. What was that word again? Keep forgetting. You name it. You have the number. Let me know. X.
All right. So do you know what he's referring to? Tickets for the WinStar?
I think we had discussed that there was this cruise on the WinStar. It was a ship. And we had talked about how fun it would be to go.
So this is a cruise.
Yes.
Okay. And so then at the top of that page, what is your response to him?
Tickets in hand, huh? What a good time of year to go on one of these fabulous trips.
So you're asking him what's a good time to go?
Yes.
And then his response on the next page above that?
Yep, with you any time of the year, but generally February to April when it's 0 here and 80 there.
And then what do you reply to that?
What's it like in October?
And he says?
Don't know, would be fun to find out.
All right. And so what is your response then?
Considering you have a milestone birthday next year and we would both need some time to clean up our lives, so to speak, I was thinking what a lovely way to spend your birthday. You, me, sunsets, ocean, champagne, no outside issues.
Okay. So was the defendant turning 40 in October of 1999?
Yes.
So you're talking about a year from basically when these emails are happening?
Yes.
All right. And then in this email, you talk about we would both need some time to clean up our lives, so to speak. What were you referring to?
Getting divorced.
So obviously you know about his marriage, right?
Right.
And you were married at this time.
Yes.
So you were thinking, I have to get divorced.
Well, I'm thinking if we did the cruise, we'd have to be divorced. Yes.
So the cruise.
So yeah, in the moment, yeah.
So when you're considering whether this cruise can be a reality, you got to clean up your lives first.
Right.
And then you end with no outside issues. Are you referring to the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Can't realistically go on a cruise with someone who's married when you're married.
Right.
All right. And then what was his response to that?
That would be, I'm assuming, a dream come true. Which trip? When should I make the deposit?
Okay. And your response?
The commitment part. Well.
And how does he respond?
You have a problem with commitments. That's okay. I could probably find someone else to go if you changed your mind.
Your response?
Such as?
And he says?
Kodak, he's my buddy. He would probably go. Don't know if they accept animals, though, or kids. Guess I'm screwed. Doug B wouldn't be the same, but we'd raise all kinds of hell.
Okay, so Kodak's a dog.
Yes.
And then who is Doug B?
It was a friend of his, Doug Brandt.
And did you come to know Doug Brandt eventually?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And was Doug Brandt married to anyone?
Yes.
Do you know his wife's name?
I believe it was Robin, but I can't swear to that.
So your recollection was Robin was his wife's name?
Yes.
And so were these friends of the defendants?
Yes.
And so he suggested this friend Doug if you couldn't make it?
Yes.
And the dog too?
Yeah.
All right. So how do you respond to that?
It's good to know I'm so easily replaced.
And he says?
Whoa, didn't say you could be easily replaced. Couldn't be replaced. Wouldn't be the same and I'd be screwed. Or not, as the case may be.
All right. So then what do you say to that?
So let's say I have until the end of the year to decide one way or the other. And then in January, you can send in the deposit if I'm still in. Dill?
Okay. So you are actually seriously considering doing this?
Yes.
And was it your impression or belief that the defendant was also seriously considering doing this?
Yes.
And so then you suggest that if you're in January, he can book it.
Yes.
So end of the year to decide.
Right.
So that would be the end of 1998.
Yes.
How does he respond?
Fair enough, but no deadline on deciding. Whatever time it needs to be figured out.
Okay. And how do you respond to that?
And do you have it all figured out?
What are you trying to find out?
If he's planning on leaving his wife, I think.
So how does he respond to that?
I'm thinking so, barring seeing a bunch of disgusting habits I couldn't live with, but then you'd have a hard time topping the boys with all I've taught them. And if it just keeps getting better, some details to be worked out. But then those are just the details, not the big issue.
An issue is way off to the side here.
Yeah.
Okay, you respond.
It was the details I was wondering about. Disgusting habits, huh?
Okay, so you appear to be inquiring what he is going to do about his details, correct?
Yes.
And so the big issue being he's married.
Right.
And he's not giving you a response on what he's going to do.
Right.
Okay, so then how does he respond to that?
Murphy spins on details. Details are just noise in the bigger picture, and yep, disgusting.
Okay, and so now you continue to ask.
And you plan on dealing with the details how? What kind of disgusting?
He replies.
One at a time.
You reply.
Evasive little shit.
He wasn't answering your questions.
Right.
Okay, then what does he say to that?
Ooh, she went to lunch and came back nasty. Not trying to be evasive. What exactly are you looking for? We can talk about the details. Smile. You're cute when you smile, and other things.
You reply.
I didn't come back nasty. I'm usually like this. Okay, we'll discuss the details. I'm cute when I smile. Not trying to suck up, are you?
Okay, then he says.
Okay, you're cute when you try to burp.
And you say.
Nice way to avoid the subject. You're worse than me.
Okay, so your impression still is he's not answering your question.
Right.
What he's going to do about his details. Okay, and so his reply to that.
Okay, ask me about a detail. I'm not avoiding. You're not asking. I'm supposed to guess the question. Okay, I'll be Karnak.
Okay, your reply.
You asked me if I wanted to run off with you somewhere. I'd love to, but there are issues we have to deal with. I'm not sure how I'll deal with my issue, thus the deadlines and agreements for any backing out that might be necessary. Do you know how you'll deal with your issues, details, whatever?
Okay. And so at this point in time, mid-October of 1998, you were not yet sure that you wanted to divorce your husband.
Right.
Okay. And so that's why you don't want to make a firm commitment at this time.
Right.
And you set a deadline for yourself and for the defendant of the end of the year.
Right.
Okay. And so what is his reply?
Are deadlines and agreement necessary? Not trying to pin anything down. And I got my ticket punched. Had that conversation, heard the answers. We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision. Just need to decide what to do or make an announcement.
What did you understand him to be saying there?
It sounded like he had talked to his wife, and by him getting his ticket punched, that she probably said she wasn't in love with him anymore. And that they were just staying together for convenience at this point.
So you believe he's talking about his relationship with his wife?
Yes.
Okay, then your response?
Okay. Deadlines and agreements are necessary because I don't want to let you down.
His response?
Why?
Your response?
I do love you.
His response?
I do love you too.
Your response?
I know. Thank you.
And then finally, his response?
Don't forget.
Now moving up to the next page. Your response?
Never.
His response?
Let me down how?
Your response?
By getting our hopes up and then backing out.
His response?
Either way, it'll be an always thing. You have to do what's right for you. I'll just be hanging out. Do you realize that you never use the word now, even in past ease?
Do you know what he's talking about there?
I think we had an agreement that if I decided I was going to leave my husband, I would say now. And it would be like a code word or something.
And what he told you is that it's an always thing. He'll just be hanging out,
Yes.
basically waiting for you to do what's right for you.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you say to that?
What would change if I did? And I really haven't had a need for it. Now have I?
Okay, and then now some joke about you putting the word now in there.
Right.
All right, so here, your response to him at 1:13 p.m., what do you say?
Wondered if you'd catch it. Very good, but you haven't answered my question.
And how does he respond to that?
What would change? Some things. Still respectful of messing with your deal. Rather than thinking all about the fun stuff, start planning the fun stuff. Wouldn't be letting 3, 4, 6 weeks go by. Hasn't been a problem lately, though.
All right, so the next email would be on page 51. And in that email from October 19th, do you see a reference to Dawn? How was
Yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Was that Dawn Cooper?
Yes.
Was she your friend?
Yes.
Where did she work?
She worked at Stiefel in the same office that I did.
Okay, so now moving on to the next email. This would be page 52. It's kind of hard to see the date. Are you able to read that, the date there?
Yes.
And what is the date?
The 20th of October.
And that's for both of them?
Yes.
All right, so in this email, are you essentially talking about your husband, Mark Greenman?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's what most of the email is about?
Yes.
All right, now at the end of the email, you say, looking forward to Friday, smiling and laughing will be good for me. Some time off from the tension, eh? Talk to you soon. I do love you.
Yes.
Okay, so this being October 20th of 1998, that Friday would be the Chicago trip, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
All right, so the next string of emails directing your attention to page 54. All right, so you see that email from you. This would be the 19th of October. Subject, he called.
Yes.
Okay. So nice as can be, he's going to Denver the 12th of November, which probably put him in a good mood. So now he's getting over being upset with me. I'm not sure where to go from here. Who were you talking about?
My husband at the time.
Okay. So I'm not sure where to go from here. What do you mean by that?
Probably just having mixed emotions about whether I want to stay with him or leave him.
And he apparently has a trip the 12th of November.
Yes.
Okay. And you see this email from the defendant to you, the reply, BC ? Just a thought. Did you smile? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. BC, was he referring to Big Cedar?
Yes.
And then once again, him emailing you now October 25th, 5:02 p.m. So what do you think? Is that correct?
Yes.
So you reply that you're thinking about it?
Yes.
And he replies, let me know. I'll see if I can get the HM cabin again. I want you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the reference to HM cabin was?
I'm not sure. I think it might have stood for honeymoon cabin.
All right. So now moving up that page, talking about days and the timing of it.
Right.
And then same on the beginning of the next page.
Yes.
All right. And then towards the top there of this page, he's talking about going fishing.
Yes.
All right. So I want to direct your attention to another email thread. This is beginning on page 60. So actually, to see the beginning of that email, go to page 59. Okay, so do you see this email from yourself to the defendant, October 20th, 1998?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, in this email, are you describing your husband and issues with your husband?
Yes.
All right, so now I want to direct your attention to the top of page 59. All right, and to see the from for that email, you have to go to the bottom of the prior page.
Okay.
So do you see that email is from you?
Yes.
And then that's October 20th to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and you say this is special, but I was talking about seeing the light with my husband and myself. Do you see
Yes.
that? Okay, so at this time period, did you continue to be conflicted about whether to remain with your husband or not?
Yes.
All right, and then the defendant responds, just notice that you're still Labonte, oops, and Gree. I get it from Labonte, and it goes to Gree and then M. Get your point? Do you see that?
Yes.
So he was inquiring about whether you had changed your name.
On the emails, I believe. Some of the emails say Kelly Labonte, some of them say Kelly Greenman.
So for instance, the email we were just looking at that says Kelly Greenman.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and the email above that Is that you explaining about that guy who had been emailing you?
I think so, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, at the very end of that email, you make some reference to moving to a new town or getting another job. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Then you see the email from the defendant to yourself, the 11:33 a.m. email. 2 ideas, smaller Midwestern towns, and they don't include Denver.
Yes.
You say, how about Joplin, Missouri?
Yes.
He says, been there at 4 a.m., not much there. Nope.
Yes.
You say Springfield, Illinois.
Yes.
He says, nope. How about Ken/RAC? Do you see that?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
Kenosha, Racine.
You say, never heard of it.
Yes.
He says, C, no one would ever find you.
Yes.
Your reply, good point. Hope you could, though.
Yes.
Then he says, wouldn't be a problem, even in the dark.
Yes.
All right, so then going to the next email thread. This would begin on page 62. All right, so for this email, Tuesday, October 20th, 1998, 9:42 a.m., the subject you see is short blue cocktail dresses. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, and so you are suggesting to the defendant about bringing a short blue cocktail dress?
I don't know if that's what we're talking about. I don't know exactly what the headline's about.
But in terms of the text of that first email, you say, maybe I'll bring the green one too, and you can decide which I should wear.
Possibly, yes.
Okay, and then his response, how could I possibly decide that? Okay, wear both. Would the green one be the one that he said makes you look like a working girl? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this being October 20th of 1998, you're planning your meetup with him in Chicago, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this email thread, starting looking at page 62 and then going into page 61, this is you talking about what you're going to bring to wear, right?
Yes.
And then more of the flirtatious banter between
Yes.
both of you?
Yes.
Okay. Leading up to the weekend.
Yes.
All right, so the next email thread beginning on page 66. All right, so now if we look at this email from the defendant to you, and this is Sunday, October 25th, 1998, 5:31 p.m. Do you see that email?
Yes.
Okay. So now if you're thinking about the timeline of things, this would be the end of the weekend that you were in Chicago together, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so the email reads, so I have this question. Remember, don't tell me what I want. So what do you really think? Do you see that? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then your response?
What do I think about what?
Okay, and what does he say in response to that?
Remember what don't tell me was in relation to? Just wondering if you had given that any more thought, if it would be an issue, if you'd be okay with it, if whatever. Thought I'd toss it up in the air and see what came back down. Wasn't that the crush conversation in Columbus? That was at a time when I wasn't at this point with this.
Okay. Now, to see the to from part, you got to go to the previous page. But the next email is from you, now under the name Kelly Greeman,
Mm-hmm.
to the defendant. And then what do you say in your reply?
I think it would be a piece of cake and a joy taking on all three of you.
Okay, so what is this email thread about?
In a previous phone conversation, there had been a comment made about how I wouldn't want to be with somebody with two kids. And I said, don't tell me what I would or wouldn't want, something to that effect.
And so this is the follow-up to that conversation.
Yes.
And based on your response, you were telling him that you'd be receptive to that. It would be a
Yes.
piece of cake and a joy.
Yes.
Okay, and then his response to that, that got me laughing, piece of cake and a joy, taking on all three. You know, I can see that. I think you'd be able to handle 3 or 4, as the case may be. Got pics from Doug and Robin of the new edition. Think that you'd be good for them too. So is the defendant once again referencing his friends, Doug and Robin?
Yes.
And he says something about a new edition. Do you know what he's talking about there?
Not specifically. They may have just had their baby.
Okay, and you know that they did have a baby?
Yes.
And was it around this general time period, if you know?
I can't remember if it was right around then or if it was earlier.
So then looking at your response above,
Then yes, it must have been the baby.
okay, so
Okay.
you say don't want to take on Doug, Robin, and the baby too, though.
Right.
Okay, so that would be Doug and Robin's baby.
Yes.
Now, a little bit further up in this email chain, you have an email to the defendant on October 26, 1998, 10:33 a.m. So you're kind of talking about yourself not feeling really well, feeling funky today?
Yeah.
All right. And then in this email, you reference yesterday was weird with Mark.
Yes.
Okay. So once again, you're talking to the defendant about the person who is your current husband, Mark Greeman.
Yes.
And you're just relating your frustrations with that?
Yes.
Okay, so then if you just look at through the rest of this email chain, are you just continuing to talk to the defendant about the issues with your husband?
Yes.
All right, so moving to the next email chain beginning on page 67. So you see these lower emails on this page 67. They're the repeats of the prior emails about don't tell me what to do. You see that?
Yes.
So that's about taking on him and the kids essentially.
Right.
Okay, so this top email, October 26, 1998, 11:11 p.m. What does he tell you in this top email?
That he likes my answer, that it would be a piece of cake. Or did you want me to read it?
Yes, why don't you read his whole
Okay.
response?
We kind of got off on a tangent there, so wanted to come back to this. I like that answer. Taking on could be the appropriate verbiage. I do love you.
Okay. So he's going back to the prior emails saying you got off on a tangent,
Yes.
but he likes your answer.
Yes.
All right, now looking at the next email chain, page 69. Do you see that bottom email from him to you at 1:09 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, so he references sending you some money for the phone. What is that? What is he talking about there?
Yes, he was talking about sending me money for the phone.
Okay, and so that's what you testified to earlier, that the cell phone bill
Yes.
was getting high?
Yes.
So back in 1998,
It was a per minute charge.
So if you talked more on the phone, you were getting charged more.
Yes.
And for you, because you talked to him so much, the bills were getting big.
Yes.
All right, and so your response to that is basically you're too good sometimes?
Yes.
All right, and then his reply, we didn't guess it's my deal with this, like opening a door for a GF, how and why. I was just sitting there and there she was, and the more I talked to her, the better it got. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, what is GF?
Girlfriend?
All right, so now looking at the next email, page 70. All right, so he's asking you once again about your email changing.
Well, this says, do you get things in the mail that are addressed?
Oh, okay, so you think it's the actual mail?
Yeah.
And then your response is, yes, it's very weird, but getting used to it?
Yes.
The name change? And his response is, does Labonte still work? I'll change the name. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then your response is for what? Mail, yes. Email, no. Anything else? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now looking at the next email string beginning on page 72. All right, so looking at these emails, is this a continuation of the online shopping at Patagonia? Is that correct?
Yeah, looks like that, yes.
All right, and so then Along those lines on that topic, the defendant says to you on October 26, 1998 at 12:22 p.m., understand, I know, but hey, I'm having fun, no strings. Well, maybe just one for whoever, and that would only be being there. Think I could warm you up. Remember I said I'd give you anything. If you can't try to spoil your GF a little, what the hell? I do love you.
Yes.
And so once again, he refers to you as his girlfriend.
Yes.
All right. And then just looking at the prior page of emails, does that continue some flirtatious comments?
Yes.
All right. So now turning to page 75. So once again, we're on the Patagonia emails. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it appears this email from you to the defendant, 10/26/98, 12:07 p.m. You're essentially picking out an item.
Yes.
Okay, for $119.
Yes.
And then you talk about how you're not good at asking for things.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next email on page 76, just quickly, it looks like some kind of draft of the prior emails.
Yes.
And then page 77. Okay, so this email, this is from October 27th of 1998, 11:32 a.m. From you to the defendant. Do you see in this email how you make a reference to finally getting the details taken care of for blueprint and BM meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so this blueprint, you're talking about the conference that's going to occur?
Yes.
And given that this was October 27th, this conference is in a week or so?
Yes.
Now, what was your role for the blueprint conference?
I was a coordinator or liaison with the hotel to make sure the meeting rooms, everything was working and just making sure it ran smoothly.
And so you lived in St. Louis and this conference was in St. Louis, right?
Yes.
But would you be staying at the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, because of your role making sure everything runs smoothly?
Yes.
Okay, so now looking at the next page, page 78. All right, so do you see this email in the middle of the page from the defendant to you, October 27th, 1998, 3:19 p.m.? What does the defendant say to you?
Family, or at least David. Yep. Real good is great. There is no real perfect, and real good can be real easy, or at least that's what I remember.
And then how do you respond to him above that?
I said, have you talked to her about it yet, or are you just going to bang her over the head, drag her out to the car, and tell her she's going to have a good time? Remember the caveman days?
All right, and do you know what this is in reference to?
I think it was when he was going to take his family on like a little trip, maybe a weekend getaway, And I don't think she wanted to go, but he was going to try to get her to go.
All right, so that's what he was telling you about what was going on?
I think so.
And to be clear, you've never talked to Julie Jensen?
No.
All right, finally, the last email string. So this will begin on page 80. So this is an email from yourself to the defendant, October 27th, 1998, 10:16 a.m. And I'm going to ask you to read the entirety of this email.
He said he was up all night frustrated and mad because I have shut myself off from him these last 3 or so weeks. He asked me if there was someone else, if I still wanted to be married, and what was going on with me. At 5:30 a.m. in half a voice, I was hardly in any shape to battle with him, but I did realize I need to give this a fair shot or get the hell out. I've decided to give it a fair shot first. A 6-year relationship that I have fought tooth and nail for and a 1-month marriage deserves at least one bold effort. Anyway, I would very much like your support on this. Your friendship means so much to me, maybe too much for the sake of my marriage. Obviously, BC is out for now. Maybe someday when the cards are working for us, we can do that together. 1, I don't feel right about going right now. And 2, I have a lot to do, and those few days to myself would be a great help. I know things have been funky, but he did notice that I've been funky too and suspected one of the issues. For my own peace of mind, I need to focus on the positives of this marriage and see what happens. So let me know your thoughts on this, please. I do love you always, really.
Okay, so what were you telling the defendant with this email?
That I was going to focus on working on my marriage.
And so that was your decision on October 27th of 1998.
Yes.
Okay. Now in here you made some reference, obviously BC is out for now.
Yes.
Is that the reference to Big Cedar?
Yes.
And how your husband was going to be gone November 12th.
Right.
So now your plan was to not go somewhere with the defendant during that time period?
Correct.
So were you actually able to in any way rehabilitate your marriage?
Not really. I mean, maybe for a few days, but it didn't really take.
So this commitment that you are expressing in this October 27th email, it didn't last long?
No, 2-3 weeks maybe.
And so,
I mean, we stayed together through Christmas, but it was obvious it wasn't working.
by what time were you out of not living in the same home as your husband?
I moved out sometime in January
99?
of 99. Yes.
Now, between this email and January of 99, did you continuously communicate with the defendant?
Yes.
All right. So looking at his reply, October 27th, 1998. Hey, fair enough. You never did say now. My support, you've always got that, Kelly. Only concern I have is for the funky and you being okay. But not going there now. Whatever happens, I really hope that you're that happy little camper. I do love you always. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And can you read your response back to him?
As long as I have your friendship and support, I'll be fine, because I know if the funky gets out of hand, you'll be there for me. I hope we can still enjoy our fun emails and talks. You just need to bring it down a notch, if you know what I mean. Wanted to comment on something you said yesterday about my eyes. It's a control thing for me. I feel myself enjoying myself with you and being happy, and then I start falling, realize it, catch myself, and pull back. It's a protection thing only in the sense that the timing for falling isn't quite right, if you get my drift. Happy little camper, cute phrase.
All right. And then his response to you is, wow, you've got the friends and support thing. I'll be there one way or another. See, a Dear John letter of sorts. Just kidding. We can bring it down a notch. Have wondered at times over the last month what was going to happen with your situation. Just last night, mentioned quitting Stiefel before doing anything. Things were real funky. It was either going to hit the wall or there was going to be a decision to regroup, so to speak, and see if it was going to work. Makes sense. Like I said a while back, I could see how this was going to play out, Denver, etc. Wouldn't it be ironic if the bottom doesn't fall out of the box and the woman nosedives, or the bottom does fall, or the bottom does and the woman gets fixed? Or just think of all the permutations and understand the I thing if the falling is what I think it is. Was that accurate?
Yes.
And you respond to him?
I'm sure the falling is what you think. We always seem to be on the same page when it's us involved. Have faith, Mark. It'll all come together eventually. What's the wow for?
And then his response to you is, yep, I think we are on the same page with the eyes. I'm a little confused. What will come together eventually? This, or wherever the pieces happen to fall. The wow was for, I hope we can still enjoy our fun emails and talks. You just seem to be questioning the friends part. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So again, to be clear, that email didn't actually end your relationship with the defendant.
Correct.
So these emails that you've looked at in this exhibit, do they accurately reflect the emails that were sent between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
So I would move that into evidence. I believe it's exhibit 21.
21? All right, be subject to cross. Are you done?
I am not done with my direct examination.
I'm not pushing you, I was just asking.
Okay, I am done with that exhibit. Thank you. Now, I just have a few follow-up questions on what we learned from the emails. So during that Chicago trip that was around October 23rd of 1998, do you recall going to Morton's Steakhouse?
I don't recall it, but that sounds like something we would do.
Okay, so you don't recall going to that specific restaurant?
Correct.
Okay. What about Adler Planetarium?
No, I don't think I've been to the planetarium.
Now, if you recall the email where you called the defendant evasive, did the defendant ever specifically say what he was going to do about his marriage?
No.
All right, so I want to direct your attention to the Blueprint conference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you were at that conference and you were at the hotel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Friday evening of that conference, was there a big dinner?
Yes.
And is that for the brokers?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do after the dinner?
After the dinner, some of the brokers, there was a bar there at the hotel, and some of the brokers went there, and that's where I was, and other employees. And so we went there and hung out for a while, listened to the music.
Okay. And while you were there, are you describing like a bar area?
Yes.
Okay. And so were people drinking at the bar?
Yes.
Was the defendant there?
Was it? Yes.
Okay. And during this time period, so this would be the weekend of November 7th, is this the time period where you were still trying to get back together with your husband or repair that relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Was your husband with you?
Yes.
And was he also in the bar area?
He was in the bar area, yes.
Was he with you the whole time at the bar?
No, he sat kind of separate from the other group. So I'd go back and forth. I'd go sit and talk to him, and then I'd go and talk to the group.
And the group that you're referring to, that included the defendant?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe your behavior with the defendant?
Friendly, flirty, but low key. I guess that's how I would describe it.
Okay, so still flirty with him?
Yeah.
Now, during this time period when people were in this bar area, you mentioned you and the defendant. Do you remember any other people who were there?
I know Don Cooper was there and Ed Klug, and I think there were a few others, but I don't recall who they were.
Okay, and so while you were talking, everyone in that particular group was talking. Do you recall any conversations being brought up about penises?
No,
Are you saying that that did not happen or that you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Now, between yourself and the defendant, had you had conversations about penises?
Probably.
All right, so before we get to those questions related to that, I just want to continue with that night at the bar. At that evening, do you recall when you would have left the bar area?
I don't recall exactly when, but I do believe I was one of the first ones to go.
Okay, so your recollection is when you left the bar area, the other people you've named were there.
Yes.
And did you leave the bar area with your husband?
Yes.
And did you go up to your room?
Yes.
So as far as what happened after that, you couldn't tell us.
That is correct.
Okay, so during the course, let's talk about the early times during your relationship with the defendant.
Okay.
During those early few months, let's say September, October, after the sexual relationship has started, did the defendant ever question you about prior sexual partners?
We discussed them, and he would ask questions. They were fairly high level. I can't give you any examples. I just know that it was always here and there, but every now and again, yeah, there would be questions and conversations about it.
Okay, and so he expressed wanting to know about prior sexual experiences you had had.
Yes.
Okay, even at that time in your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were having those discussions, did you ever bring up an individual who worked in Colorado?
I believe so, yes.
And who was that person?
His name is Jock Joseph.
Did you actually have sex with that person?
No, not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, but had you seen him naked?
Yes.
And had he been trying to have sex with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant ask you about his penis, this man's penis?
I believe so, yes.
And when you referred to these discussions being high level, can you describe what you mean about these initial discussions?
They would just be, just kind of a one question at a time kind of thing. We'd be having a conversation maybe about the fact that, I'd gone out with this guy, and yes, we had sex, and then there would be a question about it, and then we'd move on. And then later he'd come back to it and ask another question about it. And so it wasn't, it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. It was just kind of a weird question in the middle of a conversation.
And so that was at the beginning.
Mhm.
And so as the years progressed in your relationship, did that change?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we move on to that, I just want to clarify the time frame of this encounter you would have had with John Jock Joseph. Do you recall what that time frame would have been?
I know it was a branch manager's meeting. So it was probably about a year prior to the branch managers meeting that we were having in 98. So probably sometime in 97.
Okay. Okay, so then as time progressed in terms of your relationship with the defendants, so I'm talking now 1999, 2000, 2001, did he begin asking you extremely detailed questions about your prior sexual partners?
Yes.
And did he specifically ask for each of your partners about their penises?
Yes.
And did he ask you to describe their penises in detail?
Yes.
Would that include things like length,
Yes.
width?
Yes.
And then would he also ask you in detail about sexual encounters that you had had with the prior partners?
Yes.
So I've showed you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. Do you see handwriting on that page?
Yes.
Do you recognize whose handwriting that is?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is it?
It's the defendant's, Mark's.
And then if you page through this document is quite a few pages, so I'm not asking you to read every page to yourself or out loud or anything like that. I'm just asking you to page through the document. Okay, so now that you've had a chance to page through that document, does that appear to be in the defendant's handwriting, detailed notes about the sexual encounters you had told him about?
Yes.
And that very first page, does that have a note about John Jack Joseph?
Yes.
Now, when you were having these conversations, were you aware that the defendant was taking notes?
No.
And so are you saying that he was not face to face with you?
Correct.
So it was only at a later time that you discovered that these notes existed?
Yes.
Now, these are extraordinarily unusual conversations, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, you are not the person who brought up this topic.
Correct.
Okay. It was the defendant asking you these questions.
Yes.
Now, when you were paging through this document, did you see pages that had actual like hand drawings on them?
Yes.
Okay, and once again, were you aware that this was occurring, that these drawings were being made?
No.
So I want you to look at the second to last page of the document. This is State's Exhibit 22. Do you see that those drawings appear to be on Stiefel and Nicholas, like a notepad.
Yes.
And that notepad actually has your name on it. Correct?
Yes.
So that's your printed name. It's not handwritten. It's like how the notepad
Yes.
was printed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in contrast, when you page through other pages of this document, they're Stiefel Nicholas notepads, correct?
Yes.
But it has the defendant's name on them.
Yes.
Now, if you had been aware that notes were being taken regarding these conversations, would you have been okay with that?
No.
And with any of these prior relationships you've had, have you ever been questioned in this way about your sexual partners?
No.
Or about the penises of your sexual partners?
No.
Okay, so now I want to go back to the time of the Blueprint Conference, and right after the Blueprint Conference had happened. What happened between yourself and your then husband, Mark Grieman, after the Blueprint Conference?
In relation to what?
What happened to your relationship?
Oh, well, we got through Christmas and then it kind of fell apart. And then in January, I left and we got into a big fight and I left and never went back.
And again, in terms of your relationship with the defendant, you continue to be in touch with him continuously.
Yes.
Now, did you hear from the defendant at all on the day that his wife died?
I think so. I think I talked to him, well, at least the next day after his boss got the call that that's what had happened. I think I had tried reaching out to him. He may have returned my call.
Did the defendant call you on the day his wife died?
I think so, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be the transcript. I believe this is January 23rd and page 26.
What year is that?
January 23rd, 2008.
Thank you.
And then page 26, line 9. So I'm going to show you this and then just ask you if it refreshes your
Okay.
recollection.
Thanks. Okay. All right.
So did the defendant call you on the day his wife died?
Yes.
And is that how you learned that his wife had died?
No, I had heard it from my boss.
So are you saying the phone call was just earlier,
No,
but he didn't tell you?
no, my boss heard about it first thing in the morning, and then I think I talked to him later in the day.
So the phone conversation that you are being questioned about, you're saying it was after his wife was dead?
Yes,
Okay, had just died.
the night before, I think. Yeah.
So you've testified that a big argument occurred with your then husband in January.
Yes.
And did you in fact leave him or his household or your shared household on January 8th of 1999?
I believe that was the date, yes.
During this time period now, moving to January of 1999, did you at that point come to Wisconsin, come to Pleasant Prairie, and visit the defendant at his house?
Yes, I believe I came one or two, well, at least 2 weekends, I think.
The defendant's and Julie's child, David, did he have a birthday in January?
Yes.
That January of 1999, was there a birthday celebration for him?
Yes.
Did you attend?
Yes.
Now, on these occasions, as early as January of 1999, when you came to Wisconsin, did you stay over at the Jensen residence?
Yes.
And did you have sexual relations with the defendant on those occasions?
Yes.
In his bedroom?
Yes.
Now, at what point did you actually move to Wisconsin?
I moved to Wisconsin in March.
And would you put the time frame around end of March, early April of 1990?
I think it was later in March.
And did you plan ahead that move in February by getting a post office box?
I did.
Now, when you moved to Wisconsin, did you move to the Jensen residence or somewhere else?
I rented an apartment in Kenosha.
Now, at the end of March of 1999, did you get $12,000 from the defendant?
I did.
Overruled.
I did, sorry, Bridget.
And your answer to that was?
Yes.
And what was that for?
He gave me some money to help pay some bills.
And you were also moving to Wisconsin during that time period?
Yes.
So when did you leave Stiefel Nicholas?
I think I left in February of 99.
So you did not work for Stiefel Nicholas in Wisconsin?
Correct.
You started other jobs in Wisconsin?
Yes.
Now, upon leaving Mark Bremen, did you commence divorce proceedings?
Yes.
And when was your divorce finalized?
The end of March.
End of March of 1999?
Yeah.
So
or at least that was my last court date.
So quite quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
When did you actually move in with the defendant into his residence or a shared residence?
That would have been, I think, like around November of 99.
And in that time period, did you move into the residence in Pleasant Prairie?
No.
Where did you move into?
It was another house that he had moved into in Kenosha.
Was it a bigger house, a nicer house?
Objection
bigger.
relevance.
What's that?
I said objection relevant, sorry, Judge.
Ask another question. Let's move on.
So when you moved in with the defendant, were his children that he had with Julie Jensen, were they living there too?
Yes.
So that's David and Douglas?
Yes.
Did the defendant use a nickname for David?
He called him his buddy.
At some point, did you become engaged to the defendant?
Yes.
When was that?
When was that? That was February. I can't think of the year.
Would it have been around 2001?
Yeah, 2001. That sounds right.
Okay, so if it helps you, was it before he was charged with a crime?
Yes.
So, do you recall when the defendant was charged with this crime?
Yes.
And was that
I
March?
think that was 2002.
Okay, March of 2002?
Yeah, I think we got engaged right before that. So I think we got engaged in February of 2002.
And did you marry the defendant?
Yes,
When did you marry him?
2004.
Now, you're not still married to the defendant, correct?
I am not.
Did you initiate divorce proceedings?
Yes.
And was that approximately 2009?
Yes.
And your last name is Brooks now?
Yes.
So you're remarried?
I am remarried.
Did you have a child with the defendant?
I did.
And he would be 18 now?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk a few questions about the time period when you were married to the defendant.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, go ahead.
During that time period, did you often see the defendant on the computer?
Yes.
And based upon what you were able to observe, did the defendant seem to be someone who was skilled with computers?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, did he make his own computer?
Yes.
Do you know when he did that, when he built his own computer?
That would have been 2005, 2006, somewhere in there.
Now, in terms of the defendant's, the computer, I guess, in your household, during the time period you were together, was that still a desktop computer?
Yes.
And in terms of the defendant's habits of going on that computer, was he more of a morning person or going on late at night, or was there no habit with that in that regard?
When he was home at night, he was on it and he'd be up late on the computer.
Okay, and so what is late? What do you mean by late?
1, 2 in the morning.
After midnight?
Yes.
So, Judge, I think there's one more thing I have to do with this direct examination, which involves playing a disc. So is that something that we could start up again with tomorrow?
How long is the disc?
It would probably be about, I would say maybe like 10 minutes.
Let's wait till tomorrow. It's still Monday for me, folks. So. But the good thing, tomorrow's Wednesday already. So have a good evening. Don't talk about the case. See you at 8:30, okay? Thank you.
And all right, there we have it, chat. There we have it. What a day. Testimony from Kelly Labonte wasn't as spicy as it was yet, from our streams yesterday, from streaming the 2008 testimony from her. And thank God it was
the jury, so the defendant,
a bit more peaceful.
Go back. We'll see you at 8:30. Have a good evening.
Thank God it was a bit more peaceful. I'm glad that the female DA questioned her and not Jamboy. He's an asshole. So we got one more piece of evidence for playing a disc. I'm assuming that that's probably going to be the jail phone call, I would think. That's what I'm thinking, based off what we watched from the 2008 testimony. It's interesting watching this because, watch, what is he doing? Oh. It's interesting that, from watching the Brooks trial, from watching other trials, like these guys are not allowed to, they're not allowed to turn around and face the gallery. And Jensen's basically saying, he's talking to people over there. He's smiling at people. So that's kind of interesting. All right. Well, Facebook stream ended half an hour ago, and we've stayed live here on YouTube. They ended a little bit early, which they did the other day too. So not going to 5 p.m. So that gives us a couple minutes to recap and answer some questions. We have been having a pretty good debate here in the YouTube chat, which is cool. This is pretty good. So a couple of our viewers, Jay Bean, Darlene, they are still finding Mark Jensen guilty. I've got a totally separate theory. I'm really trying. Look, I'm trying to agree with you guys. I am trying to find reasons to not like this guy, to find him guilty. And I'm looking at the evidence. I'm listening to like every detail that they are saying. I don't like the fact that there's evidence missing from the case. I don't like the fact that the pathologist testified in 2008 to antifreeze, things. And then in this trial, he's testifying that he doesn't even know anything about antifreeze. Even in 2023, he still has not educated himself on antifreeze, and that he regrets testifying to anything to do with antifreeze. During the breaks, we played the 2008 testimony from Dr. Borman, and we learned some really good things from that testimony. So we only had a little bit of information from some news articles that we were talking about, and we got to see, a decent amount of his testimony. We'll play some more tomorrow during the breaks and stuff, because I think his testimony is pretty important. But his testimony back then doesn't necessarily count today, because we're watching testimonies just getting ripped apart. I also don't like the fact that when Julie died, supposedly some of these witnesses were told that Mark wanted to kill her prior to her death. And then when she dies, those witnesses aren't scratching their heads going, I don't know. He made this, hinky comment before, and now all of a sudden she's dead. Trust me, chat, I'm running to law enforcement and I'm telling them, look, I can't say that he did or didn't. I don't know. But now she's dead. And this dude told me, a year ago, 2 years ago, that he wanted to fucking kill her. They wait until after he's charged, 2002. So newspapers would have been having details. The news on the television would have been having details. This was massive. This was huge in Kenosha, right? Some of them still don't come forward. Then in 2007, at his bond forfeiture hearing, which we need to learn a bit more about, because it sounds like maybe he did pay the bond and got out. He had to have, right? Because he married Kelly in 2004. So he had to have paid that $500,000 bond. And then in 2007, I would assume because probably, I think it's a couple of people came forward. So now they're presenting more evidence. And that's where they have this mini hearing to forfeit his bond and give him a no bond. And even during that trial, that mini trial, to forfeit his bond, to keep him locked up, these people still don't testify to this stuff. They're interviewed by law enforcement prior to this again. They don't tell law enforcement. That's not right, chat. Something's wrong with that. That's where I'm not buying some of the testimony. I think that they didn't want to believe it at first. And I think as details were coming out, I think they were adopting some stories. I think the neighborhood and his coworkers and things, I think they did not like him because they really thought he did it. I'm just not buying all of it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not buying all of it. And then all of a sudden in 2008, now everybody's like, oh, there's all these conversations. I'm not buying it. this notebook with all the drawings that were in there, the peen drawings. I don't know. And then people are testifying to gossip in the office. I don't like that. I think that was a good objection by the defense. Unfortunately, it came through. I think that was a bad move. We're fine. So here's my thought. I want you guys to just sleep on it, because we've been arguing in chat, but some people are not commenting, and I know some people are washing dishes, doing dinner, whatever, and they're just listening. Here's my thought. Let me just put this in your minds, because I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I'm trying to pick apart the details. I'm trying to expose the corruption. That's what I do. That's what we do on this platform. It's what I do for a living. So I gotta pick apart the corruption behind everything. The state's theory is very simple. Very simple. He's having an affair, and he wants to be with Kelly Labonte. There's the motive. Okay, now we have motive. That's what all these emails are saying. There's the motive. They painted the picture for the jury that there is motive. They don't even have to prove motive in a murder case. You don't need that. He poisons her. She's not dying fast enough. He gives her medications, and we've heard it could be a number of things at this point. Paxil, Ambien, Benadryl, fucking who knows. We've heard so much about pills, but it's at least know about the Ambien. They didn't know about the Paxil. Jamboy was so convinced he poisoned her with or gave her Benadryl to knock her out. And then everything shifts later on, like a decade later, to Ambien. That's another problem I have with the case. So whatever, he gives her some type of sleeping medication to knock her out because she's not dying fast enough. And then he pushes her face into the pillow because she's on her stomach to smother her. That's the state's theory. That's what they have. I don't think they tried very hard in 2008. Maybe they tried a little bit harder than they're trying right now. Today, dude, this is 4 days now that I don't think the state has done a good job. I think the first 3 days, the defense did a really good job. Made some mistakes for sure. Didn't get some things in that they wanted. Didn't get some things out that they wanted. But I think they're just destroying witnesses on the stand. Now, Craig Albee, the original attorney, his theory, and this is what was presented to the jury. His theory is that Julie Jensen was depressed, right? She had some mental health issues. Their marriage is falling apart. We all know that. We can't dispute that. And because of some mental health issues, she's not going to get the kids. We already know that happens in family court, right? They pick that shit apart, and then it jeopardizes the other person. And those things are used against people. And you know, I don't think that's right in every circumstance. So she has this depression. She's got some serious issues. And because of that, she's not going to get the kids. Okay. I'm going to get to Jay Bean's question. Why wouldn't he take her to the hospital? They did. She went 5 or 6 days before the death. He did take her to the hospital. So the rest of the theory is that she thinks she's not going to get the kids, and she's got to do something to get them. So she tries to make herself get sick by drinking the antifreeze, taking some pills. Okay. Well, I don't know that part, J Bean. So I have a theory on that, and we talked about that in the chat. So she drinks the antifreeze herself, takes the pill, not thinking, and this is what I keep trying. I still baffles my fucking mind that I have to keep arguing with people about this, because every time I say this, they're like, I get yelled at, like, she didn't do this on purpose. No shit. I'm fucking agreeing with you. I'm saying the same thing you're saying. I don't think she did. I think what the defense is saying is that she was trying to frame him for attempted murder. So that's not fucking on purpose, right? I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the same thing you are. You're just not listening. Nobody fucking listens ever when Kevin talks. I don't think she was trying to unalive herself on purpose. And the defense didn't think so either. Okay? But she was trying to frame him for attempted murder. So in her brain, she's like, I'm going to just drink some stuff. I'm not going to unalive myself. It's not an intentional thing. I'm not going to die from this, right? Because I think we can all safely agree that she doesn't want to leave her kids. So again, I'm agreeing with you. And her plan was, I'm going to make myself sick and I'll end up going to the hospital. I've already ran around and planted these little seeds in people's minds about, my relationship with Mark, and he's being an asshole, and there's all this weird shit happening, right? And then taking the pictures of the notebook of fucking asterisks and meetings where he's out of town. I don't think the notebook proved anything either, right? And then she gives the letter. Here's a sealed letter. Don't open this. Okay? Don't open it because that's going to fuck my plan up. And then the last day, she drinks way too much of the antifreeze. She's not doing good at all. Puts the antifreeze back in the garage. Now she's really sick. So she accidentally unalived herself. That wasn't the plan. That wasn't the intention, but it happened accidentally. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay? So what I'm saying is that her plan went sideways. And what's kind of making me think this now even more, one, the state so far in the trial we've seen today, 4 days of testimony only, they haven't proven shit. They haven't proven anything that Mark has done this. Nothing. There's nothing that directly points him to doing this so far. And obviously we still have a long trial to go, so my opinion may change. But as of today, they've not shown anything is directly associated to Mark. Not a damn thing. The computer searches, they didn't prove that. What we saw in 2008 so far, because he's doing shit when everybody's at the fucking house. So that doesn't mean he did it. The son could have been on the computer. The wife could have been on the computer. He could have been on the computer. Anybody had access to that computer. That's doubt immediately. Okay. And especially if she happens to be looking stuff up, right? There's weird times. You're telling me the guy got 2 hours of sleep at night from what we saw from 2008, right? Because we watched some of that testimony for the computer stuff. 2 hours of sleep a night? I'm not buying that. There's no way. There's no way. So I think, here's my theory in full. I think what happened is she cheated. He's a piece of shit. He's tormenting and torturing her, right? I think he's an abusive fuck. That's what I think. Even though we saw the doctor testified that he didn't think that there was any form of abuse in the relationship, right? So I think he's messing with her. I think the thing with Kelly, the affair with Kelly, was like a revenge affair. That's my thought. And then, he ends up falling in love with her. They're some freaky freaks. We're listening to the emails. Okay. The pictures around the house, the porn pictures, again, in 2008 and now, they haven't even proven that Mark did that. It's people are just speculating that he did. It's probably him, and it may have been. But if we're going with the theory that Julie is plotting and scheming, she could have been fucking doing these things. And then, it's convenient then that Mark found him because she's running around hiding the shit, and then Mark's finding the shit. right? So it can be explained both ways. You know, Mark was putting him out and then he's conveniently finding him, or she was putting him out for him to find. It can be argued both ways. So again, there's doubt. You can't convict somebody if there's reasonable doubt. And I think that there's reasonable doubt in there. I think there is. So she's laying the foundation for all this stuff. Isn't it convenient that a couple of months before, now all of a sudden she starts telling all the neighbors about their fucked up relationship when none of that stuff was divulged before, right? And things are getting worse because his affair with Kelly is growing. The feelings are growing. They're talking about taking trips together now. They're talking about moving in together now. They're talking about all this stuff. So that relationship is growing. So she's losing control. They're probably arguing. He's probably, you know, again, like we said the other day, like, look, bitch, you ain't getting these kids type thing, right? We know that Kelly filed for divorce, or I'm sorry, Julie filed for divorce. We know she filed, and then she canceled the dissolution of marriage. And it's probably because he threatened her, you're not getting the kids because you're a nut job, right? So that's probably why she canceled the thing. So I definitely think he was, torturing her, tormenting her. He's definitely messing with her head for sure. I'm pretty sure. I would think so. I mean, how do I say pretty sure? Because none of us are in the fucking house, but I think it might be safe to assume that's probably happening. And then she's going crazy. Okay. As the affair is growing, his feelings are growing, and they want to make a go of this at this point. Okay. And she's not feeling good the week, leading up to her death. She's not feeling good. They do take her to the hospital. Okay. She probably already started. We know she was already taking medications. She may have been taking little bits of the antifreeze, not the whole fucking liter like they're talking about. But she may have been taking some of these things. We listened today during the break that she has bronchitis. She has all of these breathing issues. They're looking up the side effects of the Paxil, and she's having side effects from the Paxil. Right? Now, Mark, not thinking like, hey, this chick's trying to frame me for attempted murder, he might actually be legitimately concerned about her well-being. Like, whoa, what the fuck's going on with her? Which is why he takes her to the hospital, which is why he's looking up the Paxil, which is why he calls the doctor and says, hey, man, something's not right with the Paxil. Can you give her something else? She's having side effects. She can't fucking breathe. There's all kinds of problems. It's exasperating her underlying conditions that she has, right? He might have actually been legitimately concerned. Just because you're an abusive fuck doesn't mean you just don't care, every single moment of the day, right? I'm wondering, and we may never know this, but I'm wondering if that weekend he comes to her and says, look, we're done. I want a divorce. I'm having an affair and I like this lady and we're making a go. I want a divorce. And Julie loses her shit. He's already made her fucking crazy, right? And think about it, chat. We're people. We're human beings. We react poorly and negatively based on fear. It's a natural human reaction, and we react very shitty when fear, plays a role in the emotions. So now she's running around telling people more shit. She's concocted this letter. The letter, I've already talked in length about this letter. I don't trust this letter. I don't trust anything about the letter. It's too convenient. It's too specific about certain things that haven't even happened yet. So that's, I don't like it. And the whole thing about, so I don't drink, right? But she goes to the doctor and she's talking about the alcohol thing. I don't take pills. Mark here's the biggest one. And fuck the alcohol part. I don't take pills, but Mark does. We know that's not true. That is a blatant lie. So right there, just in that detail, has to put some possible thought in your mind. Shit, that's a lie. We know that's a lie. So maybe it is plausible that she was trying to plot and scheme some shit. She's already not feeling good. We know she went to the doctor. Borman is going to testify in the new case. We watched him testify a little bit today in the old case. We know she went there. And he's saying she's acting like a fucking lunatic. Right? And that's my paraphrasing of his testimony. She's acting like a fucking lunatic. He was legitimately concerned about her. And he's like, here, man, take these other type of pills. So we know he prescribed her the Paxil, right? And Boss was right. Those were sample boxes, right? He gave her a lot of it. And we know she was on Prozac before. And then she was taking other types of medications. So her writing in that letter, I don't take pills. No, that's bullshit. That's a blatant lie. And maybe he did, like I said, maybe he did say, I'm done. I want a divorce. That's it. It's over now. She completely goes batshit crazy. And she is putting her plan now in full effect. So maybe because we know she was breathing weird, during that week. They went to the hospital. They talked about some underlying situations that she had that was fucking up her lungs, right? Her lungs are fucked anyway. And then from the antifreeze thing also fucks with her lungs, right? We heard that from the pathology testimony. I think she may have slowly been trying to do things, and then something. And that's why I'm speculating maybe he said, fuck it, I want a divorce. Something pushed her over the edge in those last couple of days because she went to the doctor. And the doctor said, this chick is acting like a fucking nutcase. If she hadn't gone to the doctor and we just found out that Mark went and picked up a prescription for Ambien, I'd probably be a little bit more, in agreement with what you guys are saying. But she went. So he did something that pushed her over the edge. And I think she might have slowly been poisoning herself and taking the pills and fucking her shit up to put her plan, in motion. Hey, he's trying to kill me type shit, right? And then she gets pushed over the edge. And now she really consumes some antifreeze. And that's where I'm saying, because in her panicked state of mind, her heightened, state of mind, now she's not as calculated and she made a mistake. She fucked up. And now she accidentally unalives herself. Now, to your question about, well, why didn't he take her to the hospital? He probably didn't give a fuck at this point. Right? He probably didn't care. And we know from the clip of the interrogation, we tried to watch the whole thing, but the buzzing was all fucked up. So I'm praying to God in this trial that they have a better quality video, so we're not listening to all that buzzing, because we saw how archaic they had to play this stuff for the jury in 2008. So I'm hoping it's a better feed that we can listen to. But we know from the clip we played that he told Ron Kotzman, is that his name? Ron? I don't know, Detective Kotzman, I think his name is. We know from the clip that he's like, yeah, I did. I just watched her die. I didn't do anything. Right? He said that. So we have to take that as fact because he said it. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it was intentional, first-degree intentional homicide. I don't think that she did it on purpose to herself. I think she fucked up. So there's negligence on his part some way, somehow. I don't know what that's called because I'm not an attorney. I'm pretty sure watching somebody die is not murder, but maybe it is. I don't know. But, I don't know. What is that? Reckless endangerment? Is that manslaughter? If you know about child abuse and you don't step in, I mean, it's a felony. I forgot what the statute is and what the actual crime is. So maybe it's something like that type of thing, right? He's not innocent. He's not. But is he guilty of first-degree intentional homicide? I can't say for sure right now, chat. I can't. So I wanted to put that theory in your minds. I wanted to, throw that out there. And the reason I'm saying all of this is because there's too much goddamn doubt. And I know you can be convicted on circumstantial evidence. I know you can. I think that's also bullshit. But I just don't think that the state has proven with any of their witnesses that he did it. Is he acting weird? Of course he is. Has he got some suspicious behaviors? Absolutely he does. Is he making some poor decisions? 100%. Bringing Kelly to, birthday parties, laughing and giggling at the wakes. Yeah, there's odd behavior by him. But because other people think his behavior is odd, right? They're making assumptions. It's a fucking assumption. That's not a fact. Think about somebody close that died in your life and look at how you reacted to that. You know what I mean? I've been thinking about this because I don't know if you remember on one of the previous streams that we did. Maybe it was day one of the trial. And I said, remember my phone rang in the middle of whatever we were watching. And I was like, oh shit, sorry, chat. Like I'm dealing with a family emergency. So I haven't told you guys what that was. So like 2 weeks ago, my grandma on my mom's side died. And she had some issues, whatever, but she ended up getting pneumonia and then the C word with the numbers at the end of it. She ended up getting pneumonia in that thing. And they put her on a respirator and she ended up passing. I don't talk to anybody in my family other than my sister, who generally calls me to yell at me to quit being a journalist because she thinks it's too dangerous. And then if something fucked up happens to a family member, she'll call me. It's the only person in my family I talk to. So I had just started the job that I ended up walking out of, and I couldn't go to the funeral. They wouldn't let me, which is one of the decisions leading to me walking out 3 weeks later. So I couldn't go to my grandma's funeral. My grandma was fucking badass. She was funny as fuck. She was really cool. And then the other day I was on the phone. My daughter messaged me and she said, hey, did you hear about grandma so-and-so? And I'm streaming the trial and I'm not paying attention. So I just saw the word grandma and I associated it with my other grandma. And I said, yeah, your aunt told me I wasn't able to go to Illinois to go to the funeral. A couple of minutes later, my sister messages me. My daughter's got to be like, what the fuck is he talking about? My daughter messages me, my sister. And she says, have you heard from your brothers? Right? My parents are divorced, so I have two families. Have you heard from your brothers? As soon as she said that, I was like, fuck. That's either my other grandma, who's way, way fucking awesome. I loved the shit out of my other grandma on my dad's side. She was the funniest fucking person in the world, bro. She was so funny. Her and my Auntie Joan used to play Flippy Cup. They'd be drinking fucking tequila rose and shit. They'd be fun. They'd be playing quarters. They were funny. And she was old, dude. She was well into her 80s, early 90s. She was old. She was so fucking funny. She was awesome. So when she said, have you heard from your brothers? I immediately thought of her or my dad, my real dad, who I don't talk to because he's a fucking scumbag. So if you think about me as a deplorable person years ago, my dad is 10 times worse. So I go, no, I haven't. What the fuck? What now? So she says, your grandma on that side just passed. I'm like, God damn it, dude. And I'm probably not going to be able to go to her funeral either. So the reason I bring this up is because I've been thinking about this. And I've been thinking about my reactions to things. Right. And maybe I don't have the best reaction. I'm not in tears over my grandmas, because I'm fucking hanging out with you misfits streaming this fucking trial. Right. That honestly, I could care less about. It doesn't affect my life one way or the other. But I'm hanging out with you guys and we're streaming a trial, and I'm not really thinking about my two grandmas that just passed. So is that behavior that I'm not crying and I've buried it down. I'm not paying attention. I'm ignoring it. Is that odd? Does that make me some kind of fucking crazy person? No, of course not. I have a cousin that when he was little, I forgot how old he was, maybe 9 or 10. The story goes, and I've never heard the real story, so I don't know, but the story goes that he just came home from school, sat on the couch, and then God just took him. That was it. And that's the story we were all told. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea, but God just took him. That was it. And this kid had thousands of people at his funeral because he used to walk around the neighborhood. They were very churchy people, and he used to walk around the neighborhood and help everybody in the neighborhood. So he had, like, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of people at the funeral. There was so many fucking people. It was just a line, dude. It was blocks long. It was crazy. And I go there, and now this is a side of my family. This is my dad's side of the family. I'm my stepmom's side, really, and I don't really see them much, right? I'd really only see them on holidays, maybe once in a while, other times. So I go there, and I'm talking to my aunt and uncle as I'm waiting in the line to walk through, like they're describing. They're walking through this line at Julie Jensen's funeral, or her wake, and my aunt gives me a hug, and you know, her and my uncle actually really liked me. I'm the black sheep of the family. I never fit in anywhere. And they said, we're so glad you're here. We're happy you're here. It's so good to see you. And my response was, I'm happy to be here. Right? And then I was like, ooh, shit, bro, this is cringe. Like, I just said, I'm happy to be here. You just lost your child, my cousin. I've never gone to a funeral since, because I said that. And honestly, chat, when you guys, sometimes you guys are like, oh, how come you don't talk to the families of, like, these police brutality deaths and things like that? How come you don't talk to them? How come you don't go up there and interview them? It's because of that moment. That's for transparency. I think we may have said that before, but that's why. I told you guys before, I feel fucking awkward. I don't know what to say. It's literally, it's because of that moment. I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't know what the right thing is. And because of what I said to my aunt and uncle, I'm happy to be here with this kid's fucking death. I don't know. So that's why I don't talk to these people. I'm uncomfortable by all of it. So I thought about that moment. Then I thought about when my cousin Wayne and I were little. He's a little older than me. He's a fireman in Chicago. He's mad at me because of what I do for a living now. He's one of my family that can't stand that I, go and write about police and shit. And I thought about when my grandpa died. So my grandma that just died, her husband. So this is, my dad's parents. My grandpa died when we were little. And my mom drove me out there, dropped me off, whatever. And we're all running around like it's a fucking joke because we're little. We don't know. And I get it. Being little is different than Mark Jensen being, 40 years old. But you know how you drag your feet on the carpet and then you go and touch somebody and it like shocks them? We took our shoes off and we were dragging our feet on the carpet and we were going up to the casket and we were shocking Grandpa, trying to bring him back alive. And we thought it was funny. Now, the reason I bring this story up is because my dad, who just lost his dad, fucking laughed his ass off. My aunt, my dad's sister, who also just lost her dad, laughed her ass off, thought it was funny. My dad's brother, who also just lost his dad, thought it was funny. My grandma, who just lost her husband, thought it was fucking funny. Everybody in the wake thought it was hilarious. And at the wake, yes, of course, people were sad. Some people liked my grandpa. I don't fucking know why, because he was a fucking jagoff. But people were sad and people were laughing and people are drinking. They're having a good time, whatever the fuck. The point is, it's everybody has a different reaction. So we're listening to this fucking testimony of people's assumptions because they wouldn't act a certain way. You guys don't act the same way I act. I don't act the same way you act, right? But we're making an assumption about, oh shit, I didn't like the way he acted. That was odd to me. And that's why you hear the defense going, well, can't a funeral or a wake be a celebration of life, right? So, and J. Bean says, it is hilarious. It is. It's fucking, yeah, we're little kids. We're trying to bring grandpa back to life. People are like, what are you doing? Because they yell at us at first, like, stop touching him. They're like, what are you doing? And I was like, dude, we're trying to bring grandpa back to life. And then that went around the whole fucking thing. So, you know, there's those statements that bother me. You know, but yeah, is it fucking weird that, you know, he's bringing Kelly into the picture around people now so soon that he throws. Here's the other thing, and I know you guys hated this when you heard it. He threw her belongings out a week after she died. Neighbors are reporting that there's bags everywhere. So, of course, you guys are going to be like, that's fucking gross. I'm going to agree with you because, again, that's how we're looking at it going, that's fucked up. But I think we've all heard stories about people that have lost somebody and maybe not in a very tragic death, or maybe they have a car accident, who knows. But again, some people handle grief differently. Maybe he couldn't stand seeing her shit all over, right? We know he didn't do anything to help her, but again, he still might have been fucked up by it, right? Even some killers that we learn about have some type of weird little remorse in there. Some of them, maybe he just couldn't handle seeing her shit and he got rid of it. Or maybe he's just fucked in the head and he's like, fuck this bitch, and he throws her shit out because I'm moving my new chicken. That might be there too. But again, if that's the case, it can be argued both ways. There's too much doubt. And there's weird behavior, but can we convict somebody on weird behavior? I don't think we can. Losing the original pathology report, I don't like that. There's too much corruption. There's too much stuff. There's too much inconsistencies with the testimonies, and it has nothing to do with the fucking length of time of this case. It has nothing to do with that, and I'm tired of arguing with people all over the internet about that because that's all they want to pinpoint because that's all they're hearing. Of course it was because he killed her in 98 and we're in 2023. People can't remember. No, that's not what I'm talking about. My daughter did that when her husband passed. She couldn't get rid of his things quick enough and she loved him. See, and that's what I'm saying. So on that account of that statement, is she fucking guilty of doing something that may have caused his fucking death because she tossed the shit out? You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. And it may, you know, he probably didn't like the chick anyway. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, I don't want this shit. We already know he doesn't like her. He looks down upon her. So of course he doesn't want the shit in the house, but does that mean he killed her? I don't know. There's doubt. And I think there's thousands of people right now that are looking at him because we don't like him. He's not a likable character. But just because you're not likable doesn't mean you've done some shit. I'm not a likable fucking character. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that don't like me. So I just wanted to kind of put that in your minds. Like if we're on the jury, right? And I can't wait till deliberation comes if I can stream this case that long because it's not financially beneficial at all. So I'm not sure, Chad, if I'm going to be able to keep going much longer on this. So I don't know. I may have to watch this in my own time and do like little breakdowns or something for an hour instead of streaming the whole trial. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I am right now, as of today, because I really want to continue to stream the whole trial, but I am right now, while they're deliberating, having like a little NSM deliberation chat. And then we all get in here and we're, put our things and see if we can come to a unanimous decision. All of us, whoever's in the chat that day, like we all have to agree. Otherwise it's a hung jury. Right. And maybe we'll do something where I send you a link, and we invite you on, and you don't have to use your face or whatever if you're uncomfortable with that, but you can do the video chat and your voice is there. And you tell your little piece and then you back out, and then we all have to think about that. And then maybe we get another viewer that pops up on the video and they tell their little piece and then they back out, and then we all kind of chat about that. I think that'd be cool. That'd be a fun thing to do. We have our own little jury deliberation on the Jensen case. It could be a fun, interactive way instead of me just staring at fucking letters on the computer screen and you guys just listening to me yap my offensive gums over here. But with that said, back tomorrow morning at 8:30. So I will be here. I know that much. It's going to be a day-by-day situation. I will be here 8:30 in the morning. They go live, so we'll probably go live at 8:15 again. So we can play some clips, give time for people to get in here, sharing the streams out, all of that, and getting everything set up. And we'll have another full day. During the breaks, we'll play some clips. We'll watch more of this doctor because I think that's important. We got Kelly Labonte to finish tomorrow. Sounds like the last of the state questioning her, and then the defense is going to come at her. So tomorrow's going to be juicy. It's going to be good. We're going to see how the defense handles it, and then there's going to be the redirect. I'm not sure who else they have planned up. I don't know the order of the witnesses. We do know the witnesses' names. We went over it before on chat. If you want to see it, then it's up on our Patreon. So that is that. But this has been fun. It's been an interesting day. So if make sure you guys share the streams out when you get them, especially on Facebook. Share them out. Make sure on YouTube right here, hit the thumbs up. Share the YouTube stream on your platform. Some of you are on Twitter, some are on Facebook. Share it there. That helps too. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Ghost. I'm glad you like it. I've had fun doing this. We've obviously been wanting to do this for a long time. We just didn't have the right equipment. Now we do. But yeah, you can take the YouTube stream and share that on Facebook too. You know what I mean? That helps bring people over here. We have increased some viewerships. That's been good. But yeah, share that stuff out. If you can donate financially, that helps too. Every dollar helps. I mean, a dollar. You know what I mean? That helps. That's why, like on the YouTube, we have the membership. It's 99 cents. That's a starting level. And then we put a bunch of videos up there for 99 cents for that level. And then we do have some higher levels too, which is even nicer. But we did that, the 99 cent thing, because it's $1 a month. You know what I mean? And every dollar obviously adds up. So obviously not required. It's not. But yeah, so what else? I don't know. That's pretty much it. I'm going to finish my cigarette while I'm chatting with you guys. And then once the cigarette's done, I'm out. These trials drain me, guys, because there's a lot of stuff that I do in the background to get set up for this stuff. And then like after this, once this stream is done, I'm still clipping out other witnesses' testimonies from the other days, and trying to upload them. So I have today's stuff that I have to, I got to download this video, and then I got to clip out all these testimonies, put them, and it takes hours and hours and hours and hours. And then I got to go and do the Facebook reel. I'm going to do a Facebook reel of Milosauskas saying that talking about the peens, and then he likes it. I'm going to clip that because it was just funny. Just the way he said it. Obviously he didn't mean it like that, but it's just funny the way he said it. So, and I can't stand the judge anyway. So I'm going to clip that. I'm going to make a Facebook reel out of it. I'm going to put that on the TikTok too. And then when he snaps at the defense, I'm going to clip that. I don't know if that'll be short enough to make a Facebook reel, but we'll definitely put that clip up on YouTube. Probably just do it up on YouTube. So, that's the way to cross promote the platforms. You can only see this on YouTube. But yeah, so I got to do that too. I got to make those. That takes time. I got to, we got to get Kelly Levante's testimony clipped and up separately because that's going to be the most searched thing. And I got to clip yesterday's stream. It's pretty much the whole stream, but I got to go through yesterday's Kelly Levante stuff and edit out all the bullshit that like our chats, and I got to edit all that out and make one video. So it's a lot of editing for that. So there's a lot that goes into it. So, we sit here for 9 hours with the trial itself, and then I've got hours and hours of video editing to do. So these trials take a lot out of me. That's why today I really wasn't very chatty today. I was exhausted. 2 days of 16-hour streams. I was dying, chat. I was dying. I was so tired. And even during the trial, I was falling asleep. There's times where like I'm off work and I'll watch a trial with you guys, or we'll be in the same trial stream and I'm laying on the couch and I'm falling asleep. I can't. These are hard for me. They're just so monotonous. I don't know how you guys do it. You guys are troopers. You guys are in it. And then I'm sitting here because I'm trying to respond to chat on YouTube. I'm trying to respond to Facebook. I'm trying to interact. We're trying to share the links. We're trying to mod the chats because there's bullshit happening. My mods walk away from time to time, so I gotta be like Johnny on the spot with the shit. So there's times I'm not eating during these streams. That's another bad thing. But yeah, I don't know how you guys do it. You guys are super, super troopers. So I usually go normally, like right now, I'd end the stream and then I literally just walk to my bedroom and I pass out. And then whatever time I wake up, I wake up. Today, I can't do that. I got to run somewhere real quick and then I got to do something and then I may have to go somewhere. That's a tentative thing. I'm not sure. So unfortunately now I can't sleep, but normally then I would pass out and I'd wake up at 9:30 and then I'm kind of awake. Now I'm screwed. And then I'd be up until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and then set my alarm for 7 so that I could run over here, set the stream up an hour before. And then in that hour that I'm waiting, I make my coffee. I'm doing some last minute things. That's what happens in the trial stuff. So like, if you guys think about like whatever independent platforms you watch, not the big platforms that stream the trials, but the little independent people, they're probably doing similar stuff that I'm doing. Some of it anyway. So, and the goal is one, this has to be financially stable. It has to be. We don't have a choice. Otherwise we can't do this. You know what I mean? And that's just a sad reality of it. And it's the way it is. But the goal is to do what we're doing here, stream the trials, have little chats in between, clip out all these, different parts, make some funny shit, clip out each of the testimonies, and then this trial's done. Move on to the next trial. There's a few trials I really want to cover. I want to be able to do this. I've wanted to do this for a long time. We just couldn't. And that sucked. So we kind of missed the ball on that, but whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, I'd love to do this because it is fun. It is interesting, especially from my perspective, because I look for the details that are wrong. But yeah, I want to be able to do this and on top of what we really do, behind the scenes with the articles and all that stuff. I mean, that's another thing too. Shit, I haven't even been able to write a single article about this trial. I haven't been able to write anything like newsworthy, like all the other, lamestream media does. I haven't written a single article yet. So just because all the video stuff takes too much time. That's the problem with being independent and being one person. It's like CBS or Fox or TMJ, whatever stations you guys have, wherever you're at, they got a whole team of people. So you'll have one or two people at the courthouse doing this stuff. You have somebody else that's sitting and monitoring the stream, or writing articles. You got somebody's clipping out little sound bites. They got multiple people working on one project. We don't have that, unfortunately. So anyway, with that chat, it's already been long enough. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm tired. I want to go. We've obviously had some bullshit in chat today, which means there's some lurkers in the background on some bullshit. Fine, whatever. We'll just deal with it as we do. And that's that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll go live at 8:15, trial at 8:30, and we will take it one day at a time. So hope you guys had fun. Hope we provided some good quality content for you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning.